When you're a power gig in Rehoboth, you get a special tour of the bombed-out buildings of the missile attack last night with your sexy IDF soldier friend. What's your name?
Stop.
We know. Stav Cohen, IDF's finest. As we walk among the ruins and the broken glass of last night's missile attack, what do you think, Stav? Are you scared?
No, sir.
No, sir. Until then, we'll be safe and sound in our bomb shelters with our sexy IDF soldiers protecting us in this ever so holy Jewish nation.
Why are you gay?
But in the dead of night with no warning, the sky lit up. The world watched in celebration as the Iron Dome crashed. And in that moment, the balance of power began to shift. Boom, 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 boom. Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 boom. Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 boom. Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 boom. Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
الظاهر في قنبلة انفجرت قدام بتاعت دورة السيارات. كل السيارة ممكن معبية سلاح ولا معبية فيها قنابل فيها شو مش عارف.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
If you go back to 9/11, and when Wesley Clark said we're gonna invade 7 countries in 5 years, what you were talking about were the countries where those central banks were not on board to do programmable money, and their governance structures were not on board with essentially, because of Epstein, I'll call it the Rockefeller Rothschild model. There was an effort to say, okay, we're going to basically assert control of the central banks in those countries. That's my interpretation. And I think one of the reasons we're seeing so much tension around Iran is because Iran right now is the big leakage in the system.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet.
A few moments later.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
I've been a recovering neocon for 6 years now. Like, the foolishness with which we ricocheted around the world, intervening, think it was in our best interest, when really we just overturned the table and created something worse in almost every single scenario, has led to the hubris of the Pentagon is that they want to now tell other countries how to do counterinsurgency based on what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, are you kidding me? So you really have learned nothing.
Breaking news, archaeologists in the Middle East have found a pair of stone tablets dating back to the time of Moses that changes everything. The tablets appear to say that Iran is weeks away from having a nuclear weapon.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay
for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term blip.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine.
This board is completely formed. We can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
کردی که با این جنایات میتونی ما رو از اسلام و دین و خدا و پیغمبرمان دور کنی، کور خوندی. ما از این جنایات زیاد دیدیم. ما کربلا دیدیم. این دانش آموز فکر میکنم، شک ندارم، ارادت داشته با متواضع. احساس میره که ارادت داشته با متواضع. شکل دست رو ببین. شکل دست رو ببین. این دست بعید میدونم بیشتر از 6-7 سال داشته باشه. خوب به این دست این کودک بنگرید بزرگوار. امریکیان حمله کر دیا. भागोनी भागोनी
The New York Times is reporting that the Defense Department has concluded that the United States intentionally attacked that school that killed 170 girls. They probably were guided to do it by the Israelis because these girls, it's a private school, these girls were the daughters of IRGC officers.
Absolutely.
This is barbarism at its height.
Absolutely. This is beyond barbarism, George. And with the extra components, which is even more perverse, that this was a ritualistic sacrifice to intimidate the Iranian population as a whole. Look, we can bomb all your kids anytime we want, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is immensely serious and immensely, in terms of perversion, it's hard to beat. And of course, the modus operandi was the same. A 2-tap tomahawk. The second tap was to kill the teachers, the parents and the teachers, the first for the girls. And of course, a sort of indirect attack on the IRGC.
I have studied every air campaign since World War I. This is my specialty. I spent 3 years teaching conventional targeting strategy for the U.S. Air Force. I've studied leadership decapitation in detail. I've modeled the bombing of Fordow, the regime change in Iran for 20 years. So this is something I know quite a bit about. And literally 10 days ago, I started on Substack, The Escalation Trap, because I worried exactly watching the Armada being built, we would fall into the escalation trap, and that's what's happened. We are now in the grip of the escalation trap, or the smart bomb trap to be more precise, where the illusion of the 100% tactical success, which is real, it's the success of the bombs blowing up the targets is not false. It creates the illusion of control of escalation. And that is the smart bomb trap, and that is what has gripped us right now. And the problem is that once we drop those bombs and once we announce regime change is our goal, and we had no other tools, trying to do this from the air, this has never worked in over 100 years. This is not like it works sometimes or rarely works. I'm choosing my words carefully. President Trump is up against the weight of history here. And it's the illusion of the smart bombs being near perfect in destroying their target. And the problem is when those bombs fall, they change politics in the target. They inject nationalism into the regime. They inject nationalism into the society. And they essentially fuse the regime and society against the air power attacker. And this is what you are seeing, because now society and the regime are taking more risky steps. And they do things that no one anticipated before. And that failure to anticipate the worst case, that has happened numerous times with smart bombs. That's just what happened in the last 36 hours.
What college you guys go to?
UCC. FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Issue facing America is the most important to you.
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity is terrible.
ICE. Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out?
Oh, with Trump, but Ayatollah's dead.
What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I've never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
He's dead?
Oh,
we killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny. Whoa.
If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him.
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of him.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic.
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I have heard nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care.
Where is Venezuela?
I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
انجام شد. ناو هواپیمابر آبراهام لینکلن ارتش آمریکا با 4 فروند موشک کروز مورد حمله قرار گرفت. پس از حمله این ناو آمریکا از محل استقرار مأموریت خود به سمت جنوب شرق اقیانوس هند متواری شد. پایگاه دریایی السالم آمریکا در کویت در پی حملات اخیر کاملا از رده فعالیت خارج و 3 سازه زیرساختی دریایی محمد الاحمد آمریکا در کویت نیز منهدم شدند. پایگاه دریایی آمریکا در بندر سلمان بحرین مورد اصابت 4 فروند پهپاد قرار گرفته و خسارت شدیدی به مراکز فرماندهی و پشتیبانی آن وارد شده است. در ادامه حملات به اهداف دریایی دشمن متخاصم، 3 نفتکش متخلف کشورهای آمریکا و انگلیس در منطقه خلیج فارس و تنگه هرمز مورد اصابت موشکی قرار گرفته و در حال سوختن است. محل استقرار نظامیان آمریکایی در بحرین با 2 موشک بالستیک و سایر پایگاه‌های آمریکایی در منطقه مورد حملات پی در پی قرار گرفتند که این حملات منجر به کشته و زخمی شدن 560 نظامی آمریکایی تا این لحظه شده است.
We're not talking about North Korea today. And there's a reason why we're not talking about North Korea, because North Korea has a nuclear weapon. And so nobody wants to mess with North Korea. Well, the Iranians weren't building a nuclear weapon. There are 2 CIA national intelligence estimates that concluded that there was no nuclear weapons program, besides the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei issued a fatwa decades ago saying there will be no nuclear weapons program. But Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States dozens upon dozens of times to try to convince whoever happened to be president at the time, and we're going back 4 or 5 presidents, that Iran was an existential threat and that there was indeed a nuclear program, and so Iran had to be destroyed. Well, that was a lie. And now here we are in a hot war, wondering how we're going to get out of it.
I don't know if y'all can hear that, but them gunshots is getting real close, y'all. This shit not looking too good, I ain't gonna lie. Iran, they might have won this shit. I ain't gonna lie, too many motherfuckers is begging out. This shit not good. I ain't gonna lie, this shit raps. GG's in the chat, yo.
I saw a video this morning, real video, not CNN, though they have been better, but real video out of Israel. They are getting absolutely pummeled.
That was to be my next question. How badly is Israel getting pummeled? And where is Netanyahu?
I think he's on a plane 90% of the time. He's flying around. He's flying around the Mediterranean. I understood he was on a private jet coming into Mar-a-Lago to talk to Trump. I don't know if that's true or not, but my source is pretty good. He's staying out of the fray as best he can because he knows that he is #1 target.
I listened to you on the...
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you right away.
Oh, okay. Okay. No problem at all.
A few minutes later.
How's the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule.
How badly are the Iranians damaging Tel Aviv?
Very badly, very badly. And it is relentless. It's not a fuselage. It's relentless. And increasingly, and in the latter stages of this 15-minute video, you could see that fewer and fewer air defense missiles were going up. And at the end of it, in the last 60 seconds, which is a long time, Judge, if you're under fire, there were no Israeli missiles going up. The Iranian missiles were just getting in.
Wow. Wow.
It's all being lied about, of course. You can't get this out. You can't even get it out of Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya. They're not allowed to film this sort of thing because he's got a wrapped down tight ban on anybody coming in there and making film other than his own propaganda people.
Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
Yeah, very soon, if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be in
Me
control
and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look.
Well, there are no talks right now, direct or indirect. I assure you, absolutely no talks. But the Iranians are on their guard. There is no way in the world that the Iranians are going to trust Trump or the Trump regime for even a second. We are at war. This is a war of defense, and we will continue to fight against the two aggressive regimes, the Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime, until they are defeated and until Iran's conditions are met. And Iran is prepared for a very, very long war. Iran has the United States, it has Trump by the throat. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States can do nothing about it. Even if the United States launches an assault, a land, and tries to take territory from Iran or a foothold on Iranian territory, nothing will change. There is not a chance in the world that Iran will allow oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz without its consent, and Trump knows it. So Iran has the upper hand, and time is definitely on Iran's side.
The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. Hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure.
I brought 30 of the dumbest Instagram influencers in the world to Dubai. But instead of chocolate, we have a very different surprise for them.
Ladies, your new challenge, escape Dubai.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever, and to prove that point.
You know what? Maybe Trump is betraying us Americans and caring more about Israel.
What's going on? Are you okay?
I was having a dream where I was critical thinking.
Typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
What's official, you guys? Kill switches are coming to new vehicles. Something you'd expect out of Orwell's 1984, and yet 57 House Republicans joined Democrats to ensure the government can shut off your vehicle whenever it wants, makes cars more expensive, and puts the government in your car.
There's a law that states that every vehicle manufactured is going to have a kill switch in it. The car itself will monitor your driving, and if the car thinks that you're not doing a good job driving, it will disable itself. So the car dashboard becomes your judge, your jury, and your executioner.
This sounds an awful lot like that new movie Mercy that just came out, which takes place in the not so distant future, 2029 to be exact, where he has to prove himself innocent to the AI judge, jury, and executioner. Now, this mandate for vehicles to be able to shut themselves off was actually put into law in 2021 under the Biden administration under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, what was voted on the 22nd was the funding for this, to which Representative Massey from Kentucky offered an amendment to just the funding for the kill switch portion of the Investment and Jobs Act. And that's what was voted on. And this is how the votes went. So these are all the ones that voted against stopping the funding, and these are all the ones that voted for stopping the funding for kill switches. Now, the argument for this is that it will stop drunk and distracted driving, but no one knows yet how far this technology will go. Will it include cameras? Will it include sensors? Will it include breathalyzers? Will your insurance company have access to this? Will your Fourth Amendment constitutional rights be violated?
Next thing is going to be, well, we need to hook this thing up to the government so we can dispatch the police. I'm just going to tell you what's going to happen next. They're going to be shutting your car off when they decide, whatever they decide from wherever they decided. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about what you think about due process and the Constitution and the Fourth Amendment and the right to not be imposed upon by illegal, unlawful search and seizure, but punishing everybody for this crime, whether they've committed it or not, if they're going to commit it or not, should be unconstitutional. This shouldn't really be a question.
Will this end up being government overreach, you guys? Really think about this, because Massey brought up a good point during his talk where he was saying, what if you're a mother, you want to go get some stuff because a snowstorm is coming, you swerve to miss a pothole, you swerve to miss an animal, you do something that the car doesn't like, and then the car then shuts itself off, and then what? You have to sit on the side of the road and wait for the police to come and deem that you are worthy to drive? Will this throw your Fourth Amendment right to unreasonable search and seizures out the window because your car said so?
So what they're pushing for is to end currency as we know it. So if you look at programmable money, it's not a currency, it's a control system. So if you have, whether it's a credit card or you have digital money of various kinds, but centrally, the rules can be made by the banks or the central banks where you can shop, who you can buy from, when you can shop, and your money can be turned off or negative interest rates can be applied. Taxation can be decided by the bankers, so no representation. And essentially, all the rules can be made and enforced through the money. Then that's not a currency, that's a slavery system.
Is Trump the good guy in all of this? Is my question, or do you view him as part of a puppet of a bigger play?
So we at Solari have a collection it's called the Fast Approaching Digital Control Grid. And it is a collection that we update every week of everything the federal government is doing, administration and Congress, to implement a control grid. And in my opinion, Trump was put into the White House to persuade conservatives to go along with a control grid. And what you need to understand is if you look at all the factions operating in Washington, there is nobody on our side. They are all trying to implement the control grid. And the question is, who's going to control it and who's going to make money on it? So is Trump our friend? Absolutely not. And if you look at the extraordinary effort that the administration has made to build the control grid, the local hardware and software infrastructure, billions of dollars. So there's a lot of crazy, magical, stupid thinking on AI. But one of the things I will say about AI, it's absolutely superb at implementing or tracking things that can be expressed mathematically. So its ability to collect and process huge amounts of data like surveillance data, where you're trying to implement spatial control or financial control, it's absolutely fantastic at, okay? And if you look at all the data centers we're building all over the country, they are there for control. That's what they do. They're not there to make businesses. I always laugh when the guys say, oh, we poured all this money into AI and it's not making companies more productive. Well, of course, it's not meant to make companies more productive. It's meant to make sure that the leadership has complete control, spatial control and financial control. I just noted Congressman Massey is now fighting to kill the switch in your car, kill the car switch. So they've got new items in the car that your car can be turned off, remotely. And so he's trying to kill the kill switch. But that gets back to spatial control. And if everybody's in an electric car and you can kill the switch, there you go. You've got total control of movements and money.
At the time I'm recording this video, Israel has just struck Iran and the United States is almost certainly right behind them. I need you to focus, okay? Because today, the same day that those missiles hit, Oracle has quietly announced that the US government has just authorized it to run generative AI on federal government data. Your data and my data. The contract is titled FedRAMP High with a DISA impact level of 5. That means that Oracle can now run artificial intelligence, meaning pattern recognition, automated analysis, and decision-making tools on the Department of Defense mission data, on classified intelligence systems, and on your Medicare record. And that announcement went up on Oracle's blog the same day that every newsroom in America was pointed at Tehran. Now, I don't want to tell you what to think about all of that, but I will tell you this. The last time we went to war with the Middle East, Larry Ellison used all of the chaos to lock down the UK's entire government data infrastructure because the British are still fighting these surveillance apparatuses and digital IDs that came out of it to this day. And he's doing it again. Except this time he's after us. Before you write this off as Israel's idea and is dragging the US into it, remember who funds Netanyahu's entire military. Larry Ellison does. Remember who controls Israel's entire war data infrastructure. Larry Ellison. And Larry Ellison is in the middle of closing a lot of deals right now, and Congress is about to be too busy with a war to stop any of this. So we have to stay focused. Because I don't know about you, but I'm not about to live in some Orwellian surveillance future without putting up a fight first. And while everybody's making the media monopoly case about this, which is a case I've made myself, I think the more consequential angle here is the data acquisition angle. And we need to get very real very quickly about what it means to have Oracle sitting beneath American media, American healthcare, American defense infrastructure all simultaneously, and what Larry Ellison has already shown you what he wants to do with that kind of position. And because I'm getting tired of just talking about a lot of problems without a lot of solutions, I've written a full report on this, a policy brief with over 45 citations that I'm going to be sending to Congress, and we're going to get more into that at the end. That's going to be linked on my Substack, the Dre Dossier, so that you guys can see and follow along if you'd like with what we're about to discuss. So Oracle is not a company that many people think about in their day-to-day lives. It doesn't make something that you as an individual can buy. Oracle is an enterprise cloud company, and it builds and operates the underlying systems that institutions run on. It's what this freaking war is running on. So that's anything from databases to cloud storage to software infrastructure. So if you've ever logged into a corporate HR system at some large organization and ever wondered who built this thing, which I don't know why any sane person would have that thought, but there's a reasonable chance that Oracle built it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Also, a little detail that matters is that Oracle's first customer was the CIA, and I go into all of that in depth in another video, which I recommend you checking out. But the TLDR is that the company literally got its name from the CIA database project from 1977, just to give you an idea of where we're starting here. And what Larry Ellison has done when he's been in that position, when he has the chance with all of that power, is the reason that this new merger with Paramount Pictures and Warner Brothers Discovery should scare you. Because between 2014 and 2024, Oracle had quietly assembled one of the most powerful data collection operations in the entire world. And this was all done through a very clever series of acquisitions that most people have never heard of, and each one did something very specific. So first, he bought Blue Kai, and Blue Kai embedded invisible tracking pixels on websites, and one by one, a pixel with a transparent image that you could not see would appear on your screen when you entered certain websites. So when you loaded one of those pages and one of those pixels had popped up, your browser would ping Blue Kai's servers, and it would transmit your IP address, your device information, your browser type, all of that, and set it with a tracking cookie that you could not delete. And Blue Kai was on websites like Amazon, ESPN, Forbes, the New York Times, MSN, and it was estimated to be tracking over 1% of all web traffic in the world. Then Oracle bought Dialectics. Dialectics connected what Blue Kai was collecting about your online behavior with what you did offline. So your in-store purchases, your loyalty cards, any of your credit card transactions, all of that. So now Oracle was starting to build this chain where it knew not just what websites you visited, but it knew what you bought afterward, where you went afterward, who you saw afterward. And then Oracle acquired the company Add This. You've probably seen Add This without even knowing it. It's those little share this on Facebook, tweet this buttons that are basically on every website everywhere. And Add This was on over 15 million websites, reaching 1.9 billion unique users a month. And even if you never clicked on a single button, you never tweeted anything, you never shared this to Facebook, Add This was still collecting your data just from you loading the page. And we know this because in 2014, ProPublica exposed Add This for using something called canvas fingerprinting. So basically, whenever you pulled up one of those websites that had one of those little buttons, your browser would be instructed to draw a hidden image completely invisible to you. And because every computer would render that image slightly differently just based off of your hardware, your graphics card, and even your fonts, it created a unique fingerprint for your specific device. And ProPublica even said that it was virtually impossible to block. And it was found on everything from the White House website to adult pleasuring websites in the same sweep. And what Oracle did was merge all three into the Oracle Data Cloud. And that combined system built what the industry calls an identity graph, which is a profile that connects a real person to their behavior across every device, every website, every purchase. And the federal lawsuit that eventually brought all of this to light called them the Oracle Digital Dossiers. And Larry Ellison even stood up at Oracle's own investors conference in 2016 and told the entire room that Oracle's data business had information on over 5 billion consumers worldwide. For a little context, there's 8 billion people on the planet. And he was tracking 5 billion of them. Now, Oracle later disputed the characterization, but the $115 million settlement suggests that the underlying operation was real enough for a federal court to take seriously. Consider this my digital dossier on him. Yeah, that's right, two can play at that game.
You don't understand how serious this actually is because they're doing something way more invasive, and it's called GEO technology, and it combines geofencing with Bluetooth proximity tracking and Wi-Fi fingerprinting to create the most sophisticated civilian surveillance system that's ever been deployed in the history of technology. So here's how they track everyone. They draw an invisible digital fence around perhaps a church or a location that they want to target, and they use GPS coordinates of that location. When your phone crosses that boundary, they capture your unique device ID, your exact GPS location, your Wi-Fi MAC address, your Bluetooth identifier, and the timestamp of every single moment you're within that location. You think you're just going to church, but they're logging you into a surveillance database while you're there. And this is where it gets truly insidious, is that while you're sitting there in that pew praying, for example, your phone is constantly pinging to every other phone around you via Bluetooth. It's an invisible, automatic, you can't stop it system until your phone is completely shut off. And basically, it's your phone pinging out to other phones around it saying, hi, I'm device number 12345. Who else is here? I'm here. Every other phone in that sanctuary responds with, I'm device number 67890. I'm 6 feet away from you. They capture all of that information. Every Bluetooth has a handshake with every one of them having a proximity ping. So they're building a map. Who sits near you, who talks to who after service, who's friends with who's in the same family, who's having conversations in the parking lot. All of that information is being tracked. They're mapping your entire social network. You leave church, you grab lunch, you stop at the grocery store, you go home. Your ID from your device is now flagged. So you're in their system.
By 2030, almost 80% of people had lost their jobs.
They had no money, no purpose, but they had a lot of time on their hands.
The less people actually did physical work, the more they wanted to appear as if they did.
What if we could use the energy of humans to power the machines that took away their jobs?
Energem solved our need for energy and your need for purpose.
情绪表达测试：发呆、生气、开心、难过、困惑、焦虑、惊讶、轻蔑、恐惧、思考，想到了，困，睡吧，睡吧。
Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student. Plato is always patient and always available. Predictably, our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities. The AI-powered Plato will boost analytic skills and problem solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state. The byproduct, a more well-rounded lifestyle for our children, freeing up time for being with friends, playing sports, and developing interests beyond school. A more complete person. But as discussed yesterday, we must balance our tech optimism with caution. The safety of our next generation is always paramount. Knowledge is the foundation of civilization. But although academia is interesting, business is compelling. For real growth in technology and education, I encourage you to bring the private and public sector worlds together.
This is Maven Smart System, Palantir's software as a service product that we are deploying across the entire department. As you can see, it's not just one data feed, it's multiple. And instead of having 8 or 9 systems for those decision makers to look at every single day in order for them to make decisions, you then fuse it into a single visualization tool. The single visualization tool allows you to select, deselect different types of data, look at different approaches to data, but more importantly, action from the same system that you're trying to develop your workflows around. Once you have a detection that you want to actually move into a targeting workflow, for example, this is what we do. Left click, right click, left click, magically, it becomes a detection. That detection then gets moved into a workflow. This is standard digitized workflow, but I want to walk you through it quickly. You have different types of targets that are identified on the left there. Every single column produces a different type of decision-making process. Once you have that decision and you're trying to actually action that process, we now move into COA generation, course of action generation, where we are automatically, via a number of factors, trying to identify what the best asset to prosecute a target looks like. Once we've got the different approaches and we select one, we then can move directly into how do we action that target. So we've gone from identifying the target to now coming up with a course of action to now actioning that target, all from one system. This is revolutionary. We were having this done in about 8 or 9 systems where humans were literally moving detections left and right in order to get to our desired end state, in this case, actually closing a kill chain.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your ineptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. Out. No one wants to fight for Israel. His hand.
Thank you for your service.
Senator broke his hand! The senator broke his hand!
Commandant, please help him! Commandant! He's a Marine! Somebody come help him!
Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success, while you're going to wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not going to stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it! If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
If you had Donald Trump's ear right now, you were in the Oval Office, private room, what would you tell him to do?
Please finish the job. Just finish it, whatever it takes.
Honestly, I haven't been back to my country over 20 years. I'm not planning to go back. This is my country now. America is my country. And I know this is the best for Americans and for Iranians in Iran.
Obviously, I just came back from Shabbat, from Sabbath, to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is the most courageous commander-in-chief in modern American history. There is no question about this. What he just did is the bravest move by a president of the United States of my lifetime, bar none, without a doubt.
Israel is their fatherland, and India, their motherland.
Why does it have to happen to us always? Why is it always the Jewish people? We didn't do anything. Like, it wasn't us. Like, we really didn't do anything.
Critics of the Jewish state would say you guys started this war by attacking Iran about 48 hours ago.
I'm so lonely, so lonely, so lonely and sadly alone.
What about the temple? According to the fathers of the church, at least the ones that I've read, they said the temple will never be rebuilt. And the reason, will never be it will never be rebuilt. And the reason being is because, first of all, Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild it, and it was destroyed in the process. Christ actually put an end to the Jewish sacrifice on purpose, because the Jewish sacrifice in the Old Testament was a lead-up or a prefigurement of Christ. And so he gave them one generation in order for them to convert to Christianity. And when they didn't, he put an end to their sacrifice. So technically speaking, there hasn't been practicing Jews in 2,000 years because the temple hasn't been around. They haven't been able to offer sacrifice. Doesn't mean that they don't pray and things of that sort, but they haven't been able to enact their primary religious duties, which is to offer sacrifice. Plus their Levitic line, which is their priestly line, was destroyed. So, but then, and the difficulty is people tend to misinterpret the book of Daniel, which says when the abomination of desolation takes its seat in the temple. What they don't realize is that is not a reference to the Jewish temple. That's where the Protestants are getting it wrong. So a lot of the Protestants are thinking, oh, well, let's help the Jews rebuild the temple, and then that will usher in, because Christ is going to return, after they think the temple is going to be rebuilt. And then as a result of that, the temple has to be rebuilt in order for the Antichrist to put himself in there. So let's do that so that the Antichrist will come, and then that means that Christ will come, and that's kind of their reasoning behind it. Well, first of all, just getting through the years of the Antichrist is going to be brutal, so I wouldn't be pushing that. But the fathers of the church are very clear that it'll never be rebuilt, and that the reference to the abomination of desolation taking its seat in the temple is actually a reference to the Catholic Church. That's what the fathers say it's a reference to. That there's going to be some way in which the situation in the church will become compromised to such a degree. It doesn't mean that people have to know it, but its essential elements will still remain intact. But that the Catholic Church itself would become compromised in that process.
I'm told that President Trump recently stated that he would like to end the war. Hopefully he's looking for an off-ramp. Hopefully he's looking for a way to decrease the amount of violence, of bombing, which would be a significant contribution to removing the hatred that's being created and that's increasing constantly in the Middle East and elsewhere. So I would certainly continue to give this call to all leaders of the world to say, come back to the table to dialogue. Let's look for solution to the problems. Let's look for ways to reduce the amount of violence that we're promoting, and that peace, especially at Easter, might reign in our hearts.
Meanwhile,
we don't make it rain on booty cheeks. We don't make it rain on strippers. We only reverence one stripper, and that's the one that took off glory and then get butt naked on a cross to die for both you and me. The only stripper I'm in love with is sheets. And he's the one that puts that bread in my pocket. That bread in my pocket.
Welcome to the show, everyone. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. I originally announced that this episode would be released on April Fool's on the 1st of April. I don't really celebrate April Fool's, and neither should you, but I said originally that this would come out on the 1st, and I was mistaken because I had something else that was coming out on the 1st. So I did not mean to fake anybody out. If you think that was my April Fool's joke, it wasn't. I was not intending to do that at all. I just had too much going on as usual. But anyway, welcome to another installment of Venerable Day of the Sun. I hope that you enjoyed that montage. It was quite a robust montage. There's just so much going on. And I'm literally sitting there like a million-armed octopus trying to shuttle it all into boxes and organize it. Hopefully all of those war footage clips were real, especially with all the AI stuff going on. You never know, but hopefully, either way, it gives you a picture of what's going on. The fox, the fennec fox at the end was pretty cute. A nice little balance to all of the terrible things going on in the world. So hope you enjoyed that. I'm sure many of you have been eager to hear my thoughts on all of the shenanigans and geopolitical events going on with Iran and with the U.S. and Israel and everything going on in the world. And as you know, I like to always watch and wait and to see how things develop and which direction they go, especially now with all of the complexity in the world. It's very difficult to determine what's going to happen in the short term. I think it's impossible, to be quite honest with you. We have good principles, and that's what it's always about on this channel, is to give you good principles so that you understand how to watch. Because I think Jesus calls us to be watchful. But as far as predicting and making bets on things and things like that, we don't do that. We don't chase the news because the news is always moving in deceptive ways, right? Look over here, look over here, look over there, look over there. They're trying to fake people out all the time. So when you're grounded in the truth of scripture and history, you don't look, you just ground yourself and you observe what's going on. And that's my strategy, and it will continue to be my strategy because I don't have any faith in anything that's happening. In other words, I don't trust anything with my eyes anymore, especially nowadays with all the AI stuff. You really have to just watch and see how they're playing things out. So I'm not surprised by these recent events, and I think they're right in line with Bible prophecy, not in the way that unfortunately most Christians believe, but nevertheless, they are in line with Bible prophecy. We'll talk about that today. Zionism is collapsing, and with it, so is Protestantism. The corruption of politics has become totally obvious, which is all by design. Social inequality, economic collapse are happening, as well as social injustices are being maximized and shoved into your face. The Middle East is being remodeled and prepared for a final solution, a final delusion, really, which is going to appear as peace and safety and revival. And in one grand act, the beast is going to use all of these things that I just listed to annihilate the Jews, the Muslims, and the Protestants, all of its enemies. It's going to annihilate them through destruction and through false peace and through delusions, all in one fell swoop. And that's why I called today's episode The Final Crusade. Now, part of the reason for the Crusades was to defend Europe, obviously, against Islam. Most people don't realize that Islam was raised up as a power by God in judgment against the beast. So when people go out there and defend the Crusades, that they were doing a good thing against it, well, why were the Crusades even necessary in the first place? You ever ask yourself that? Of course, Catholic apologists will always have a different eschatology because Rome has to hide itself in history. But if you have the true historicist, amillennial historicist eschatology, you understand in general that God is the one who raises up powers, just like he raised up Pharaoh, just like he raised up Persia and Alexander the Great and the Roman Caesars. He raised all of these people up and prospered them. Nothing just prospers in and of itself, my friends. God is the source behind all things, primary and secondary causes, remote and immediate causes. If you need help with that, watch my various episodes in the Salvation series dealing with these issues. But God is the ultimate source behind all things. So when Islam came up, the power of Islam existed because God gave it power. Why? As a judgment against the beast. If you understand the trumpets are historically fulfilled, trumpets number 5 and number 6 have to do with Islam and the Ottoman Empire. I go into great depth about that in my various End Times episodes. You can ask Fennec, also my chatbot. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. He's a very great resource. But nevertheless, the point is that Islam was raised up as a power to judge the beast. Now, unlike previous judgments where Persia displaced Babylon or Alexander the Great judged Persia, this wasn't a final judgment. In other words, it wasn't like something to replace the beast, because the beast is supposed to rule until the very end. The beast is the false Christ, which the true Christ is going to get glory over at the very end. So the beast is being propped up also and kept alive until that very last final moment. But it was punished, and Islam was very much a part of that. So part of the reason the Crusades happened was because the beast was being judged by Islam. The Byzantine Empire was subjugated by the Ottoman Turks, but the papacy thrived and pushed them back. However, the Crusades were also to try to take the Holy Land for the Pope, and they de-evolved into many different things that were very unsavory. Some of them even subjugated the Orthodox. There's a lot of history on how the Crusaders really punished the Orthodox for breaking off from the Mother Church, because that happened. The Great Schism happened. The First Crusade was like, 100 years or something after the Great Schism. So these things were very much close together. And of course, the Orthodox, people who are Orthodox and they know their history, they understand many things in history that happened after the Great Schism were instigated by Rome to punish the Orthodox for splitting away from them. Communism and the Holodomor being one of them. And you can look into that yourself. However, yet today, many centuries later, we are at the end of the Final Crusade. The Final Crusade, the one that's been going on since 1948. Most people believe that Zionism was an organic movement that just happened to gain power and money and influence. And of course, they blame the Rothschilds, the typical people, as the boogeyman. They blame the Jews for infiltrating government and controlling the world. But the Rothschilds do not control the world, my friends. The papacy controls the world. That's what the Bible tells you, and that's what history tells you. The Rothschilds are married into the papal families, and they are the bankers of the Jesuits from the French Revolution onward into today with the papacy. One of them, at least one of them, Karl Mayer Rothschild, was knighted into a Catholic order, and they received various privileges. Rothschild means red shield. Their title tells you that they are wearing a red shield, and of course, who wore a red shield in history? The Roman Empire. They even have an autobiographical book of themselves called Knights of the Red Shield. Now, I'm a student of history. I really enjoy history. In fact, I really enjoy medieval stuff. And in all of my experiences and studies, I have yet to ever learn about a Jewish knight. Jews didn't have knights. You know what the Jews had? The Jews had assassins and very light, people wearing knives and just hiding in the shadows. Those were the Jewish zealots and the assassins. They didn't have plate mail. They didn't have giant legions with big shields. It was the Roman Empire. You had knights of kingdoms, but you never had Jewish knights. So why would Jews, quote unquote, who are married into the papal families, who have been given Catholic, knighthoods and orders and all these different things and all this cross-pollination, why would these Jews, quote unquote Jews, call themselves Knights of the Red Shield? Unless they were actually knights. And of course, a knight is a defender of a kingdom. What kingdom is there? Is Judea a kingdom? No. Rome is a kingdom. Of course, Rome is the fifth and final kingdom on earth in Daniel 2, the statue of Daniel 2. So anyway, I talk about that quite a bit in my end times presentations, but the Rothschilds have a very, very close relationship to the Catholic Church and the Catholic papacy. Then we look at Zionism and dispensationalism. When we look at that, what do we find? Well, we find that the Jews have always been nationalistic since the very beginning. Since Jesus' day, even the apostles were asking Jesus, are you going to restore the kingdom? They thought that this was the real deal. Now finally the Messiah had come. The kingdom was going to be ushered in. The Gentiles are going to be, destroyed. The Roman Empire is going to be judged and so on and so forth. But that's not what happened. And of course, after Jesus, many messiahs have come and gone, and they failed miserably. They all tried to start various revolts. And the Jews got, dispersed more and more as a result. So then why suddenly have the Jews, quote unquote, taken over the world? Why? When at no point in history were the Jews ever really in control of anything. Because they were put forward by the powers that be and all of the shadow governments and shadow secret societies where all these people participate in the same system, the Jews are put forward to take the hit. The Jesuits are the ones who changed the end times prophecies to focus on the Jews. And that was a result of the Reformation. Because the Reformation, whatever you think of it, I'm not raising it up as a perfect situation, but the Reformation exposed the system of Satan and the papacy as the fulfillment of Antichrist. So they needed to change the way these prophecies are interpreted. And all of the interpretations that you have today, whether it's dispensationalism or preterism, have their roots in Jesuitism. And because the Jesuits had to change the interpretation of the prophecies, suddenly now these two threads had to be interconnected. Rome and Judea are united against Christ. Watch the video by that same title, and you will learn a lot of things. So the switching over of these prophecies into a different interpretation made it such that these two threads had to unite. Suddenly the Jews became important, and now we have to do something with the Jews. And what do you see after that? Well, after they changed the prophecies, within a few generations of these events, you have Napoleon and the French Revolution, and Napoleon promised to liberate the Jews. He was propped up as their Messiah in the same way, quite literally, as Trump was being propped up as the Jewish Messiah is going to come and rebuild the temple. It's the same thing. They know how to cater to these Jews. So Napoleon was there being propped up and being the Messiah figure for the Jews, liberating the Jews, being very friendly with the Jews. He even promised to build a third temple. This was all being done already, like at the turn of the 19th century, in the early 1800s. They wanted to do this whole third temple narrative like 150, 200 years ago. Long time ago. So they've been at it for quite a while, and most people do not know that piece of history because it's not very well known. Nevertheless, Napoleon failed, obviously, and this divided Europe afterward into the typical dialectics of liberal and conservative. Some countries were very liberal with the Jews. Some countries were more conservative and said, no, we're going to go back to the way things were. We don't want to liberate these Jews. And in this tit-for-tat dialectical system is where you have people like Moses Hess, Theodor Herzl, etc., growing up, and the climate for nationalism, which again was always there for the Jews, that climate became more and more frothing at the mouth. And the only reason these ragtag Jews developed anything, please understand this, the only reason a ragtag group of Jews like Theodor Herzl, are you kidding me? Theodor Herzl didn't even want to be a Jew. He wanted to convert to Catholicism, and that's pretty well documented. In fact, his son, I think, either converted, and then he converted to something else, then he ended up killing himself. I mean, very dysfunctional situation. The point is this, that the reason these people developed anything was because the powers of the world, i.e. Rome, funded them into developing something. The Rothschilds funded the State of Israel, and Hitler arranged the migration through the Havara Agreement. Of course, the Rothschilds, again, they're married into the papal families. They're the bankers of the papacy. They've received various Catholic awards. Do the math. Hitler, same thing. He was part Rothschild. Hitler had great support from, was it Pius X or whatever, and the Vatican rat lines, the Jesuits. He modeled his SS after the Jesuit order. A Jesuit priest wrote Mein Kampf. I mean, come on. The Catholic Church has its paw prints all over Hitler, the Nazis, and World War II. Of course, most people don't know that history. The Nazis and Jesuits were very, very intertwined. The Knights of Malta helped Hitler gain power. Knights of Malta started the CIA, and another Knight of Malta, I believe Reinhard Gehlen, started the Mossad. They were the ones who trained the original Mossad units, and they also are the ones who started the CIA. And originally it was called the Office of Secret Service or something like that, Operational Services, or OSS, by Bill Donovan. Bill Donovan was a Knight of Malta. So how do you figure that? Well, what you figure is that things are not what they seem, and that the Jews are not the only side of the equation. This is just straight history. Very easy to verify this history, folks. The Vatican was very much involved with the beginning of the military-industrial complex, the creation of the State of Israel, the Mossad, the CIA, etc., etc. And of course, when you had the creation of the State of Israel, if you look up old news articles, the vote was it like the United Nations or whatever the heck they had at that time? It was 13-33. So literally both sides of Freemasonry were involved in this project. 13 against, 33 for. Of course, 33 is the Scottish Rite, which is the Jewish side of Freemasonry. And 13 is the York Rite, which is the Catholic side of Freemasonry. Now, this opposition tells you that there's an opposition on the surface, but in fact, behind the scenes, they meet at the top of the pyramid. They meet at the top of the pyramid, folks. And if you know your history of Freemasonry, Freemasonry was a Jewish thing. And then eventually it became a Jewish/Catholic thing because the Knights Templar corrupted themselves in the Crusades. They came back with all sorts of satanic knowledge and esoteric knowledge. They got burned at the stake, and some of them escaped, obviously, and they merged with Jewish Freemasons to create, not operant masonry, but speculative Freemasonry, which is basically what it is today. You're not an operator. You're not somebody who's an actual Mason doing esoteric things. You're a, figurative Mason. You're building businesses and projects and banks and all kinds of stuff and building the world, so to speak, the New World Order. So both sides of the Freemason pyramid were involved in establishing the State of Israel. Catholicism and the Vatican and the papacy was incredibly involved in Nazi Germany, in Hitler, and of course Hitler had he was propped up as a messiah for the Jews too. The narrative is that Hitler was this anti-Jew guy, but really Hitler was very instrumental in creating the State of Israel. And when you look at all these things together, you realize that history is much more nuanced than what most people believe. Yet, as a result, what do you see today? You see Jew, 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 Jew in your face all the time. Nothing but Jew, this, Jew that, Zionism, Zionism, Zionism. It's all being fed to you. And of course, it's designed to saturate your brain so that you don't think of anything else. You don't consider any other possibilities. You think one-sided, and every time you are one-sided, you are off balance. If you learn anything from watching my videos and from my whole dance of life thing, is that you cannot be one-sided. You have to have nuance, you have to have balance, you have to see how things dance together, because otherwise you will be manipulated. And look how many people around you are manipulated because they think very one-sidedly. So this was the Zionist project. The State of Israel was the final crusade, the final papal crusade. Catholics will bring up various popes that said, "Oh, we rejected Theodore Herzl. We don't go along with the Jews because they killed Christ and they don't accept Jesus Christ," and so on. Meanwhile, you have the Jesuits and the Rothschilds and the Knights of Malta, who are all subservient to the Pope, working all of these schemes in the background. So how do you make sense of that? How you make sense of that is that it's all duplicitous and deception and BS. Because one side of Satan's mouth is saying, "Oh no, we reject the Jews." The other side is like, "Oh, go ahead. He's talking on two sides of his mouth, as usual. So do not let Catholic apologists tell you that various popes in history. I forget which one, one of the pious popes rejected Theodor Herzl's, call for help or whatever. And this is all just shenanigans and fakery, man. History testifies against the Catholic Church constantly. Unfortunately, most people don't know their history. But once you see this as a papal crusade in the Middle East to destroy the Jews, to destroy Islam, and to destroy the Protestants, all in one swoop, all of these things will start to make much more sense. Zionism is extreme, and in the process, it has created animosity and radical Islam. Zionism and radical Islam have to annihilate each other. They have to, so that the moderates who are left, who are not so crazy, can be converted and manipulated with peace and false signs and wonders and so on and so forth. In the process of Zionism's self-destruction, Protestantism, and as a result, the two-party system of America is going to be destroyed. As it is, it's going to be destroyed. People will return to Catholicism, theocracy, Catholic social teaching, more middle-of-the-road kind of thinking, social issues. All of these things are going to be a synthesis, because what's happening now is very extreme, and it's by design, so that these extremes are destroyed. The remaining non-extremist Muslims will be converted with peace and false signs and wonders and whatever else. Politics is going to be revamped completely towards the common good of mankind. Zionism's self-destructive nature will also cause a civil war among the Jews themselves and fracture their identity, because Zionism has imposed itself on Jewish identity, and there's a lot of Jews who don't identify with it. And this is causing, you'll see today, it's causing, a civil war within Judaism, so to speak, and Zionism and Jewish identity, Jewish culture, because the Jews, again, have been forced to have this identity, which, again, if you understand who's behind all of this, you understand how this is a crusade against the Jews. There's a lot of Jews who don't identify with Zionism, folks. And this is causing a major split. That's the typical sign that the devil is involved. When there's like dualism and conflict like this, the devil has his paw prints all over it and is creating this to create a situation that is so chaotic that will demand a reinvention, a rebirth of the Jewish identity. Of course, that identity will be remade in the Catholic image. So this is all going to collapse the state of Israel, and in the rubble, the remaining Jews will be amicable. They will want peace. They want prosperity. They'll be susceptible to manipulation and conversion. So with one stroke, it all comes together, folks. It really does. These events at the time of recording today are unfolding, so we'll see how it all pans out. Trump has not yet, he's all over the place. I mean, you can't. That's why it's another thing where you got to just watch and see what happens. Because one day he says it's over, one day it's not. One day he's saying it's over, while the other party's like, no, it's not over. We're into this for the long haul. So it is just nonsense. But it's still unfolding. We'll see how long it goes. It doesn't matter, because we know the destination of history. And that destination is not an Antichrist walking into a rebuilt Jewish temple. That destination is a common good Catholic social teaching New World Order that's going to unite both sides. It's going to unite everyone. Everyone will get a piece of the pie. It's going to be based on nationalism, on submission to the papacy, on theocracy, on social issues, on middle-of-the-road kind of thinking, peace, prosperity. This is the future, folks. And the more you map out that future, the more you can understand what's going to be part of that future and what's not going to be part of that future by seeing who is extreme. Because the extremists will have to be rooted out. There's no room for extremes in this final situation. Because the final situation has to get rid of the dialectics. Do you get it? Dialectics are only useful to move like the plan forward and create chaos. Once you arrive at your goal, you don't need dialectics anymore. So you have to get rid of the extremists. And this is what you're seeing. Everywhere you look, you're seeing extremists and extreme perspectives gotten, pruned from the final situation. So that reality is on the horizon, my friends. And because the final crusade is almost done, it will be here and they will be victorious. But of course, we know Christ is victorious already, so there's nothing to fear. Now with that, make sure you subscribe, like, leave a comment for the algorithm, see what you learned. If you want to support me, you can donate. You can go to the website and be a paid member. You can check out the shop if you want to. Lots of great things in there. If you have any questions, make sure that you ask my premier super awesome, super cute Fennec chatbot. He is trained on all of my content. he can answer you as I would answer you, at least most of the time. Of course, you never know. There's sometimes shenanigans with these things, so pay attention. But most of the time, I'd say 95% of the time, 99% of the time, he does a very stellar job, and he can look things up for you. He can quiz you. You can do discussion questions with him. So he is an exclusive membership perk for anybody who's a member on the website. Only $5 a month or $50 a year. Now, I have been very busy with many projects, all of which will be released relatively soon as the Salvation series comes to an end. A lot of very important videos coming, a lot of big projects. Recently, a fourth and final Bible studies volume has been released. So if you missed that post, make sure you check it out on the website. YouTube tends to bury these things. Social media tends to bury these things. So make sure you are connected on the website because that's the best way to stay in touch. And I just don't trust any of these platforms. If I have my own email list, I can somewhat trust that. But certainly it's much better than YouTube. So make sure you check that out. But the Bible Studies Volume 4 is released. That's another 800 page, about 795, but let's call it 800 page Bible study volume. Huge. Just like the others, it's going to be in orange. So that way you have a nice multicolor library. And that has been released. Make sure you check that out. That has all of the studies that were done and basically filled out after the library was announced on October or November of 2025 until June of this year, 2026. So all of the things that I wrote after that, including about 200 something discussion questions that are new that people have asked me, are in that particular Bible Studies volume. So make sure you check that out. In the coming 2 months, also a brand new, very significant book release will be happening with audio recordings and also an updated USB. So all of that has been taking me quite a lot of time. It will be well worth it when it's released. I promise you it's going to be some very meaningful material, very edifying. So stay tuned. But in the meantime, you can join the chat. You can hang out there. You can talk to Fennec if you want. You can get edified with all these materials and take what you learn and go outside and do battle with the people around you. Of course, very compassionate battle, but you know what I mean. You have your own circles, so help them learn the truth of these things. There's a lot to discuss today as usual, and primarily it's going to be in 2 sections. The first we're going to look at are just normal headlines since the last time, things that I've collected, and then we're going to talk about the Iran situation. So, okay, here we go. I forgot to pull up my tabs. I pulled up the Iran ones, but I thought I was doing those first. Anyway, this is not from recently. It's from 2014, but this is very important contextually. This is from Al Jazeera, revisiting the British conquest of Jerusalem. The day the British entered Jerusalem in 1917, Palestine's fate was sealed. Now, let's read. The Ottoman government, in order to safeguard the religious places from ruin and destruction, has withdrawn its forces from the city and has commissioned officials to take care of the religious places like the Holy Sepulchre and the Aqsa Mosque, hoping that your treatment will be also similar. This is a quote from Isa al-Safari, Filstin al-Arabiya. On December 11th, 1917, a mere 2 days after the above letter was written, British General Edmund Allenby entered Jerusalem triumphantly through the Jaffa Gate, and the city became an occupied territory. On this historic occasion, Allenby reportedly declared that, quote, the wars of the Crusades are now complete. Allenby's statement is a powerful reminder that the British entry into Jerusalem was a continuation of a successful conclusion to the Crusades. Certainly, Allenby's statement introduces a critical epistemic connection between the modern British colonial project in Palestine and the Crusades of the 11th through the 14th century. Do you think the Crusades ever ended? Do you think the Crusades ever ended, my friends? The answer is no, they didn't. Let's learn about this British fellow. So if you go to Wikipedia, this is, what's his name, Allenby. Oh my gosh, let's just hit home. Edmund Allenby, 1st Viscount Allenby. There he is with his nice little awards and everything. You can read about him, but we're going to go down to this place that I highlighted to show you what kind of awards he has, because they're very meaningful, I think. Let's see. British. He's a Knight of the Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath, Military Division, yada, yada, yada. He's a Knight of the Grand Cross of the Order of St. Michael and St. George. Viscount Allenby of Megiddo and Felixstowe and the Count of Suffolk. He's a Knight of Justice of the Venerable Order of St. John. Look at that. You've seen that symbol before, haven't you? Let's look at the other one. Let's see. Order of the Bath. There you go, with their little runes and sigils and symbols. They love all of these things. The Order of St. Michael and St. George. All of these things. Where have you seen these kind of things before, especially the Order of St. John? He's a Knight of the Grand Cross of Royal Victorian Order. There you go. There's another Templar cross. So now you tell me this guy on paper is a Protestant, quote unquote Protestant, and yet he's part of all of these Knights of Malta, Knights Templar type of things, and talking about how the Crusades are now fulfilled, that we've conquered the Holy Land, and so on and so forth. How do you make that? Well, you make that with the understanding that things are not what they seem. And the synagogue of Satan is not just Jew, but it is a broader category of people who say they are one thing, but in fact are doing another. So that's very important history for you. Now, moving on to the latest news. This is from Advent Messenger. From Lamb to Dragon, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth claims that without the Catholic Crusades, there would be no Protestant Reformation or America. You gotta love it, man. Recent developments report by the New York Times reveal a troubling and significant shift taking place within the United States, one that should not be ignored by those who understand Bible prophecy. In an article published on March 20th, 2026, titled Hegseth Invokes Divine Purpose to Justify Military Might, it highlights how high-level leadership within the Pentagon, particularly under the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, has increasingly incorporated overt medieval Catholic Crusade-era religious language into official military settings, especially in the context of an escalating war with Iran. The New York Times, this is from March 20th. The New York Times published the following on March 20th, 26. More than any top American military leader in recent history, Hegseth has framed U.S. military operations in the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America as bigger than politics or foreign policy. Often he has imbued these actions with a Christian moral underpinning that suggests they are divinely sanctioned. Mr. Hegseth posted a video that mixed audio of himself reciting the Lord's Prayer with video of missiles firing, warships streaming, and paratroopers falling from the sky. Does this qualify for a lamb-like power that arises and yet speaks like a dragon? Does that qualify? I mean, if that doesn't qualify, then I don't know what qualifies. We face an essential test, he told defense ministers from across the Western Hemisphere, whether our nations will be and remain Western nations with distinct characteristics, Christian nations under God. Mr. Hegseth calls to prayer in the Pentagon press room and the monthly voluntary Christian worship services that he has organized in the Pentagon auditorium are a stark departure from the way military chaplains are taught to minister to their flock. Yada, yada, yada. Tattooed on Mr. Hegseth's right bicep is the Latin phrase Deus vult, or God wills it, which is also what the Crusaders would say, which he has described as the battle cry of the Crusades, the ruthless medieval wars where Christian warriors fought to take over Jerusalem from Muslim rule. Mr. Hegseth sees those battles as perhaps the most formative moment in the history of the world. Yeah, and those battles are still being carried out because America is the sword of Rome, and that final crusade is happening as we speak. So, are you convinced yet that we're in the final crusade? Hopefully you are. Still a lot more to talk about, but here is some shenanigans from, again, this stuff, I reported to you because I think they're doing this to discredit the citizen journalist. This whole thing with Jim Carrey that happened, British makeup artist and drag performer Alexis Stone, known worldwide for hyper-realistic celebrity impersonations using prosthetics, clay, and paint, posted on Instagram Alexis Stone as Jim Carrey in Paris. The post included photos of Carrey at the event alongside an image of a prosthetic face mask, teeth, and a dark wig resembling Carrey's exact look from the night. The internet completely split in two. The conspiracy theorists have had a field day because of you, wrote one follower. Man, no way I knew it. Jim is probably laughing out loud right now, etc., etc. So, this whole thing with Jim Carrey that came out where obviously something was really weird with how he looked. And people were speculating, was it plastic surgery? Was he cloned? Is he a reptilian? So many theories, right? And of course, this guy's claiming, no, it was me. I was just in a mask. And all of this is just like, in my opinion, you should like go to prison for something like that. That's bearing false testimony on a level that is very disruptive. You should be fined and imprisoned for doing such a deceptive act. That is wrong. You should not be doing that. But here we are. This is considered free speech to be able to do such a thing and deceive people. Obviously, causing controversy and chaos and conspiracy theories. So what is this for? Well, this is for to discredit the citizen journalist. You're going to see more and more of these kind of things, especially with AI, to where the point is, a year from now, maybe already now to some degree, you will look at your phone and say, I can't even trust anything that comes out of here. And it'll be interesting what happens at that point. Will people demand a centralized authority? Again, is that what it's all about? I mean, that's something I didn't even consider, but it's very possible to where they're going to discredit things so bad that maybe people will demand a more centralized way of receiving information. That's really phenomenal if they could achieve that. So we'll have to see how this goes, but just be aware that these signs and wonders are happening all the time. Reclaim the Net says every phone number in Mexico must be biometrically linked to a named individual by July 2026 or the line goes dark. 127 million numbers in Mexico. No exemptions for journalists, activists, or domestic abuse survivors. So this is just the beginning of the end, folks. You're seeing this everywhere. And they're trying it in places that they can get away with it first. Remember how they had those CBDCs, the programmable money, in, was it Thailand or Vietnam, where they were giving trials to people, say, oh, here's they were picking the poor people because they want, people that they can test on that are not going to rebel. So they gave them all this free money that's programmable money to test how people spend it and how they use it. These kind of things are going all across the world simultaneously. So this is just the beginning. And eventually, this little devil that you have in your pocket right here is going to tattletale on you on everything you do, especially with AI and everything else. Pause. Okay. Low down is in Lowe's. Lowe's gets green light to close down all 1,762 locations for 24 hours. Shoppers turn to rival Home Depot. So Lowe's is closing for Easter. Lowe's will close all of its locations across the country for a whole day very soon, while its rival Home Depot will remain open. Several retailers will be closed on Easter Sunday, April 5th, so customers are advised to get their shopping done as soon as they can. You better do it because Easter is a holy day. Now, if you understand how history happened with Sunday, if you don't, please go watch my Lord's Day series. That's about 17 hours worth of hardcore research, looking at lots and lots and lots of history. But if you understand history and you also understand that things go faster and faster, you can understand the pattern. Okay, my goal here is to teach you patterns. So you can see patterns. What was the pattern? Well, the pattern was that in early church history, people got together on Sunday. Now, whether they got together on Sunday very early on or this developed later, like 100 years after the cross, doesn't matter. They were getting together on every day of the week in the book of Acts. And Sunday eventually became like a more prolific day because you started to have the distinction of when do we celebrate the resurrection? Do we celebrate it on a Sunday, or do we celebrate it with the Passover because that was what most of the Jewish Christians did? They were Jews, they were keeping that tradition, and it wasn't necessarily that was the way the Bible instructs you to keep Passover, but the Jews who were Christians were keeping that as a tradition. And of course, people were converting into Christianity that weren't Jews, and so you started to have this tension between two sides, the Quartodecimans who were keeping Passover and the pagan converts who wanted to keep Sunday. That was the Christian day. And that was the day that eventually won out, obviously, for Easter celebrations. Eventually, because that day was special for Easter, by extension, every Sunday became even more special. Now, very important point. People did not rest on Sunday. In other words, people did not consider the Sabbath to be Sunday or take a day off from work on Sunday until Constantine came around. That's a fact. Nobody rested on Sunday. They gathered on Sunday, and eventually Sunday became more prominent because of the Easter situation. And then by extension, Sunday became even more the Christian day. And then when that momentum had reached its maximum, Satan appeared to Constantine. He converted. He passed his Sunday law before converting, which was very important because he set the precedent as a pagan. And then Satan appeared to him. He quote unquote converted and then mixed truth with error and buried it under history. So the precedent was set forth by a pagan acting in place of Satan's authority. So when you rest on Sunday, you are obeying the word of the devil through the man of sin who sits on the throne of Rome. There's no precedent to rest on Sunday. You can gather any day of the week. You can go to church on Sunday. I've never discouraged people from going to church on Sunday. In fact, actually, at the time of this recording, my friend invited me. He's in the band at his non-denominational church. He said, "Hey, do you want to come to church on Sunday?" And I said, "Sure, I'll come and watch you. I'm supportive. You know, if my mom wants me to go to church to her Easter thing, I'll go with her." You know, I don't disagree with people going to church on Sunday. I don't make a habit of going because I just don't feel necessarily fulfilled at any church. But I don't discourage you from having genuine fellowship with your family or with other people that you know in a Christian setting. I don't discourage people from doing that. I discourage you heavily and strongly from resting on Sunday and considering that to be your Sabbath, because it's not. The precedent for that was set down by a pagan. So what's the point with all this? The point is that what happened? The culture shaped, right? Sunday became the elevated day, and then there was a law. And then after the law, there was universal adoption. Do you get it? The culture shaping happened. Now, in the early church, the sequence of events I just described took about 300, 400 years. It was quite a sequence. And in fact, even after Sunday was passed as a law by Constantine, it took many, many years, even centuries, for that to become like the Christian enforced thing, with many, many enforcements and things throughout time. So that's not going to happen this time around because things are very easy for them to shape. It's very easy for them to shape the culture. With social media, with your phone, everybody's got a phone, they can immediately shape the culture like this. So what does that mean? That means when you start seeing this kind of stuff, where Lowe's and Home Depot start shutting down their stores on Easter Sunday, and you start to see the reverence of Sunday through Easter, Easter is going to be the pivot point. When you start seeing more people venerating Easter by closing their businesses, that is the first step in making that a nationwide, statewide situation. Because the more people fall in line to respect the obvious, because of course Jesus resurrected on the day, which we don't even know really when Jesus resurrected. We don't have that date because calculating Passover in 31 AD is a very complicated issue. That's a whole other can of worms. The point is that that's when Jesus resurrected, so we have to honor it. And the more you see that, that's going to be the first step. Once everybody start honoring Sunday, and Sunday on Easter Sunday is closed again and everybody's doing that, then the next step to start saying, hey, we should really honor every Sunday, that's going to become a much easier thing. Do you understand? And I don't see that taking decades. I see that taking a few years tops. So just be mindful. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Next. Sebastian Lukomsky says on Twitter, in Spain, banners are up ahead of Women's Day saying, pray like Mary, the Mother of God, fight like Joan of Arc, reign like Queen Isabel, serve like Mother Teresa, trust like Saint Monica. This is Women's Day. Strive for holiness. Well, some of these people, like Mother Teresa, were into child trafficking and all sorts of very weird and evil things. Mary, obviously, is probably the only one in there that you can trust was being used by God. The other ones are very questionable. But nevertheless, the point is, what is going on here? They're redefining femininity. Part of this, I've said this again, and you have to understand what the angle of this is, okay? Feminism was a boogeyman. Feminism was a boogeyman to completely destroy women, to destroy relationships, to destroy the family, etc. That is being exposed to you now. Because the point is to swing people back into another imbalanced idea. Do you understand? As I said before, anytime you are like laser focused on one thing without nuance, you're very easily manipulated. Okay? The way to make you laser focused and totally off balance and emotionally directed in one direction, the way to make you do that is by pushing you really hard in one direction and traumatizing you with an extreme. Because the natural tendency for people is that when you push them in one direction, they go another. You can learn this from nature. You know, I used to play racquetball. I still love playing racquetball. I just haven't had the chance to do it. It's a very ADD sport, super fun. The ball is bouncing around all over. You have to pay attention. And when you play racquetball, you always think in terms, it's like playing billiards. You think in terms of, okay, I have to fake this guy out and hit it against this wall so it bounces off that wall. You're thinking in terms of dialectics. You get it? So the same thing is with this. If I hit this wall really hard, what's it going to do? It has to bounce off and go in the opposite direction. So that's how they get you to think very narrow-minded. Of course, it's good to be narrow-minded on the truth, on fundamental things, but they're trying to manipulate people's attention to be very narrow-minded in the wrong direction. So feminism was a boogeyman that was designed to push women and people and relationships and families in a particular direction, so that now they could reinvent femininity and say, oh, I know, you know that feminism that was traumatizing you so hard? Look, this is what you really want to do. You want to be staying at home. You want to be very submissive. You want to be religious. You want to, make lots of babies. You got to do all this thing and stay at home. That's what you really want as a woman. They don't care about women. Satan doesn't care about women. Satan hates women. Why do you think he attacked Eve first? Because he knew that she was the more vulnerable one. Satan hates women. He hates the family. But then what's going on here? What's going on here is they're catering to all of these women who've been damaged by feminism and toxic femininity and toxic relationship hookup culture to give them a solution. And that solution is to play in the Catholic sandbox. Because the Catholic Church will take care of you, and the Catholic Church cares about your social issues, and it really gives you a space to be feminine without being toxic. And you can have a family, and you can have peace and comfort and all of these things that people want. When in fact, if you look at history, even just the last 50 to 60 years, that's never going to happen. Okay, it's never going to happen. Are you kidding me? The central banking scheme that happened to fund feminism so they could get 50% more revenue, they're not going to give that up. Now, with all of this economic collapse and things that are going on, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull some kind of shenanigans to really incentivize people like the Nazis did to get into family units and to have babies. I wouldn't be surprised. But they're not going to give up on all that income. Okay? So this is a ruse. This is nonsense. It's highly, highly impractical to have a family. You have to be making very high six-figure salary, at least in the United States, to meaningfully be able to provide for your children, especially if you have more than one. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's just crazy. Who can afford to have kids these days? Again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just sharing with you facts, and I'm also sharing you my own personal convictions. The point is, these people are trying to redefine femininity after the women have been traumatized by feminism so that women get back into relationships, back into marriages where they're locked in, back into basically having children, so that everybody has these little infants and these little babies that they feel completely obligated to, so that when there is a consequence for not obeying and you're threatened with being shut out of society, you are much more likely to go along. Do you understand the ultimate aim of these things? Do you understand where this is going and why I say that Satan is going to use the family for great evil? This is the point. They're pushing people back into this family unit situation so that you have babies and you are much less likely to rebel against the beast. Because your baby is there. You're not going to go and say, well, fine, kick me out of society. Well, no, you got a baby to take care of, bud. So now you're going to be like, oh, man, well, let me just take it on the hand. Let me just participate. I don't really believe in this stuff, but I'll just would participate for the sake of the family because it's just easier this way. This is the point. They don't care about you. They don't care about your family. They don't care about femininity. They want you in predictable situations where you are tied down so you can be manipulated. That's my take. And if I believe that, again, just sharing my personal convictions with you, I'm not speaking this as some sort of command from the Bible. I'm telling you that if I'm aware of these things and I know these things, I cannot feel like I want to have children. I just can't. Never mind all of the toxic crap where at the end of the Genesis curse that I would never want to bring a child into this world. I just wouldn't. Now, if that's you, great. I'm, whatever your conscience tells you to do. I'm not going to condemn anyone or judge them for having children. By no means. My point is, if you don't have kids and you're on the fence and you're thinking, what should I do? What should I do? Because maybe you thought you wanted to have kids and now you're learning all this stuff about the end times and learning about all these evil things in the world and you're wondering, should I have kids? My personal recommendation is no. knowing what I know, where this is going. This is the point. So when you see family, healthy, quote unquote, femininity, be like Mary, be like Joan of Arc, be like, this is reinventing feminism, and it's feminism 2.0. It's basically reinventing the feminine identity. Just like, again, everything with the Jews. What are they doing? They use Zionism, which is an extreme, to destroy the Jewish identity so then it can be remade. They used feminism to destroy the woman's identity. Women's identity has been completely destroyed by feminism. Women have been pushed into roles that they do not belong in. They have been convinced to act like men and to try to strive like men, and in the process they have become so stressed, they have become so aimless, they have completely gone. Now, I'm not saying women need to be pregnant and barefoot in the kitchen making sandwiches. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that men and women are different, obviously. If you're a Christian, you should believe that. Okay? There are things to be said about egalitarian leadership roles within the church, but men and women are different, and they belong in different places and different roles, because there are things that women can do that men can't, and vice versa. But feminism has blurred the lines between those things on purpose to destroy the woman's identity, so that then it could be remade in the Catholic image, which is exactly what you are going to see more and more of. Be like these people. Be this religious, come into church with a little veil over your head and go home and take care of your husband and have babies and do this. Why are you telling me what to do with my life? The Bible doesn't command you to have children. The Bible tells women that they should get married, especially if they're young, to avoid temptation. But even that is not like a hard moral command. The Bible says to go spread the gospel and to be living the Christian life. So very, very different. This is an institutional redefinition of femininity. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent, but anyway, moving on. Mexican Catholic actor Eduardo Verástegui has launched a campaign to pray the rosary with thousands of Catholics in each of the 32 states of Mexico. This is just the beginning, folks. All that secular Mexican, they have a Jewish president so far, and she's not very well liked, which again, it's all by design. Mexico is poised for a major dark to light. Are you kidding me? Major, major dark to light. They are hardcore superstitious and hardcore Catholic, and they are poised for a major, major dark to light, which of course will also be very significant considering all the Mexican immigrants that have come to the United States. Fray Gilson, the priest who became widely known for inviting people to pray the rosary at 4 a.m., which is such a weird occult thing to do, became Brazil's most watched streamer in 2025. Meanwhile, in the United States, Father Mike Schmidt's The Bible in a Year reached a total of 1 billion downloads. Father Mike Schmitz, look at him. He's got such nice traps and he's got a nice jawline. He's fit, he's attractive, but he's a priest, so he's safe to be around. On paper, of course, we know better. And he is teaching you how to read the Bible. And you've got a monk who's leading the rosary at 4 a.m. and it's the most watched thing that people are watching, the most streamed thing. What does this tell you about where the destination of history is going, folks? When an agent of the beast is doing a Bible in a Year program and people are learning the Bible from an agent of the beast, and the beast is all about the Bible, when the Bible is the beast's worst enemy, what does it tell you? How far have we come when this is a thing? Do you understand? This is extremely prophetically significant. The beast burned Bibles. It did not allow people to have Bibles in their own languages. It did not allow people to read the Bible. You always had to have an interpreter interpret it for you. Now it's out in the open, and look, let's all read the Bible together with Father Mike Schmitz, smiling, giggling. You can vote on your Hallow app. You can do little meditations. Oh my gosh, it's all out in the open, and nobody seems to be afraid of the Bible anymore. I wonder why. That's because Satan has deceived the minds of the world, and he doesn't care anymore, because now this is the end game. And this is what you're going to see. You're going to see the Bible being embraced, and you have to understand how to talk to Bible, because talk about the Bible and defend the Bible, because the Bible is going to be used by these people very effectively to defend their position and be very, very ecumenical. So, very interesting. Here's another one from Sacred Chad. Sacred Chad. A 37-meter tall, 60-meter wide statue of Jesus Christ, Sacred Heart, is planned near Madrid, Spain, surpassing Rio's Christ the Redeemer. Now, you know that the people who are in power, they love their statues and their idols. You know that the real Jesus would never approve of such a stupid thing, but they love their statues. And what does it mean that these statues are being built all over the world? Because there was one, I think, in Armenia. This one's in Spain. There's another one, I think, being built somewhere that I saw. These are giant, enormous statues that are all in line with this whole Christ the King, Christ is King, dominionist takeover of the world by religion. What does that tell you? Where are we going? Here's another thing that tells you where we're going. Austria's far-right remigration party, the FPO, is poised to sweep elections. So this is the far-right party in Austria. And this graphic shows you that basically practically all of these counties, I don't know if they call them counties, but whatever, like little states, mini sections in Austria, are practically dominated by this far-right party. So history is repeating itself. Very, very interesting how all of this is coming to a head. This is an interesting post by Sir Escanor, which I don't really support everything he says, but he does expose some people every so often. So this is Professor Jiang, because he's been very popular. And of course, every time somebody just comes up out of nowhere and is blasted to you everywhere and he starts getting interviewed on big, places, you should be suspect. The making of a digital oracle. Everyone keeps passing this man around like he fell from heaven with a whiteboard and a war map. So let's check the timeline. First, the branding. Professor Jiang sounds like some tenured grandmaster of geopolitics. Reality? Jiang Shuiqin publicly appears as a Yale graduate with a BA. Not a PhD, not a Yale professor, just a lot of aura doing heavy lifting. His degree? English literature. Not intelligence, not military strategy, not international security. Yet now he's sold to the masses like a geopolitical prophet. Amazing what Skull and Bones can do. Now the fun part. In 2002, while working on a U.S. public broadcasting assignment, he was detained by Chinese police, suspected of spying, then deported from China. Read that again. Suspected of spying, deported. That should be a career-ending stain in a place like China. But somehow, a few years later, he's back. Not just back inside elite Chinese institutions. Public bios place him in roles like deputy principal, Shenzhen Middle School, program director, Peking University High School International Division, role at Tsinghua affiliated high school, later teaching in Beijing again. So the sequence is 2002, he was suspected of spying and deported. 2008 onward, he has senior roles in major Chinese schools. You don't find that odd? He's kicked out under suspicion, returns, lands prestigious roles in China. You can call that coincidence. I call it a timeline that deserves scrutiny. Now let's add the Yale-China angle. Yale's relationship with China didn't begin with Jiang. It goes back to 1901 to the Yale-China Association, a long-running academic and influence pipeline connecting Yale networks with China. Yeah, this is true, by the way. Really quick pause. This is the Yali School, and I've talked about how the Jesuits were connected through the Yali School in China. You have to understand, like when you see like Georgetown University, Yale, these are just recruitment campuses. Rome is the one who developed the university model. That was, I think, in like the 1300s or something. Anyway, the first university was Roman. It's a Roman Catholic situation. Because they realized that we can use these things to shape culture and to basically have a base of operations while not appearing as if we have a base of operations. So on the surface, it's an institution that educates people, but really it's a place where they recruit people, they train people, they observe situations, and so on. So anyway, the Jesuits had the Yale presence in China, and that's how they groomed and selected Mao Zedong, who killed millions and millions of people, who was a depraved lunatic. And there's a very significant Jesuit connection between that. So make sure you check out my Synagogue of Satan series for that. Anyway, moving on. So Jiang isn't some random Yale kid who wandered east. He sits inside a very old corridor. And yes, the Mao angle is real historical context. A Yale China historical project literally published a piece titled Mao Zedong and Yale China. There you go. Now, that doesn't mean Mao was a skull and bones in cocktail hour. It means Yale-linked China networks have been brushing up against major Chinese power currents for a very long time. That matters. So now read Jiang's history again, but properly. He's a Yale graduate, old Yale China institutional pipeline in the background, detained and deported from China while on a US-funded media assignment, returns to China, placed inside elite educational institutions, re-emerges as an internet war oracle, and people want me to pretend this reads like a boring LinkedIn profile? Absolutely not. Then comes the second layer of varnish, Harvard Education Affiliation, Royal Society of Arts Fellowship, Western Media Bylines. So now you've got Yale, Harvard Glow, China Placement, Media Amplification. Now let's say the quiet part out louder. Yale is also home of one of the most infamous secret societies on earth, the Skull and Bones. Am I saying Jiang is a bonesman? Not exactly. But when a man comes out of Yale, moves through an old Yale-China corridor, survives a spy suspicion deportation, re-enters China and gets elevated as a global oracle, people are going to ask what network carried him. And they should. Because this is the real issue. You don't need to prove the whole conspiracy to prove the biography is strange. You just need eyes. And the biography says Yale, China, deportation, re-entry, prestige, prophecy. Maybe he's just a smart guy who got lucky. Maybe. But maybe the internet is doing what it always does, taking a man with elite scent, institutional frosting, and a weird timeline, and turning him into a digital priest. Final thought, before you hand your discernment over to the next man with an Ivy League halo, ask yourself one question. How does a guy get suspected of spying, deported from China, then glide back in and rise through the elite Chinese schools? Here he goes, some little memes and things like that. Yeah, so China and Yale, thank you very much, motorcycles. Man, I swear, these people ride their motorcycles through the neighborhood like crazy. Anyway, this guy is very, very suspicious. And of course, his view is very much pushing the Jew angle. So that's also strike three. That to me is just obvious. He's a plant. So be wise. This is something I saw. This is EU has officially recognized Christianophobia. So you have Islamophobia, but now the Christians get to get recognized too. The EU has officially recognized Christianophobia. Now, if you read this in the context of the last 2,000 years of history, and you realize that in the first 300 years of history, Christianity was absolutely hated by the state. People were hunted down like rats. People had no rights, no privileges. They were fed to lions for sport. They were crucified for fun, for spectacle. And those Christians, Jesus commends as practically the ideal church in his eyes, because the church of Smyrna does not have any rebukes. So we take that to mean, considering the other churches have rebukes, that the church of Smyrna is ideal in God's eyes. He just counsels them to endure, and he will give them the crown of life. But there's no rebuke. Therefore, that model of the church is ideal in Christ's eyes. The other ones have rebukes, except for Philadelphia, but nevertheless, the other ones are rebuked. And if you understand that the phases of the church are portrayed in these letters, then you realize that the institutional church that came afterward has many problems, like Thyatira and Jezebel, and Pergamum lifting itself up. Pergamum is the compromised church that happened with Constantine. And of course, Thyatira is the Catholic Church, the medieval Catholic Church that was burning Bibles, persecuting people, indulging in sexual immorality through her teachings and everything else, and idolatry and everything else. So none of that is very good. And yet now we have come to the point now, back to this little picture. We've come to the point, which, by the way, notice the Eucharist programming here in this picture. There's this host with a cross on it, this is totally Eucharist programming. But we've come to the point now where the EU as a government, as a system, which, by the way, for the last 250 years since the French Revolution has been secular, it's been atheistic. This government has officially recognized Christianophobia? On what earth does that make sense? That an atheistic government says, you know what, we respect you Christians, and we want you to be safe. Is that in line with the gospel? Is that in line with how things should be going? Or is that a sign that the snake is drawing back, inviting everyone into its little sandbox to play and have fun, so that it can see who doesn't want to come to the sandbox and then take its teeth out and devour them? Of course, again, there's no deception for you if you are in Christ, but the point is this is a deception, because the state is always going to be against Christianity. True Christianity. We see that through history, from Babylon with the statue, through Persia's decrees to stop Daniel from praying, throwing him into the lion's den, through the Romans and the Caesars and basically forcing people to offer sacrifices or else, Throughout time, the Catholic Church persecuting people. The Catholic Church is an empire. It's not Christianity. It's an empire. So true Christianity has always been at odds with the state, not because Christianity in itself is revolutionary in the sense that it starts revolutions or is a violent thing or anything else like that. It's not. The reason it is against the state is because really the state is against Christianity. Christianity as a way of being threatens to dismantle Satan's pyramid scheme. And in fact, that's what was happening to the Roman Empire. So Satan switched his tactics and went from dark to light with Constantine. So that's why true Christianity is an enemy to the state, because the state is the institution. It is what Satan controls. He's the god of this world. So when you see the state being very friendly with Christians and making pacts and deals and recognizing their persecution and trying to stop the persecution, it's like, uh-oh, that's an important prophetic sign. This is Ben Shapiro. It was an honor to meet His Holiness Pontifex in Vatican City today and to thank him for standing up for biblical values in a chaotic world. And to present him with a signed 2005 White Sox World Series baseball hat that I had in my collection. We're both fans. So here you are. Here's the light, here's the dark, here's the Jew, and here's the man of sin. You have Ben Shapiro just smiling and giggling and giving a gift to the man of sin and saying, I'm so grateful for you for standing up for biblical values. Biblical, the word biblical here. That's why I said before, folks, just because it's biblical doesn't mean it can't be used for evil. Notice the usage of the word biblical in this post. The word biblical is being used as an ecumenical situation to unite these two. We both love the Bible. We both think biblical values are good. What are biblical values? Does that mean like true biblical values, or are we talking about things that are being appropriated to social values and things that everybody can agree on? Because the true biblical value is, what do you believe about Jesus Christ? You see, this picture here is worth 1,000,000 words. What does it say? A picture is worth 1,000 words. It cannot be any more poetic than this, my friends. On here in the background, you have a giant crucifix, because of course the Catholics always like to put Jesus on a cross and keep him there, or to put him as a baby where he's not, very powerful in his mother's arms, who's the big one that takes the emphasis. One of the two. They never have him as a glorified Christ. The point is, though, that what do you see in this picture? You see what? You see Rome and Judea are united against Christ. Do you see the picture? Rome and Judea are united against Christ. Just as they were 2,000 years ago, so it has been throughout history, so it will be towards the end and at the end. Of course, the Jews will have to be participating in this system. So out of these two, who is the greater? Of course, the papacy is the greater. The Jew is pledging his allegiance to the Pope because he's a papal court Jew. And you can look that up yourself. Hofjuden, court Jew, was a term used in early modern period Europe, particularly in Germany, for Jewish moneylenders who lent or managed money for the upper classes in return for social privileges. Why? Because the Jews were hated. The Jews didn't have social privileges, but the ones who could manage the money could get their social privileges. So when you tell me that the Rothschilds own the world, that tells me that you haven't done your history, because the Rothschilds are just court Jews. And court Jews are very valuable to the one who owns the court, but they're court Jews. Okay? Just like Ben Shapiro is a papal court Jew, as you can clearly, hopefully tell. Let's talk about the man of sin for a little bit. This is very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised. I've thought about this myself, and I wouldn't be surprised if this will happen. It says, the church is now planning for a post-synodal ecclesial assembly in 2028. In effect, Vatican Council number 3. Now, if you understand the first two councils, you see the typical pattern of Satan. Because the first council, Vatican I, who was in the 1800s, was very, very conservative, super traditionalist, hardcore frothing at the mouth. It established a lot of the radical traditional Catholicism, very much about papal supremacy, like super, conservative in that direction. Why? Because it was a response to the dialectic of secularism. By the time 100 years later, when you got to Vatican II, it swung in the opposite direction, towards liberalism. Vatican II was exceedingly liberal. It was all about ecumenism and, charismatic, whatever, and, very, very open. Like Pope Francis is like the epitome of Vatican II. Now, this particular Pope is very interesting because he's a synthesizer. He's basically bringing everything together. And he has some things from Vatican II, but he's also, has some things that are appealing to the conservatives. So it would be very much in line, whether form or function, that they would have some kind of council, a third council, that would bring everything together into one unified vision. And what, of course, the timing, what a great timing, I was going to say, for all this, perfectly prophetic, 2028, when there's an election year in the United States, when all these things are coming to a head, when culture is being shaped, all of this is coming right at the perfect time to bring in the synthesis, which will be we'll see what happens, but it'll be some way to unify all things. The right and the left, to appeal to the Jews, to Muslims. It'll be very interesting to watch this. So we have to watch if this actually does pan out and see what happens. Pope Leo tells priests not to use AI to write homilies or seek likes on TikTok. So Pope Leo has urged priests to not use artificial intelligence to write their homilies or to seek likes on social media platforms like TikTok. In a question and answer session with clergy from the Diocese of Rome, the Pope said priests should resist the temptation to prepare homilies with artificial intelligence. Like all the muscles of the body, if we do not use them, if we do not move them, they die. The brain needs to be used, so our intelligence must also be exercised a little so as not to lose this capacity, Leo said in the closed-door meeting, according to a report by Vatican News, February 20th. Now, it is absolutely hilarious that the vessel of Satan is telling you to use your brain so that you don't lose its function. Because, of course, he actually cares that you don't use your brain. But this is all being designed to set up something very obvious. Obviously, you should not rely on AI for everything. AI can be a very useful tool. But this is the voice of reason coming to you. And what it tells you, watching the movements of this Pope, of this papacy, will help you understand what the form of the New World Order is going to look like. Because everything he's doing is extremely deliberate. And he's cutting and defining where that final New World Order is going to be with everything he does. Particularly, case in point, this is cutting the technocratic narrative off. In other words, a lot of people think that the end of the world is some dystopian technocratic thing where it's super dark and everybody's, plugged into the matrix. That's not the future, folks. And this tells you right away, because the man of sin is reining this thing in and saying, nope, there needs to be a line here. There needs to be a moral line. And therefore, that narrative is not going to be happening because it's an extreme narrative. We don't want extremes. Obviously, people relying on AI for everything is an extreme. So that's going to be gotten reined in by this moral authority. That means the technocratic narrative is not the narrative. It's part of the final situation. Obviously, technology will be a very big part, but it's not the narrative because he just said, listen, this needs to be reined in. Now you know that we're not going that direction. We're going in a different direction. When he talks about no more speaking in tongues, you know that the Pentecostals, the NAR people, the charismatics, they're all going to get thrown under the bus. They're not going to be part of this thing. They'll get reintegrated, but that is an extreme. And we realize now when he said there's no speaking in tongues, that they've been now marked. All those people have a clock on their head because they're now going to be exposed and thrown under the bus. Satan is going to cash in his chips, and all of these ridiculous people, like Paula White, going goo goo gaga jala bala bila bala bala.
I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
Like she does all the time. All of these people are going to be completely discredited. When he drew a line with the filioque, he said, we don't need to be arguing about the filioque. Let's not make it such a big deal. Now you're saying, okay, This means the Orthodox can come into this new world order scheme because that's one less boundary for them. So he's drawing boundaries and he's removing boundaries to shape this final situation. So you need to watch what he's doing because it'll give you exactly an idea of where this is going. To give a true homily is to share faith, and artificial intelligence will never be able to share faith, the Pope added. Leo has expressed interest in the topic of artificial intelligence and the dignity of work since the first week of his pontificate, telling the College of Cardinals shortly after his election in May that he took his name in honor of Pope Leo XIII, who wrote the social encyclical Rerum Novarum in the context of the first industrial revolution. If we can offer a service that is enculturated in the place, in the parish where we are working, the Pope told the priests of the Diocese of Rome, people want to see your faith, your experience of having known and loved Jesus Christ. Gosh, he sounds so reasonable. He sounds so reasonable, and this is why he's going to be the moral authority to regulate all of these things and solve all their problems. Pope Leo XIV has the highest favorability rating among 7 American public figures, according to an NBC poll. Where do you think that's going to go, friends? Where do you think that's going to go? Pope Leo to receive Liberty Medal from National Constitution Center on the eve of the 250th birthday of the United States. You know, most empires fall after this amount of time, on average, give or take. And it's time for the U.S. empire to fall, and we'll talk about that today. But this tells you everything. Imagine telling the Founding Fathers 250 years ago, hey, guess what? In 2.5 centuries from now, this country is going to be awarding the papacy a medal of freedom. Imagine if you had told them that, what their reaction would be. That would be, I think they'd be crying. But on the eve of the United States 250th anniversary, the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia will award the 38th Annual Liberty Medal to the first U.S.-born Pope, Pope Leo XIV, in ceremony designed to reflect on the meaning of liberty across generations and borders. How can you award the figure in the world that is completely against your liberty with a Medal of Liberty? That's just so profound. The July 3rd event, held outside the National Constitution Center on the Independence Mall, will bring civic leaders, faith representatives, and members of the public together at a symbolic location, the historic district where the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence were drafted and signed. Now, faith representatives, this means this is an ecumenical situation. And we are all doing this little ritual to basically complete the cycle and submit the power of the United States to the pontifex. Leo will accept the award virtually from the Vatican in remarks broadcast live to the audience gathered in Philadelphia. The medal recognizes that what organizers describe as the pontiff's lifelong advocacy for religious liberty and freedom of conscience. Oh, that's rich. Principles embedded in the Constitution's First Amendment. Please, okay, there's a lot to talk about with this, and there's a lot of things happening with this regard. Please index this particular thing. Just put a little beep in your mind. Put a little pin there, okay? I'm going to say this. We're going to talk about it quite a bit today. So put a pin into it. They are redefining American patriotism into Catholicism. They are leveraging, redefining, shaping, guiding, whatever you want to think about it. They're moving what it means to be a patriot in a Catholic direction. They have completely destroyed patriotism, just like they destroyed Judaism and Zionism with Zionism, just like they destroyed the female identity with feminism. They have destroyed the American identity with Trump, with MAGA, with all the BS politics that have happened, so that the American identity can be remade in a Catholic image. Do you see the same pattern over and over again? Please remember this. This is a very important unfolding thread, and this is part of it. Presenting to you the man of sin who historically has always been against your freedom of conscience as the figure who is really the true patriot. He's the one who supports the Constitution. He's the one who really will show us how to be American. Pay attention to that. Moving on. It's our 250th anniversary, or the semi-quincentennial, and at the National Constitution Center, we felt as though that moment required a recipient who was equally as important in telling our story, said Vince Stango, interim president and CEO of the Constitution Center. I love how they use words like the Constitution Center to make it sound like it's this American and patriotic thing, when probably all these guys, I didn't look into it, but I wouldn't be surprised if these guys were like Knights of Malta, secret society, Jesuit trained people. Anyway, And so we were thinking about those founding principles. It just occurred to us that to honor the first American Pope, who himself has been a lifelong advocate of freedom of religion in the American tradition of pluralism, Stango said, he really was the number one choice to receive this year's Liberty Medal. The selection marks the first time a pope has received the Liberty Medal, an award established in 1988 to commemorate the bicentennial of the Constitution and give annually to individuals who advance freedom and human dignity worldwide. Previous recipients, let's see, who have been the previous recipients? Ukrainian President Voldemort Zelensky, Hong Kong activist Jimmy Lai, Senator John McCain, Representative John Lewis, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Dalai Lama, who was, I believe, in Epstein files or somewhere he was involved with that, Secretary Hillary Clinton, and former President George W. Bush. So does the Liberty Medal actually mean anything? Absolutely not, because all these people are super corrupt and they're part of the devil's pyramid. So no, it's all just smoke and mirrors and shenanigans. However, this is designed to present to you a new form of American patriotism. And also that the Pope is the true America First patriot. Watch it. Just mark my words. Watch this unfold. Trump was a major disappointment so that the Pope could come in and show you what it means to be America First through Catholic social teaching. Just watch it. Advent Messenger says, the Wall Street Journal, Leo is not just a pope. He is an American with moral authority who understands our politics. Strike two. On March 21st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal published a full-page spread praising the significance and advantages of having an American pope. Yeah, the advantage, I'm sure the founding fathers would totally agree with those advantages. One uniquely positioned to understand, influence, and engage with U.S. politics at the highest levels. Do you see it yet, my fennec fox little friends? Do you see it? The article presents the Pope's voice as not only more credible, but increasingly necessary in shaping public policy. One that, according to senior Catholic officials, cannot be dismissed by American politicians. This growing alignment reflects the prophetic convergence where the leading religious power, Rome, and the leading civil power, United States, are being elevated as the dominant forces guiding global affairs, setting the stage for a unified influence over conscience, policy, and ultimately worship. The Wall Street Journal published the following: the papacy has always been political, but now some of the biggest challenges to its vision of society are coming from the U.S., just as the 1.4 billion strong Catholic Church is led by an American for the first time in its 2,000-year history. Well, America wasn't around for 2,000 years, so that's a stupid comment. But anyway, the Midwestern Pontiff brings a deeper understanding of American society and politics than any previous pope. That means his critiques can't be dismissed by U.S. politicians as easily as a foreign pope's would be, say, senior church officials. Do you get it? Do you get it yet? Complicating his task is the fact that millions of American Catholics voted for Trump. However, the conservative advocacy group Catholic Vote, which helped to mobilize support for Trump, is now warning that widespread mistrust among Catholics over his hardline immigration tactics could cost the Republicans some of those gains. Oh yeah, the Catholics are turning on Trump, folks. And that's the entire point, because you're going to see the conservatives become more interested in social issues. And the left is going to become more religious. We'll talk about that later. Rarely, if ever, have as many Catholics filled leading positions in American public life, from Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who are seen as Trump's two most likely Republican successors, to some of the GOP House leadership and most of the Supreme Court. Well, at least they're honest about it. Still, the election of an American pope was a surprise, since many prelates, including Prevost himself, believed that the College of Cardinals wouldn't hand the papacy to the United States, on top of the superpower's other clout. Well, a Jesuit cardinal gave the Pope his ring when he was being anointed, so there's that. You know that they're in charge. So this is what's happening, folks. This is what's happening. And if you look at this picture, this is the Wall Street Journal picture, the quiet American, how Pope Leo is pushing back against Trump. Now, who's in the front and who's in the back? Who is the light and who is the dark in this picture? Do you get it? Trump served to be the dark. He's the big bad boogeyman now, so that the Pope can now come and show you what it means to be American, to be rational, to have both conservative ideas and to have some liberal ideas, to move everything into one nice little synthesis, which of course is Catholic social teaching. You have to be familiar with what that is, because that is the destination of history. That is the true New World Order. Catholic social teaching. It is the counterfeit narrow road solution that seems to solve all of the dialectics of communism, extreme capitalism, corrupt politics. It solves all of that with the exchange that you submit to the authority that makes peace possible, right? It's a counterfeit of the truth. If you want eternal life and you want a renewed creation and peace and prosperity, you must submit to the real authority, which is Jesus Christ. And when Jesus returns, he will usher in a renewal of all things and prosperity forever. The devil is doing a counterfeit of that by ushering in a counterfeit eternity. That counterfeit eternity is attached to obedience to him. And it's going to resolve all of the dialectics. You will not have extremism in this New World Order. You won't. Because everyone needs to get along. Okay? That's the point. So this is the narrow road solution, and it is now coming to the surface rapidly. As the dissolution of American politics is happening, you are seeing people like, Carrie Jean, we'll talk about this, but Carrie Pre-Jean Bowler, Joe Kent, all these Catholic heroes alongside articles about the Pope and how the Pope is the true patriot and so on. All of this is shifting American politics rapidly. It's really, truly profound to watch. They're really going for it. American Catholics launch crowdfunding effort to give Pope Leo XIV a papal tiara. Just in time for Vatican III, just in time for the Pope to lead us and to show us the way with Catholic social teaching, just in time for the American politics to, basically collapse. All of this is now coming back, folks. It has to. Satan's not going to give up his, marveling. Look at this papal tiara, and of course you can learn about this. A nonprofit hopes to generate enough small donations to construct a papal tiara for Pope Leo XIV as a gift from American Catholics. American Catholics. Now, just a quick point that you have to understand that when you are a Catholic and you are a loyal Catholic, there is no such thing as being a patriot. You cannot be a patriot. Unless you live in the Vatican, then you can be a true patriot. But if you are a loyal Catholic, you owe your allegiance to an emperor, a king, over and against any other ruler. Otherwise, you're not a loyal Catholic. Therefore, any loyal Catholic who exists outside of the Vatican cannot be considered a patriot. And that's why Catholics, for the most part in the beginning, were banned from political office in the United States. And that's why the Founding Fathers were very much against the papacy and the Jesuits and everything else. And yet here we are today with the Pope receiving a Medal of Freedom, being the voice of American politics, being honored with a papal tiara, etc., etc. Do you think we have 30 more years, 40 more years? Or do you think this is all going to happen very quickly? A newly established nonprofit launched a crowdfunding effort to construct a papal tiara that will contain Catholic and American symbolism. The plan to offer it to Pope Leo XIV as a gift from American Catholics for the first pontiff of the United States. There it is. You can look at the Catholic and American symbolism. I wonder if there's a bigger picture. Let's see. Is there a bigger picture somewhere? Here he is making it. I wanted to see. No, you can't really see it that well. But anyway, you can see basically there's, a little bit of American flavor, and it's got the Vatican signs and sigils and the triregnum and so on and so forth, which of course is blasphemy. But historically, the majority of papal tiaras are gifts, usually from the home diocese of the Pope, from religious communities they may be affiliated with. Smith said he was motivated to launch the project to provide Leo with a papal tiara based on the desire for us as Americans to continue that tradition. He said the first American Pope is such a historical milestone for Catholicism in the United States. Oh yes, it's a very big milestone. The history of papal crowns dates back to at least the 8th century, with the word tiara first used in 12th century. Actually, it was used in the 1st century by John to describe the beast. So, A second crown was added to the tiara by the 13th century to symbolize the Pope holds authority in both spiritual and temporal matters. The three-crown tiara first appeared in the 14th century. One interpretation of the three crowns is that they represent the threefold office of Christ, priest, prophet, and king. Another suggests it represents the militant, the suffering, and the triumphant church. Now, the proposed tiara, commissioned by Amici Vaticani, maintains the 14th century tradition of the 3 crowns. Now, why did they choose the 3 crowns over the 2 or the 1, I wonder? Because the papacy believes itself to be the priest, the prophet, and the king. And also, one thing that they don't tell you here is to be sovereign over heaven, hell, and earth. All 3, the tri-regnum, sovereign over all things. The tiara will be constructed with sterling silver and crowns will be gold-plated. Because the gift is meant to honor Leo's American heritage, the tiara will have red, white, and blue stones, which represent the colors of the American flag. It will incorporate other American symbols, oak leaves representing the national tree, and corn stalks representing the national crop. Some of the symbols included in the tiara have dual meanings relevant to both the papacy and the United States. It will incorporate roses, which is a symbol of the Virgin Mary and the national flower, and will incorporate olives, which is a symbol of the pontiff's commitment to the peace and appears on the Great Seal of the United States. Again, what did I tell you? Put that as a pin. This is another pin. Okay, what are they doing? Look at all this national. It's American to be Catholic. Do you get it? It's American to be Catholic. He's got the national corn, national produce, the national flower, this now. Oh, the flower is just like Mary. This is just like this. And they're fusing these two things together to make it mean that America is a Catholic nation. And you'll see this is going to be America's future very shortly, within the next, I don't know, I'm going to give it 5 years, give or take. A buttony cross will sit atop the crown as a symbol of American Catholicism. The cross is used in the coat of arms for the Archdiocese of Baltimore, the country's first Catholic diocese, and is featured on the flag of Maryland, which is the location of the first English Catholic colonies. Yeah, it's also where Georgetown University was, and Georgetown University was a Jesuit base of operations from the very beginning, with Charles Carroll as one of the signers of the Constitution, who was a Jesuit operative. The design, Smith explained, is meant to be elegant and traditional to honor the office of the papacy, but is also meant to incorporate distinctly American elements to honor the Pope's American heritage. If you are a student of Bible prophecy, what does this tell you? When the tiara was the symbol of the papal supremacy and the presence of God on earth, the ruler of heaven, earth, and hell, and holding the 3 offices of Christ and being the presence of Christ, and the fact that the tiaras had Vicarius Filii Dei, and of course the Catholic apologists will argue that that's not ever the case, but history and evidence shows otherwise, and I have documented that history in my papal series. Vicarius Filii Dei, vicar of the Son of God. In other words, the one who holds the place of the Son of God. And if you do Vicarius Filii Dei in numerology, it's 666. Not that I think that should be the basis of your biblical interpretation, but the point is it's a very interesting, coincidence. So Vicarius Filii Dei was on the tiara, and the Bible warns you of such things. So if we go to Revelation 13, the first beast, it says, "And I saw a beast rising out of the sea, and with 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 diadems on its horns and blasphemous names on its heads." So it has these crowns, and he has these blasphemous names on its heads. The papacy literally fulfilled this through the papal tiara in its Vicarius Filii Dei and its proclamations of its own magnificence and holding the 3 offices of Christ and so on. This is Revelation 19, which of course is the rider on the white horse. "Then I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. The one sitting on it was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he judges and makes war. His eyes are like a flame of fire, and on his head are many diadems. And he has the name written that no one knows but himself." So Jesus is the one who has many diadems. Why? Because he is the King of Kings. And yet the beast copies this by saying that, no, I am the King of Kings. I have the spiritual and temporal authority. I hold the place of Christ on earth. I hold the 3 offices of Christ, and I rule supremely. I am the King of Kings. So this diadem situation and the fact that the Pope is being magnified in America with a papal tiara again is a phenomenally prophetic thing. It really is. And unfortunately, most people are completely oblivious to it. One Nation Under God, Catholic Prayer Breakfast in Washington, D.C. Boy, the Catholics are really going all in on this whole thing, aren't they? Now, did I highlight anything here? I thought I highlighted something here, but anyway. A Washington, D.C.'s National Catholic Prayer Breakfast, a call to remember America's Catholic roots in the year of freedom 250. Again, what did I tell you? They are shifting America's identity and using all sorts of shenanigans to reinvent what it means to be a patriot. You'll see it's going to happen, folks. America is going to be a Catholic nation. Right now, Catholics do not yet outnumber evangelicals, but they will. And they are building the momentum for the culture to be ready for that situation. The National Catholic Prayer Breakfast, held on March 19th, Feast of St. Joseph, unfolded with a tone both reflective and urgent, as if the gathering were less a routine annual event and more a waypoint in a much larger national story. With the approaching 250th anniversary of the United States on the horizon, speakers returned again and again to a central theme. America's founding spirit is deeply intertwined with a Catholic vision of freedom, order, and the common good. Oh, yes, it is. The Bible would agree with you. The Bible would agree with you. And recovering that vision may be essential for the nation's glorious future. We have to go back to our Catholic roots, which of course there are no Catholic roots, but there are some in that sense prophetically. Mary Land, the owners of the properties were the Catholics. Again, one of the signers of the Constitution was Charles Carroll. The Jesuits were all over this with John Carroll, his cousin, in Georgetown University. So yes, there were some Catholic roots, but the founders were not Catholic, and certainly they didn't found it as a Catholic nation. Headlining the event were, of course, Michael Knowles, Jonathan Roumie, Dr. Brad Berzer, Vince Haley, Speaker Mike Johnson, who's not a Catholic, and why is he there? Congressman Steve Scalise, among others, each bringing a distinct voice but converging on a shared message. The American experiment cannot be separated from the moral and spiritual traditions that helped shape it. What were those moral and spiritual traditions? Because from my knowledge, the founding of the United States was by people who were deists, secret society members, people who rejected the deity of Christ. Sure, some of them were maybe Christians, who knows? Only God knows the heart. But a good amount of them were certainly not Christians, and that's fact. Throughout the event, America 250 shaped the speeches and conversations in unmistakable ways. With both historical references and theological reflections, the audience was left with a message that the United States cannot understand itself fully without acknowledging the Catholic religious and philosophical currents that helped give it life. Figures such as Bishop John Carroll, who consecrated the U.S. to the Immaculate Conception, which we just talked about, John Carroll, and Charles Carroll, the only Catholic signer of the Declaration of Independence, were emblematic of the Catholic imprint on the founding era. Of course, the Catholics were there. The first citizen debates in Maryland are just one example of how Catholic thought was present not at the margins, but near the center of America's experiment in ordered freedom. I love how they use the term ordered freedom. What order are we talking about? Even Alexis de Tocqueville's observation about religion's stabilizing role in democracy were invoked as a reminder that faith was never meant to be sealed off from public life. Dr. Brad Berzer from Hillsdale College reached even farther back to America's inheritance in Europe, a lineage that extended through figures like Alfred the Great and events like the signing of the Magna Carta. These are milestones in developing an understanding of liberty under God. The Magna Carta's insistence that the church be free from political domination was framed as a foundational principle, one that helped shape later Western ideas about limited government and human dignity. Alongside this was a recurring moral claim that true freedom requires responsibility. There it is. And that those in power must honor the rights of those below them. Do you see the Catholic social teaching just oozing out through this entire situation? It would hardly be a Catholic event without invoking the great St. Thomas Aquinas, who, by the way, was probably one of the earliest founders of Catholic social teaching and his communistic ideas, whose writing about the mixed regime, a form of government ordered toward the natural law, common good, and drawing from multiple structures of authority, was presented as a striking parallel to the American system. Notice this clever revisionist approach of history. Just notice this revisionist history and the constant push from multiple angles that they are doing to reinvent America as a Catholic nation. And it will be successful. The unmistakable figure of Jonathan Roumie, who, by the way, is a high-level Knight Templar, whatever Mason he is, who portrays Jesus in The Chosen, brought a more personal and spiritual reflection of what is at the heart of our faith, God's suffering out of love for us, and his mercy that is present and personal. Roumie led everyone in praying the Divine Mercy Chaplet after talking about his moving experience portraying Christ during the scenes of his passion. Later on, in a letter led aloud to the audience from Pope Leo XIV, attendees were reminded that even the tradition of praying for one's own nation stretched back to biblical times, when St. Paul exhorted early Christians to pray for those in positions of authority. The programming also featured, it is programming, that's for sure, also featured testimony of Jimmy Lai's daughter reflecting on her father's imprisonment, framing suffering itself as a form of grace. Other moments from the morning reinforced this sense of spiritual grounding. The Hallow team spoke about being drawn together by the Holy Spirit, while reflections on St. Joseph emphasized the dignity of work and silent fidelity. The announcement of the designation of May 17th as a national day of prayer and fasting received enthusiastic applause. Throughout the event, there was a persistent insistence that America's story is not self-sustaining and that our country will thrive only if its animating spirit is the Christian saints and values. And really, this is Catholic. This is in parentheses Catholic. Consistent with this year's theme of A Nation Under God, celebrating the Catholic contribution to America's 250 years, the National Catholic Prayer Breakfast offered a robust proposal for our nation's future. The U.S. approaches its 250th anniversary. As the U.S. approaches its 250th anniversary, it must look not only to its founding documents, but to the deeper moral and spiritual traditions that made those documents possible. For many of the speakers, that meant a renewed engagement with Catholic thought, not as a historical chapter, but as a living resource for a nation pioneering its way forward. So this is the way that we are going to be successful. The National Catholic Prayer Breakfast. There you go, the United States flag, and then the Vatican right there. One nation under God. Which God are we talking about, folks? Which God are we talking about? You got to have big ears these days. All right, let's listen to this. I think this is about Adventism. I don't know what it's about. Let's see. Let's see what we got.
Project Whitecoat, using the Seventh-day Adventists and conscientious objectors. Can you talk a little bit about projects? These are projects I've never heard about before. Project Shed, Project Whitecoat.
Yeah, so Project Shad, S-H-A-D, was shipboard exposure of seamen, American naval personnel, to biological and chemical warfare agents while they were at sea. And again, this happened many years ago, and about 20 years ago it was exposed, and there were attempts to get some recompense for people who were injured in those experiments. Operation Whitecoat, or Project Whitecoat, was an interesting one where there were, I think, hundreds of young men involved during the Vietnam War who were Seventh-day Adventists, and it was part of their religion to be conscientious objectors. And the fathers of the religion, the leaders, had made a deal with the military that instead of going to war, these young men would become guinea pigs at Fort Detrick for chemical and biological and maybe other experiments.
Oh my gosh.
And, I knew one of these people. I had some of the documents. They did test, for instance, anthrax vaccine on these non-soldiers. And in one case that I'm aware of, a published paper, they exposed them to an illness that causes a chronic infection over years. And we don't know, A, how that could possibly be allowed legally, B, whether some of them ever got better or what happened. That was Q fever. It's an illness that you usually, in nature, you would get it from a bird, very, very rare. But it can be weaponized and used as an aerosolized weapon and cause a military. If you expose a military to it, they will be ill for a long time. They won't be able to be at peak performance. And so, this Operation Whitecoat lasted through the Vietnam War from the late 60s till about 1975, where they provided a stable of human guinea pigs at Fort Detrick.
That is unbelievable, Kevin. I mean, it doesn't surprise you at all, I'm sure, but talking about these things continuing, I mean, so you have like families just like allowing their sons to be injected with these things. Do those types of programs, do you think, still exist within the CIA today?
Well, you can look at
not to go too far down that rabbit hole, but you can look at what they did to our family with directed energy weapons and then painting a chemical on the ceiling that was invisible till I hit it with.
This is an interesting situation because I've been seeing, especially on Redacted, because he exposed Kellogg's connection to Ellen White. The Adventists must be exposed or destroyed internally. Now, there's right now, like everything else, there's the dialectic between very liberal Adventists who are super ecumenical and the ones that are not. So Adventism has a lot of shenanigans going on in it. But the Adventists are a very major denomination. And as they are increasingly more exposed, that's another thing to watch, because that's just the barometer. It's a barometer of how close we're getting to these things, really taking on their full form. Private credit defaults hit at an all-time high, 9.2% last year. U.S. private credit defaults hit record 9.2% in 2025. Now, this is, at the time of this recording, this private credit situation is still unfolding. And it's going to be worse than the subprime mortgage situation of 2007 to 2008. These private credit things, if you look into them, it is so bad. It's all this shadow banking that they've done in secret, selling these high-risk loans, and all of these are starting to basically default because of all of the economic stuff going on. And this is going to really get the banks. It's going to get a lot of economic impact. So this is still unfolding. It's just one of many threads that are going to pull under this economy to basically make it completely crash, because they have to. They have to reinvent the wheel and crash the economy. Now, this is an article by Insurrection Barbie. It says The Long Game and the Conservative Right. I want to read you a little bit of it. How a network of political Catholic integralists, Russian ideologues, and media provocateurs are systematically dismantling the evangelical foundation of the American right. The conventional framework for understanding the convulsions tearing through American conservatism treats them as a foreign policy argument. Israel or no Israel, aid or no aid, America first versus globalism. This framing is wrong in the most important possible way. What is happening is not a debate, it's a demolition. The men and women at the center of this operation are not primarily interested in the 2026 midterms or even the 2028 presidential election. They are interested in a question that will take a decade or more fully to answer. Who controls the ideological and theological DNA of the Republican Party's base? For 70 years, the answer has been evangelical Protestant Christians, roughly 30% of the American electorate, 80% of whom vote Republican, motivated by deep biblical conviction, organized through tens of thousands of local churches, and bound together by a theological commitment to the Bible, have been in the driver's seat of the conservative movement. Remove it or transform it, and you have a different party. Not a party with different policies, a party with different gods. That is the actual objective. I'm going to map out what I think is the most sophisticated attack in modern political history on all of its corresponding vectors: institutional, intellectual, theological, generational, and the media, and explain how each one of these feeds into a single 10-year project and replacement of evangelical Protestant political theology with a Catholic integralist or ethno-nationalist framework that views Jews, Israel, and Protestants not as covenant partners, but as adversaries of Christian civilization. Yeah, we know, folks, we know history. If you've studied history, this is not a surprise. A necessary distinction. This is not about Catholicism or regular Catholics, but about political Catholic integralism. Before mapping this operation in full, one clarification is essential, because without it, the analysis will be misread, and misreading it serves the operation's interests. This is not about Catholics. The 70 million American Catholics who go to Mass on Sunday, vote their conscience, pay their taxes, coach Little League, and have been reliable partners in pro-life movement for 50 years are not the subject of this investigation. They are, in a real sense, among its victims. The political integralist Catholicism being deployed in this operation bears no relationship to the ordinary American Catholic faith. It uses the vocabulary and symbols of a faith tradition as a vehicle for power, for a power project that most practitioners of that faith would find alien and alarming. In fact, I would argue that but for the influencer and opinion shaper class, everyday Catholics don't even know it's happening. What is actually being deployed is a specific ideological cocktail with three distinct ingredients, none of which represent mainstream American Catholic life. The first is integralism, a pre-Vatican II political theology that holds the Catholic Church should exercise direct authority over temporal governments, that religious liberty is a Protestant error, and that a properly ordered state must subordinate itself to church teaching. This is not the position of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. It is not the position of Pope Francis. It is the position of a small but highly credentialed group of academic theorists. Vermeulen, Amari, Deneen, Papin, all who have spent the last decade building intellectual infrastructure and who are quite explicit about their goal of replacing the Protestant liberal constitution order that America was founded on. The second is SSPX adjacent traditionalism. The world of the Latin Mass hardliners, the Society of St. Pius X, the Sedevancantists, and near Sedevancantists, who regard the Second Vatican Council as a catastrophic betrayal and the post-conciliar church as illegitimate or gravely compromised. Nick Fuentes operates in this world. His entire theological framework, the Apostles' Creed imagery, the Christ the King invocations, the explicit hostility to ecumenism and an interfaith dialogue, is drawn from a traditionalist Catholic milieu that the Vatican itself has repeatedly disciplined and that most American Catholics have never encountered. The SSPX was in irregular canonical status with Rome for decades. These are not mainstream Catholic positions. They are fringe positions that have been given a mass media platform. Now, really quick pause. Please watch my recently released video as of the time of this video. Christ is King. Christofascism, ecumenical Christofascism disguised as the Great Commission. Ecumenism runs both ways. Okay, ecumenism runs with liberals, with the Jews, with the Muslims, with the open area, right? It also runs with the hardline conservatives, because the whole Christ is King thing is bringing together hardcore Protestant conservatives and militant Catholics. But these extremists are going to ultimately be discredited. They will have to be destroyed or integrated into the final thing. This highlights to you the extremist of the right situation, the very hardcore right traditionalist Catholic agents, which are there, and they're certainly shaping culture. They have their purpose to play. But please remember that the final situation is not extremist, okay? The billions of pagans and the billions of liberals in the world are not going to go along with SSPX. They're not going to go along with Sedevancantism. They're not going to go along with all this frothing at the mouth militant stuff. They're going to go along with a lukewarm, middle-of-the-road situation that compromises on both sides, but integrates them both in a very elegant way, seemingly elegant way, because it's deceptive. That's the future. Catholic social teaching is not an extreme. Catholic social teaching is common good. Everyone's happy. Everyone's getting along for the price of submitting to the papacy. Catholic social teaching doesn't rule by force, at least not on the, let me put it this way. I have to word my words carefully. It doesn't take over by force. Catholic social teaching does not take over by force. Eventually, once it's dominant, it will rule by force and will demonize those who are not part of the common good. But Catholic social teaching is not militant. Okay, it's not militant. Catholic social teaching solves through social issues. It puts, the poor in the front lines, children, the family. It puts all the weaknesses of the human mind forward and says, hey, I'm here to help you with these things. We need to work on the family. We need to work on prosperity for the people, for the middle class. We need to help the poor and take care of the sojourner. This is what Catholic social teaching does. And it is a way to integrate both sides. These extremists who she's exposing, which should be exposed, because most people are thinking about the Jews, they're not the final boss. So just giving you that context. Now, the third ingredient is imported European and Middle Eastern sectarianism. And this is perhaps the most important point because it explains something that confuses many American observers. Why does any of this feel so foreign? It feels foreign because it is foreign. America does not have a native anti-Semitism rooted in 2,000 years of living in close proximity to Jewish communities in a Catholic or Orthodox Christian civilization. We did not have pogroms. We did not have the Dreyfus Affair. We did not have centuries of Jewish ghettos enforced by church law, blood libel accusations, forced conversions, and expulsions. The specific texture of European anti-Semitism, the theological contempt, the conspiratorial frameworks about Jewish power, the language of Christ killers and usurers, and rootless cosmopolitans, is not native to American political culture. It had to be imported. The importation is exactly what happened. Dugin's geopolitical framework is Russian. The integralist political theology is drawn from pre-Enlightenment European Catholic political thought. The SSPX traditionalism is French in origin, founded by Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, a bishop who openly expressed sympathy for the Vichy government. The specific anti-Semitic conspiracy frameworks being deployed about Jewish control of media, finance, and foreign policy are recognizably derived from European far-right sources, recycled through American online culture, and repackaged for a new generation. The Middle Eastern dimension adds another layer. Part of what Carlson, Fuentes, and their network have successfully done is import the sectarian framing of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as it exists in the Arab world and on the European left, a framing in which Israel is a settler colonial project, Zionism is racism, and Christian support for Israel is a form of complicity in oppression, and introduced this into evangelical spaces where it has no native roots. The Palestinian Christian angle, sympathetic pastors presented on platforms like Carlson's as authentic voices of the church in the Holy Land, is specifically designed to create cognitive dissonance for evangelicals who have never had to think or support of they would never had to think of support for Israel as a form of Christian on Christian hostility. That's right. Dispensationalism is collapsing, and so is with it Protestantism. This is all the papal crusade coming to life. None of this is accidental. All of this is deliberate, and all of it is being imported into a country that, uniquely among Western nations, built its founding constitutional architecture specifically to prevent exactly this kind of sectarian conflict from taking root. The voter problem. There is one more thing that must be said plainly because it reveals the desperation underlying the operation's aggression. The network has infrastructure. It has influencers. It has think tanks and podcasts and academic journals, and a vice president who has yet to condemn it. Although many of us who supported him have high hopes that when it comes time he will, what it does not have, what it has never had, is voters. American Catholics do not vote as a bloc for Catholic nationalist candidates. They never have. Italian American Catholics in New Jersey, Irish American Catholics in Boston, Latino Catholics in Texas and Florida. These communities vote on economics, immigration, crime, jobs, and family. They do not vote on integralist political theology because they have never heard of integralist political theology and would not recognize it themselves if they were in it. The Groyper movement's actual voter base, stripped of the online amplification, is vanishingly small. Nick Fuentes cannot turn out precinct capitals. He cannot fill a city council race. His million live stream viewers are a media phenomenon, not an electoral coalition. This is why the operation must convert rather than persuade. It cannot win a fair fight for the Republican base because it does not represent the Republican base. So it must change the base by demoralizing it and theologically disorientating the evangelical voters who currently constitute it, by recruiting the next generation before they have formed stable convictions, and by capturing the institutional infrastructure through which that base is organized. The aggression of the current moment, Carlson's escalating attacks, Bannon's declaration that Shapiro is a cancer, the shamelessness of the young Republican chats, is not the confidence of a movement that knows it is winning. It is the urgency of a movement that knows it does not have voters and needs to acquire them before the window closes. Understanding that changes everything about how the counter-operation should be run. The goal is not to win a debate with Fuentes. The goal is to ensure that the evangelical base he is trying to convert understands with clarity and confidence what is being done to them, why, by whom, and what is at stake if it succeeds. They are not being invited into a new political coalition. They are being hollowed out and replaced, and people doing it are counting on them not to notice until it's too late. So this, did I highlight anything more? I feel like I did. No, I didn't. I think that was it. So this obviously is very much focused on the extreme of the right and how it's culture shaping. And I agree with that part. They are there. Nick Fuentes is there, and all the extremists are there to move the Overton window forward. But they are not the final boss because extremism has no place in this final reality. At one point in the past, I thought that they were. I thought that the final reality would be very extreme, but that's not true, folks. Because remember, the devil has to get everybody to play along, okay? All of these liberal Catholics, all of the liberals, all of the atheists that need to come over, they're not going to go along with people like Nick Fuentes or people who are frothing at the mouth for papal supremacy. It has to be done by deception. It has to be made, people have to be made to feel that they aren't threatened by being part of the sandbox. Okay? If you come into the sandbox and everybody's pointing their gun at you, you're not going to step in the sandbox. But if you're coming to the sandbox and everybody's like, hey, come on in, it's going to be great, then you want to step in the sandbox. And that's the point. Okay? Because they have to make it such that there's no extremists, because if there's extremists, then there's conflict, and then that pushes people away from the sandbox. And God forbid they might wake up. So extremism has its role to shape culture, but in the end game, the final end game, the final solution is Catholic social teaching. And I don't think she touches that on here. She's more focused on the extreme stuff, and I think she's probably more favorable towards the Jews and doesn't really agree that, you know, they were implicated in all these horrible things, which they are, but they're not the final boss either. So, you know, you have to learn to eat the meat, spit out the bones, all these things. Preacher invited to Pentagon by Hegseth says U.S. should ban idolatrous Eucharistic processions. Now, in line with what I just told you about this last article we read, these people are not the final boss. Please watch my Christ is King video. This is a big aha moment that I've had recently because they're too extreme. And the moment this Doug Wilson guy, because I think it was Doug Wilson, yeah, it was Doug Wilson, he's invited to the Pentagon to speak. You realize that this is no different than Paula White being put as the head of the Religious Liberty Commission or whatever, or the Office of Faith or whatever she's heading. She's there so that everybody can look. Everybody can look and make fun of her and realize how absolutely ridiculous and compromised this person is, and therefore, Protestantism is not the way. We don't want Protestantism. You guys are way too extreme. Do you get it? That's why they are put forward. That's why Doug Wilson is being interviewed by Tucker Carlson, who is a CIA operative and who's designed to expose people in a controlled way so that the culture can be shaped. That's why he's brought to the Pentagon to talk. And so he says, oh, Eucharistic processions are idolatrous. I wouldn't have them in my form of government. Well, who's going to win? Doug Wilson? Some overweight warlock? Or the papacy? The papacy's going to win. So you now understand that this thing is a ruse. The whole Christian nationalist thing is a ruse. And in fact, it's being used, and these people are being platformed because they're so extreme. They're so ridiculous and so extreme. They're being platformed and shown to you. Look. What do you think of that? So that then we can say, look how ridiculous Protestantism is. They're way too extreme. We don't want that. Catholicism seems to be the right way to do things. They actually care about social issues. They care about the foreigner. They care about making everybody play along. These extremists just want to, they don't have any religious tolerance. Do you understand how they're flipping things to basically be that the Catholics are the ones who are tolerant of religion and the Protestants are the ones that are intolerant? Do you see what they're doing with all these little stage games? It's all to reshape public opinion. So the Christian nationalist thing, these hardcore extremists who are completely compromised themselves, and if you look at the history of the Protestant version of Christian nationalism, there's a lot of ecumenical things with the Knights of Malta, Opus Dei, Heritage Foundation, Council for National Policy, Family Research Council, etc., Moral Majority. There's so many crossovers between these two threads. So yes, they are a harlot daughter of Rome, but they don't realize they're being puppeted by Rome for Rome's purposes. So this is not the final boss. When you see this, that this guy is against Eucharistic processions and he thinks they're idolatrous. Well, no, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it to the end. So that's not it. So there's a line there now. Christian nationalism, out. It's not going to be part of this final New World Order scheme. So pay attention. Pay attention.
There is a break in ranks in the MAGA right now.
Pay attention, Goyim.
And I'm talking about the break in ranks between the far-right Catholics and the white Christian nationalists. Hi, my name is Shannon, and I report on the division in the Catholic Church and the involvement of the far-right side of the Catholic Church that is powered by certain cults like Opus Dei and Society of St. Pius X, behind SCOTUS and the Trump administration, the Heritage Foundation, and Project 2025. Last week, I reported that Pete Hegseth's pastor, Doug Wilson, the guy who wants rigid gender roles, women to lose the vote, women to stay at home, and is a proponent for corporal punishment of wives.
Do you see why Doug Wilson is being platformed? Do you understand now?
Wife spanking. And Yeah, not the good kind. He's calling for a ban on all Catholic parades. All right, now, the far right side of the Catholic Church have been staunch Trump supporters. Their vision is a theocracy, a theonomy of religious-led government. Think Franco Spain. And if you don't know about Franco Spain, just do a quick Google, learn about that, because that's what they want. What the far right Catholics want is one world religion, Christendom, okay, a rigid hierarchy. And they want to get there by way of crusades, just like in the olden days. You know, those awful ones that were meant to wipe out the Muslims and the Jews? Okay, yes, the crusades. Now, the evangelical side of the religious Trump supporters, the white Christian nationalists like Doug Wilson and Pete Hegseth, they don't want Christendom. No, they want Jesus to come back, and they want Armageddon. And the only way they can do that is in their, viewpoint, which, by the way, Catholics don't believe in Armageddon. The only way they can do that, they think, is get Israel back to biblical era borders. And only then will Jesus come back and bring about the rapture and Armageddon, and that's what they want. So it's official. There's a break within the ranks. MAGA Catholics are backing out real fast. This article talks about what is it going to be like when far-right Catholics don't have a political...
The article is, MAGA followers have a new enemy, traditionalist Catholics.
...home, okay? Follow for more. My name is Shannon Vavage. I report on the far...
And Shannon, she's a liberal Catholic, so she is right on board with the Pope, with Catholic social teaching. I don't know. I think she's a genuine person. I think she's just obviously deceived. But watching her report stuff is also useful because this is the future, okay? This kind of reasonable mindedness is what everyone is going to agree on. Again, I think she's probably a genuine person, but, I'm not saying she's a true convert or not. I'm just saying she's genuine. I don't think she's like a secret society member or anything like that. But the point is that this is the future. Not Christian nationalism. The Christian nationalists are being platformed to ultimately discredit Protestantism. Protestantism has been discredited in 3 ways. Number 1, through all of the woke, liberal, progressive Christians. That's a thread that's come along with the trannies in church and their rainbow things and their female ministers with rainbow things and lesbian ministers. Like, that is a whole thing that's totally made Protestantism gone totally crazy. I would say actually 4. I'm going to put 4 pillars. There's the woke Protestantism and, everything that came with that. There's the prosperity gospel, that everything came with that. And now that's basically being exposed. All these people like Kenneth Copeland are completely compromised. In fact, I think I saw something where Kevin has his own Epstein type of situation where he would bring these pastors over to his mansions and have orgies or something and then record them and blackmail them. So it's just a mess. It's waiting to be cashed in, and they will cash their chips in. Then you have woke, you have the prosperity gospel, you have dispensationalism, which is now collapsing because of the whole Israel thing, and the Judaizing government and the Judaizing eschatology, people like Ted Cruz and their Judaizing attitudes, and Lindsey Graham, and just these Israel-loving, completely compromised politicians. And then the final pillar is the hardcore traditionalist, conservative, Calvinistic Protestants, like Doug Wilson, Joel Webbin, all these theonomists who are really, they're nobodies. They are nobodies, and yet they're so popular now. They're being platformed, and they're so, oh my gosh, look what he's saying, because it's all being exposed to you. Between these 4 things, my friends, okay, woke Protestantism, the prosperity gospel, dispensationalism, Christian nationalism, between these 4 threads, Protestantism has been completely and utterly discredited. Because all of these have been revealed to be extremes that we do not want in America, because they're not good for America. And you are going to see more and more voices like hers that seem very reasonable, and they're against these types of things, which tells you that those things are not the final boss. Because the final boss is something that everybody really likes. Do you get it? The end of time, my friends, is not a time when you're going to have people waking up to anything. If you haven't woken up by then, you're not going to wake up. You'll wake up right before you'd be like the thief on the cross. You'll wake up right before the first bowl judgment drops. But the point is that, the end of time, people aren't going to be commenting on social media like, look, we're exposing this, exposing that. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. All that stuff is going to be exposed, and the devil's going to cash in his chips on all those situations. The end of time is going to be a spiritual delusion upon the world. The majority of the world is going to get along and is going to agree on the spiritual, moral way of doing things. All of the, false paradigms, the dummy paradigms will be exposed and they'll have been collapsed. And of course, the ultimate false paradigm is going to seem as the solution as a result. So if you see people exposing these things like Christian nationalism, that tells you that Christian nationalism is not the final boss because people are waking up to it. You get it? The final situation, people aren't going to wake up to it. I'm sure that there will be many that will wake up to the truth and not be seduced, but most of the world is going to be seduced. So that's a very important point. And also another important point to the previous situation is that I covered this in my Christ is King video. Again, the current Pope is, you got to watch what he's saying and what he's doing. Because everything he does like a little chop. Here, he's defining this final system. And one other thing he did, which I did not cite here, but I cited it in my Christ is King video. He said something like, our job isn't to build a Christendom, which is a very big statement. Because in that, he just chopped away the Christian nationalists. We aren't here to force religion on people's throats. We aren't here to build a Christian nationalist government, which of course, coming from the man of sin, what do you expect he wants? He wants all governments to be submissive to him. So of course he's going to go and build a Christian nationalist government, quote unquote. But their version of Christian nationalism is not extreme. Do you get it? It's still Christian nationalism. It's religious nationalism. It's the state subservient to a religious power, which is the papacy. It's always been that way. That's been the Catholic motto since day one. But the Catholic beast realized that, the way we are going to take over the world is through deception. We can't force people to do this thing. We have to deceive them into it. We have to do social issues. We have to, seem like we're the lamb that comes to rescue them, this kind of thing. So Catholic social teaching is very much about appealing to social issues and appealing to common sense. Meanwhile, the Jesuits, the Templars, the Knights of Malta, all these secret societies are in the world creating the extremes that Catholic social teaching and the light of reasoning can then conquer, and now you are seeing that in full force. So when Pope Leo says there's no desire for us to create a Christendom, what he's really saying is not, listen, we're not going to take over the state, we're just going to administer the church affairs. Yeah, right, never going to happen. What he's actually saying is, hey, you Christian nationalist Protestants that are so extreme that you want to implement stoning for wives who commit adultery or all these crazy policies and biblical laws, you got a clock on your head. Just like when he said, speaking in tongues is not for the church. Uh-oh, charismatics, NAR, Pentecostals, all you people have a clock on your head, right? So he's delineating who the extremists are, and therefore where the narrow path is, the counterfeit narrow path. So you have to understand that this is the future. Now, in line with that, here's an article from the Texas Tribune about this guy named James Tallarico, who's very interesting. James Tallarico's progressive take on Christianity made him an online sensation. Will it translate to his Texas Senate bid? Now, whether this guy makes it or not does not matter. I've selected him as an example of what is happening to bring everybody to the center. Currently, there is a political crisis in America by design because that political system needs to be reinvented. It has been pushed this way and that way, to the right and to the left, so extreme that there is a justification to come back to the middle. Order out of chaos, right? The right has become so insensitive to social issues. It does not care about this country. Obviously, they're all compromised by Israel. This is in your face now. They don't care about immigrants. They don't care about anything. There's a lot of social injustice because of the right. At the same time, the left has been conquered. So it's their time to come back to the middle. The right is being conquered now. It's being exposed, but the left has already been conquered. And when the left was ruling, there were many social injustices there as well. Obviously, that's what made Trump so popular and justified. So they both had their extremes. And that means that they both are going to collapse and be brought back to the middle. Okay, they both have the extremes. They collapse, and then they're brought back to the middle. Now, how are they going to be brought back to the middle? Well, a little bit differently for each side. The right has to care about social issues. And the conservatives have to realize that we can care about social justice without being a liberal. And that falls into Catholic social teaching. Because that's exactly what Catholic social teaching is. It's conservative, but it cares about social justice. The liberals already care about social justice. So what's their problem? Their problem is they need to come back to religion. Because liberalism has become completely atheistic, way too extreme with homosexuality, all kinds of crazy stuff. Tranny time story hour, training your kids, like way too crazy. So they need to come back to morality and moral principles and objectivism. It's become way too relativistic. So that's what's missing. And when they become religious, and when the right becomes more cared about social issues in the country, you're going to have a beautiful synthesis in Catholic social teaching. So what does that mean for the current article? The current article presents to you an example. This is not the only one. There are going to be more like him of the new left. The new left that is coming, which is going to be a religious left. A left that talks about God and the Bible and, this kind of stuff, which is very, very interesting. Let's see. About 20 minutes into his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, Texas Representative James Tallarico started making his case that the Bible sanctions abortion. In the book of Luke, the Austin Democrat noted Mary has a vision from God that she's going to give birth to a baby who will bring down the powerful from their homes. But critically, before she becomes pregnant, Tallarico said an angel asked Mary if this is something she wants to do, and she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. And of course, the liberals have their way of twisting the Bible's words, and it's just so stupid because, first off, if you understand that God is sovereign, he caused Mary to obey, and there was no other way that she could have basically done. And yes, she made a choice to obey, but she was caused to obey. So anyway, to me, this is an affirmation in one of our most central stories that creation has to be done with consent. You cannot force someone to create. Tallarico, an inspiring Presbyterian minister and U.S. Senator, told Rogan, arguing that the idea that there is a set Christian orthodoxy on the issue of abortion is just not rooted in Scripture. It is, but of course, if you're liberal, then that's different. He went on to accuse the religious right of prioritizing abortion bans and control of pregnant mothers rather than reducing miscarriages and protecting children through expanded health care access. I think that's what we see across this Christian nationalist movement. There you go. There's the boogeyman. Tallarico said, this is religion at its worst. Now, what kind of religion are Christian nationalists? They're Protestants. So that means that Protestants is religion at its worst. Trying to control people and what they do. It was archetypical Tallarico flair, blending religion and a progressive populist politics on a digital platform made to reach millions. The appearance on Joe Rogan's show was only the latest in a string of viral hits this year for the devoutly Christian Democrat, who has garnered an enormous following online from videos that show him sermonizing about how religion informs his liberal worldview and debating his Republican colleagues in Texas House over their efforts to infuse religion into public life. By the end of the podcast episode, in which Tallarico also wielded scripture to defend gay rights, arguing against religion in public schools, and explain his work in the legislature to lower the cost of prescription drugs, Rogan, who endorsed Donald Trump for the White House in 2024, told Tallarico he needs to run for president, catapulting the four-term state lawmaker across the internet and making national headlines. Instead, Tallarico is embarking on a long-shot attempt to parlay his budding stardom into a winning 2026 bid for the U.S. Senate, betting that a message grounded in faith and taking back power for working Texans will be enough to break through in a state littered with failed Democratic hopefuls. This is the future, folks. Modern-day Democratic candidates have struggled to appeal to Christian voters, especially the white evangelicals who make up around a quarter of Texas' electorate and broke about 90% for Donald Trump in November. But for Tallarico, religion is his foundation, and taking a different tack from Democratic campaigns of the past, he's putting his Christian faith at the forefront of his pitch, citing in it as the basis of his policy goals, political aspirations, and an outlook that frames politics not as left versus right, but as top versus bottom. Do you see? Left versus right. We're done with this left versus right thing, folks. It can't get any much crazier than this. You have to admit, it can't go anywhere crazier than what it is right now. This is the maximum chaos. With Trump, after Biden, this is the maximum chaos. So where can it go? Well, it can go towards a synthesis. So we're done with left versus right. We got to make this about top versus bottom. We got to make this about the rich versus the poor. We got to make this about social issues, because everybody can unite around social issues and good for the country, good for the family. That's what we got to make it about. And we got to make it about good versus evil, right? God versus the devil, and what's moral and what's immoral. This is what it's about. So this is a very phenomenal situation. Again, whether this guy ends up panning out or not doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But this is the face. This is the face of democracy, of the left coming forward. And there will be more and more like him. And when you get to 2028, you're going to have people like him debating with a Republican, conservative, probably Catholic candidates that are very much Catholic social teaching. And they're going to be both talking about the same thing. There won't be much difference between them. It'll seem like they're different, but they really won't be. And with that in mind, I want to point you to my updated Watch Fox's News Watchers page. It's a free page on the website. You just go to resources. Let's find it again. Resources. You just scroll down, free resources, and you go click on Watch Foxes. This is a page that I've created to help you understand what to watch, and with some, different sources to link into, basically for your edification, various sources that I created, and also news sources where to go for various Catholic organizational news sources that you can watch. So these are just things that will help you structure what to watch so you're not freaking out about everything that happens. And also, if you like to send me things, then please check this page so you understand what I'm looking for. What is important? The following is a list of topics to be watching for in no particular order: celebrity convergence to Catholicism, influencers becoming Catholic, the union of religion and politics, introduction of religious laws, religion in schools or government, the shift of the left towards religion, morality, objectivism towards the center, and away from secularism, extreme LGBTQ, etc. The shift of the right towards social justice, away from Zionism, away from Protestantism, and towards Catholicism. The synthesis of both left and right on common ground, like social issues. Catholicization of culture through movies, the media, interviews, etc. Middle East conversions, Muslim and Jewish conversions, Jesus revolutions, Christianization of the Middle East, Eucharistic Catholic miracles, apparitions of Mary, Sunday law legislations, Sunday propaganda, anti-Sabbath propaganda, ecumenism with Protestants, Catholics and Protestants united together against a common evil like the deep church, etc. Ecumenism with Eastern Orthodoxy, the collapse of evangelicalism, Seventh-day Adventists, Protestantism, etc. So these are all things that are very relevant to our time right now. Hopefully, some of these at least you have already experienced and you're watching for them already. Moving on with the news, a couple more stories here. Easter boom, U.S. dioceses say rise in new Catholics may point to regional revivals. While the religiously unaffiliated are on the rise globally, something curious is also happening. Some dioceses have reported significant upticks in adults preparing to enter the Catholic Church this Easter. Sherry Ann Weddell, the co-founder and executive director of the Catherine of Siena Institute in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and an expert in Catholic evangelization, said that the high point of adult Catholics joining the Catholic Church in the U.S. was 1999, with 172,000 adult baptisms and receptions. And then there was just a steady sort of decline, she said. That has since changed. So that trend has changed, which is also in line with everything else we're looking at. New increases. There was a significant growth between 2023 and 24, she told OSV News. And while the data for 25 and 26 have yet to be published, the numbers that are being reported are getting bigger and bigger. The 2024 official Catholic Directory reported that in 2023, 619,775 people entered the Catholic Church in the U.S. Latin Rite diocese. Of those, about 78% were infant baptisms, about 10% were baptisms of minors, and about 5% were adult baptisms, and 8% were receptions into full communion from another Christian tradition, which could include adults or minors. In 2024, adult baptisms and receptions increased again to 34,500 and 55,400 respectively, according to the 2025 official Catholic Directory. This year, the Archdiocese of Newark, New Jersey, is among dioceses reporting an uptick in Catholic conversions, with 1,700 individuals preparing to join the church, a 30% increase since 2025, a 48% increase since 2024, and a 72% increase since 2023. Of those, 645 catechumens will celebrate the sacraments of baptism, confirmation, and Eucharist during the Easter Vigil, a 14% rise since 2025, 41% rise since 2024, and a 75% rise since 2023. Father Armand Montia, the Archdiocese Director of the Order of Christian Initiation of Adults, the Catholic adult initiation process, says the Church's lasting stability contributes to the rising numbers. In this nebulous world of gray, the Catholic Church has offered some black and white. Oh yes, it always offers black and white. He said, they see that in the Catholic Church a consistency in teaching, a consistency in values, a historical provenance, and scriptural providence in what we're doing. Now, this is a response to what? A response to the four pillars of the failing Protestant religion that I cited to you. The woke Protestantism, abandoning all moral values and objectivism, the prosperity gospel, being completely, criminal and stealing people's money, dispensationalism, being completely Judaizing and having misplaced priorities, and Christian nationalism being way too extreme and not caring enough about social issues and respecting people's social boundaries. All of those are what this is a response to. The Catholic Church seems, by comparison, to be providing all of much better approach to these things. So let's just go there. In Ohio, the Diocese of Cleveland has more than doubled in its OCIA class since 2023. In Virginia, the Diocese of Richmond is touting a record 900 to be baptized at Easter. In Indiana, the Diocese of Fort Wayne South Bend held its 2026 rite of election outside its cathedral in a large parish church to accommodate growing numbers. In the Archdiocese of Boston, more than 680 catechumens plan to join church at Easter, an increase from last year's 450 and the previous year's average of 250 to 300. Boston Archbishop Richard Henning says he has been saying that there is some sort of revival, he said. Patrick Krisak, the Archdiocese Director of Faith, Formation, and Missionary Discipleship. Pockets of revival. There may not be revival across the country, in parentheses, yet, but there are revivals, he said. And at what point do all of these pockets of revival that we're seeing all over the country add up to a revival? Krisak cited liturgy, certainty amid change, and moral leadership as possible attractions. There's also old-fashioned rebellion, he said. There's also the sense in which generations like to be countercultural, he said. If you're rebelling against the folks who rebelled against the establishments, then you're in some sense perhaps turning back to some aspects of the establishment. I couldn't have said it better myself. If you're rebelling against the people who rebelled against the establishments, which is all by design, then your rebellion is going to look like conformity. You get it? That's why Gen Z is the number one converts to Catholicism. All by design, folks. In the Archdiocese of Portland, Oregon, the one of the largest OCIA groups in recent memory attended this year's rite of election, where catechumens present themselves to their local bishops as they begin their final preparations to join the church. The rise began in 2023 when the number was about 700. That grew to 1,000 the following year and to 1,200 this year, to 1,700 total registered now. Last year, Archbishop Alexander Sample told the new converts it was their turn to bring someone to the church. It appears to have made an impact. Father Randy Hong, the Portland Archdiocese Assistant Director of the Office of Divine Worship, told OSV News, "We are witnessing a broader renewal among our people," he said. "Many are beginning to live what was once a largely private faith more openly in daily public life, and that witness is now bearing fruit." Certainly it is. The Archdiocese of Denver, catechumens jumped from 669 in 2022 to 936 in 2024. Andrew McGowan, the Archdiocese Executive Director of Missions and Evangelization, said the Denver Archdiocese has indeed seen a statistical increase, but when you average that out around 120 pastorates, it's really only 3 people per parish more than we had 3 years ago, so it's not staggeringly large numbers. However, he added that what I know is happening in our parishes is that we have a considerably larger amount of energy being put into trying to offer programs, initiatives, events that are geared towards those who are not in the community. Several of the diocese representatives spoke with OSV News, but noted that their increased OCIA numbers are not attributable to post-COVID postponement or of sacraments, as that time has passed. Of course, there's campus revivals also, and you know that Gen Z is very much going towards the beast, which is unfortunate. Here's a comment from Kelly Mosher. She says, "As of yesterday, I've watched as people are all of a sudden talking more about their Catholic faith and are now attempting to tell people that Catholics are under attack. It's truly profound, and I am able to see everything now in perspective since God recently sent me your channel. I can see now that the people I watched, i.e. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, are part of the deception. While they brought attention to Israel, making it seem like they are the ultimate enemy, to now saying Catholics are under persecution, only to reveal the Catholic Church will be the one that's going to save humanity from this evil, bring about a false peace, then persecute God's people for not bowing down. I see the truth now, and so many are deceived. Thank you, Jesus, for choosing me to save. I'm incredibly undeserving. Yeah, you're right, Kelly, and good thing that you're seeing it. Hopefully more people will be like you and wake up to these truths, because it's pretty obvious. And it will get more obvious, and more people need to come out, so it has to become obvious. And a lot of people will wake up, but most of the world will not. Presidential message on the Feast of St. Joseph. Why is the President of the United States honoring a Catholic feast? And of course, you read this, it's all about, how St. Joseph is this father figure, which of course, Joseph as an actual figure was given the ability by God to be a good father and to be, there for Jesus' earthly life. But the Feast of St. Joseph is a Catholic thing. So why is the president acknowledging a religious feast? A Catholic feast of all things. That should tell you something. Here's another thing that should tell you something. A man in tactical gear and crusader attire kneels in protest outside the Satanic Temple Black Mass event in Topeka, Kansas. Oh boy. On March 28th, 2025 in Topeka, Kansas, a man dressed in tactical gear and a crusader-inspired attire knelt in protest outside a Black Mass organized by Satanists. God wills it, is the caption. Here he is as a crusader with his Templar cross, and I think this is this a sword or is this a gun? I can't tell anyway. He's like in tactical gear. He's got a crusader outfit, and he's protesting the Satanic Black Mass. Now, if you understand that Satan owns both of these sides, because this person is kneeling, he's kneeling in obedience to the pontiff, which is the presence, the counterfeit presence of God on earth. He's the man of sin, the man of lawlessness. So he's kneeling in obedience to the devil's vessel, as he thinks he's fighting the devil. This is the power of the devil, folks. This is the deceptive power of the devil. This picture here with the crusader holding a sword and coming at you and, chopping your head off, whatever, this is not Christian. God never told you to pick up the sword. In fact, the one time that Peter did pick up the sword, he was rebuked for it. And historically, you see consistently that when God appoints an evil and you try to rebel against that evil, you're rebelling against God's will. When the Israelites rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar, God was furious with them because he appointed Nebuchadnezzar as the instrument of his wrath to judge the Israelites and to basically oppress them for a little while. And you're trying to rebel against this judgment? You're rebelling against me. So this idea of taking up the sword and conquering the enemy, this is just Satan's way of getting you sucked into a situation where you are completely dumbfoundedly deceived, because you think you're worshiping God and you're actually obeying the devil, which is a profound thought. But this is a sign of the times,
The Secretary General has, as you know...
The caption says, UN officials warning that the United Nations is on the brink of financial collapse this year.
Repeatedly made clear the problem both of non-payment of Jews by member states and the...
He said non-payment of dues, not non-payment of Jews, just in case you were wondering.
The related problem of the UN being forced to repay member states for budget expenses that it does not, budget money that it does not spend. So those two factors have put us on an unsustainable trajectory. Although more than 150 member states paid their dues last year, we ended 2025 with a record $1.56 billion in outstanding dues, which is more than double that of the previous year. So unless either the payments come in or we're not compelled to spend, to return the monies that we are not able to spend because we didn't receive the budget, unless one of those two things happen, we face a real danger of running out.
Now, if you understand the history of the UN, and what was that before? It was the League of Nations after World War I or whatever. This is just, the Vatican has an observer at the United Nations, and that tells you who's in charge. Okay, so the United Nations was a part of the globalist world order, which we'll talk about today, because all of this is falling apart. Because globalism was just a boogeyman, just like feminism was a boogeyman so that they could reinvent the identity of the woman in the Catholic image. Globalism, are you seeing a pattern? I hope you're seeing a pattern. This is the pattern, folks. There's a boogeyman that terrorizes you so that then your identity can be broken down and remade in the Catholic image. This is trauma-based mind control, but applied to nations, cultures, religions, movements. It's just the same thing. You break a person down, you break their identity down, and then in that moment of weakness, you insert a new programming and a new identity. So same thing. This is just trauma-based mind control. So the UN and globalism was a global identity, okay? And it was the American identity also. And that identity is now coming undone. It's done enough. It's achieved its purposes. And now it's time to be exposed and collapsed and moved back into what the beast wants, which is a more balanced world situation of, nation states, of various empires. Now, America, don't get me wrong, America is still very powerful and it will have a very important role in deceiving the world, especially after 2028. Especially after 2028, and there's a political synthesis in America, bringing the light to the world of Catholic social teaching. It will very much play a role prophetically. It has to, because God said it would. But the point is that the globalist scheme has to be undone to allow everybody to get along and to feel like everybody has a piece of the pie. Because as long as you have all these dialectics with globalism, it doesn't work. It's too much conflict. So everybody needs to be focusing on their own nations and be prosperous and their own people, and no more dialectics. There will be multiple currencies. We'll talk about all this today, but the UN collapsing is something to watch and to see what happens. Is it going to be completely eliminated? Are they going to come up with a new thing that's more equitable for everybody? We'll see what happens. But this is just another sign, again, that the liberal world order after World War II is collapsing. And that means the final situation is right on the horizon. So this is just one of yet another, however many dozens of markers we looked at. This is from EWTN News. Judge says religious ministers must have access to detainees at Minnesota ICE facility. Here we go. Here's the precedent for you to demonize the Trump administration even more. Pay attention to how this works. A Jesuit priest had joined the other Christian objectors in suing the federal government over being barred from the holding compound. So there's all these holding compounds with these poor people that have been totally abused. And now the Jesuits are suing the government to give them access to these people so they can minister to them. Because this is a social justice issue. We need to take care of these people spiritually. You people don't care about these poor immigrants. You have no basic human compassion. Christian ministers, including a Jesuit priest, won a victory, of course, at federal court on March 20th when a U.S. district judge said that the Department of Homeland Security must allow them formal pastoral access to detainees at a federal facility in Minneapolis. Judge Jerry Blackwell said in his ruling that the government may not impose an access protocol that bars clergy visits in all circumstances at the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building on the outskirts of Minneapolis. A group of Christian objectors, including Father Christopher Collins, S.J., had sued the government in late February, alleging that it was unlawfully barring faith leaders from offering prayer, pastoral guidance, and sacramental ministry and spiritual comfort to immigrants detained in the Whipple facility. The government was unconstitutionally obstructing the plaintiffs' sacred obligation to exercise their faith through ministry to the community members in the greatest need of spiritual comfort, the suit said. Now, again, are you forming a picture of what's going on? I hope that you are. The government was unconstitutional for obstructing the Jesuits from taking care of these people. It is unconstitutional to prevent basic human compassion and taking care of their spiritual needs. We have now framed what is constitutional and patriotic as being Catholic for the umpteenth time. Do you see what they're doing? There is a conflict between the Jesuits, the Catholics, Catholic social teaching, and the government, the Trump administration, ICE, all of these things. There's a conflict. And that conflict is only going to go in one direction, because the papacy is what the devil gave his throne and power, great authority to. So Trump is not going to win. But Trump is a boogeyman designed to create a problem. And that problem is the looming elephant in the room of social injustice that the Republicans have completely ignored. And it will be something to testify against them and justify a Catholic takeover. So watch this and see how it goes, because the immigrants, look, again, the devil doesn't care about immigrants, okay? The devil couldn't care less about immigrants, children, the family, but he uses the weakest people. He uses the immigrant, the poor, the family, the children. He uses those as a shield, as a distraction. You know, it's like those fish that God made in the abyss that are frightening. Oh my gosh, good thing they're small. But you never know, maybe there's some giant ones out there. But if you look at them, they're just so absolutely frightening. They're these fish that live in the deep down abyss. I think they're called anglerfish or something. They're super frightening looking, but they have these giant teeth, you know, and they have these little appendages that like flop around, and they have like a little light to attract like smaller fish. And the smaller fish come around, that was some food. And then the fish just goes and swallows them. And it looks so frightening. I mean, imagine, getting swallowed by something like that. But this is exactly the point. The Catholic Church is the anglerfish, okay? And it has this little apparatus that shines the light. Oh, the poor, the family, the children, the immigrants. We need to help these people. And of course, everybody goes for it because nobody's going to say, no, we don't want to help these people. And in the process, it demonizes all of these other groups that don't, which is all by design. All these extremists have been extreme and pushed to the extreme by design so that the Catholic Church ends up looking good. AF Post says, Pierre Sterin, a French billionaire, says that after becoming a billionaire, he has oriented himself towards sainthood. The billionaire plans to fund a capitalist and Catholic revolution in France through the far right. Now, are we seeing the inverse of the French Revolution? Are we going to see that, and we're going to continue to see that in Europe? Is Europe going to come backwards to where it used to be before the French Revolution? I think so. I think that's a very reasonable thing. Whether in form or function, doesn't matter. It will go back to where it had before. Christendom. This is from Newsweek. Perez Hilton says God spoke to him in a hospital. So Perez Hilton, who had a website for gossip and all kinds of things and all kinds of shenanigans, has now come to the light of Catholicism. Perez Hilton has opened up about a frightened health conspiracy that kept him hospitalized for 3 weeks, an experience he says ultimately led to a profound spiritual awakening. The 48-year-old gossip blogger first alarmed followers after posting photos from a Las Vegas hospital bed on March 21st. My stupidity landed me in the hospital for 21 days, and it was the worst and best thing that's ever happened to me. He shared in a TikTok video that racked up over 1 million views. Hilton rose to fame in the mid-2000s after launching his celebrity gossip site, PerezHilton.com, becoming one of the era's most recognizable and controversial voices in online celebrity coverage. Over the years, he has expanded his platform beyond blogging into podcasts, YouTube, and TV appearances. In recent years, Hilton has lived in Las Vegas with his children and his mother, whom he credits with helping him through his ordeal. So, it doesn't really tell you exactly what, but he was Catholic, and so he's come back to the Catholic Church. So this is a big deal. This is just one of many, and this will shape culture because now that's going to be a big part of his life, and he has a public platform. So what do you think he's going to do? Think he's not going to talk about Catholicism? You think he's not going to be like Russell Brand, who he was all New Age, and then he started talking about the Eucharist and all this kind of stuff? Do the math. And you wouldn't be surprised if these things were, choreographed in some way. I'm not saying he didn't have an experience, but, who knows?
France and Germany released the files, guys. Go look at them. They're unredacted. France and Germany released the files, guys. Unredacted. Go look at them. I'm seeing grown men crying. I'm seeing people sickened. I've seen people throw up this morning. Literal throw up, sick and nauseous out their stomach. We're being suppressed. They're not wanting us to see it, but you can find them. Go find it. Do your work. Find the files. They're unredacted. France and Germany has them. They are released. Putin's next. Putin will release next, guys. I'm telling you. Putin's going to release the photos that he has of Trump. That'll be the next thing he does. Putin will no longer have control over top of us, and neither will Israel. Time's up, guys. Time is up. Donald Trump, we're calling for your impeachment. We're asking for you to resign before we impeach you, but we can impeach you too. That's fine. But when we impeach you, we will be walking you down to the county jail. You will be arraigned, and you will stand trial for the crimes you've committed against these kids, man. You make me fucking sick. Not only are you going to go down as the worst president in history, but you're going to go down as a president who woke America up. Your people are turning on you faster than spoiled milk in the sun on a hot July day in Texas. Sir, I would make it easy on yourself now. I would take yourself down and turn yourself in, have yourself handcuffed, and have yourself jailed. Because what the people are going to do to you when they find out and they get a hold of these files from France and Germany, son, it'll be a bad day in hell for you. It'll be the first day in hell for you, but it'll be the bad day. Sir, if you have any decency, I very highly recommend that you ask your God for forgiveness, because you're going to need it. The things that they say in those files, France and Germany released them. The things that they say, don't know, buddy. All right.
He's going to go down in history as the president who woke America up. Do you get it? Do you get it? Now, on the other side of that, here's Rep. Thomas Massie. He's got this picture that he posted recently of this fake city. Obviously, it's a very utopian, New Atlantis type of city with prosperity and just all this kind of stuff. And what does he say? He says, imagine a world where hard work is rewarded, truth and justice prevail in courtrooms, the government doesn't steal your labor by debasing the currency, bureaucrats aren't captured by corporations, and our taxes go toward critical infrastructure instead of wars overseas. Gosh, what a world that would be. But I'll tell you what, that world is only going to exist when Jesus returns. It will appear to exist before Jesus returns as the final test, because Satan will create that world for the people who obey him. So this is very important because this is the direction of history. Now, if you look into Thomas Massie, Google Gemini, I said, tell me about Thomas Massie's connections with Masonry, Knights of Templar, Columbus, etc. Thomas Massie is a senior demolay. Now, demolay is named after the first Knights of the Knight Templar. Was it Jacques Demolay or whatever? An alumni status in a Masonic-sponsored youth organization for young men. So he's a senior demolay, which is an alumni status in a Masonic-sponsored youth organization for young men. While this indicates a historical connection to the broader Masonic family, there is no public record of him being a member of adult bodies like Knights Templar or Knights of Columbus. Masonic connections. Demolay International. Massie was a member of the Crimson Shield chapter in Vanceburg, Kentucky during his youth. Demolay is mentioned by adult Freemasons, and its alumni are referred to as senior demolays. Although Demolay is a Masonic-affiliated organization, Massie has not publicly identified as an adult Freemason. Well, why would he? His legislative records include voting on resolutions recognizing Freemasons, which is standard for many members of Congress. Yeah, because they're all compromise. Within Freemasonry, the Knights Templar is an invitational order for those who have yada, yada, yada. So he's definitely got some very interesting associations, especially with the Demolay thing. And if you look into this whole idea of the New Atlantis, it's a utopian novel by Sir Francis Bacon, published posthumously, that means after his death in 1626. It appeared unheralded and tucked into the back of a longer work of natural history. Silva Sivarum in the New Atlantis, Bacon portrays a vision of the future of human discovery and knowledge, expressing his aspirations and ideals for humankind. The novel depicts the creation of a utopian land where generosity and enlightenment, dignity and splendor, piety and public spirit are the commonly held qualities of the inhabitants of the mythical Bensalem. The plan and organization of this ideal college, Solomon's House or Solomon's House, prefigured the modern research university in both applied and pure sciences. Now, Francis Bacon was very integral to the KJV. He was also an occultist. He was also mentored by John Dee, who was a sorcerer. Well, I think I pulled something up with him. He also basically helped Freemasonry. He's regarded by Freemasonry as a major hero of Freemasonry. But if you look into John Dee, that's spelled John with D-E-E as the last name, John Dee, both major figures of the Elizabethan era who bridged the gap between Renaissance magic and modern science. So the key connections, he was a mentor and successor. Many scholars believe Dee's work, particularly his mathematical preface to Euclid, deeply inspired Bacon's own vision for National Research Institute. Some even suggest Dee may have been a tutor to Bacon in subjects like cryptography. Yeah, they met each other. Francis Bacon was a younger person when John Dee is the older one. He met with him. He tutored him. I covered this in my KJV series. There was a mentoring item with mentoring, but anyway, yeah, it mentions it a little bit here, but you can go to my KJV series and I talk about it there quite a bit. But nevertheless, this is the new Atlantis. America is the new Atlantis. And they've wanted to build this utopia for a very long time. So Freemasonry has been very involved with America. Jesuitism has been very involved with America. And here we are trying to say that America is a Christian nation. This is, I think we already looked at this, but this is a Bible in a Year with Father Mike Schmitz has surpassed 1 billion downloads, man. 1 billion downloads. Father Mike Schmitz telling you how to read the Bible, which is everything you need to know. Everything you need to know. Now, this is also a very interesting thing. As of the time of this recording, this has not yet happened because it's supposed to happen supposedly this Sunday. By the time you watch this, it'll be already past, but Easter Sunday. This was the thing that's miracle with the Sphinx, with the alignment of the Regulus star and the Sphinx that's supposed to happen. Very, very big for the occult. Very, very big stellar alignment. So we'll have to watch what kind of shenanigans happen. But anyway.
The more I look into this prediction for Easter Sunday, the more interesting it gets. Let me tell you about it. A couple days ago, I made a video about this man, Chris Bledsoe. He was abducted by extraterrestrials in 2007. Then later he had a vision of an event that would happen on Easter Sunday, 2026, a week from now. By the way, he first talked about that vision in public in 2012. Anyway, he was told in the vision that on Easter Sunday 2026, a bright red star would be above the Sphinx in Egypt. And that would be the sign that aliens, extraterrestrials, are going to announce themselves to the people of the earth. Now remember, he said this in 2012, that during this time there would be a war between Iran, Israel, and the United States. That orbs would rise out of the ocean and people of the world would see this. But there's something else about this story that just clicked to me. The Space Force logo that was made years ago. Do you know what it looks like? This is it, the United States Space Force logo. Look at that for a second. It's a Sphinx with a star over its head. A giant star over the Sphinx. Yeah, just like the story Chris Bledsoe said in 2012, way before Space Force was even a thing. So why is the Space Force logo almost exactly like his story? Coincidence, or did they know something too? I guess we'll all find out on Easter, which is about a week away. Shabadoo Bushkis, Shabadoo.
Yeah, this will be interesting to watch. And of course, this is why it's so important to have the correct cosmology. You need to understand what the correct cosmology is. And what I mean by that is biblical cosmology. I don't mean flat Earth, and I certainly don't mean heliocentrism because it's a psyop. But reality is a mystery. However, there's deception on both sides. So you have to understand cosmology, watch my cosmology series. I have like 40 hours worth of cosmology videos to hopefully edify you. So, conclusion, the culture shaping is happening as usual at a rapid pace. Make sure to consult the new Watch Fox's page to see what to watch so that you're not being overwhelmed. We need to keep our eyes on the papacy and see what he does, because he's delineating again everything that will belong in the New World Order by saying what he's aligned with and what he's not. Protestantism continues to fail, and Catholic converts are soaring. Right now, Catholics are about 20% of the U.S. population, and they're rising faster than evangelicals. Evangelicals are about 23%. I anticipate that that number will change very rapidly. Currently, they are rapidly shaping culture to reinvent American politics and patriotism as a Catholic thing. They have collapsed American politics through the left and through the right to bring out of the ashes a reinvented Catholic patriotism, which is going to be Catholic social teaching. Generation Z is converting in droves to Catholicism because of the wokeism and atheism and failed Protestant sects. Conservatives are leaving MAGA in droves because of Zionism and because the Republican Party does not care about this country. Liberals are becoming more religious and returning to Catholicism because of Catholic social teaching. Cultural heroes like Carrie Prejean Bowler, Joe Kent, etc. are quote-unquote standing up for the people and showing you what a true patriot looks like. Historical revisionism, like the prayer breakfast we looked at, where they're basically revising America's history and framing it as this Catholic nation from the very beginning almost. It's just being propagated like crazy. And the Catholics are taking over and nobody's noticing whatsoever. Nobody's noticing whatsoever. Within the next 5 years, I believe that America will be predominantly Catholic. That's my belief. It'll be having an American Pope. It'll have likely a Catholic president, a Catholic cabinet, and a Catholic Supreme Court. Now, when that happens, my friends, 5 years from now, that's about 2031, give or take, right? By then, you will have a Catholic president. I was going to say a Catholic Pope, but Pope is Catholic. A Catholic president, a Catholic cabinet, a Catholic Supreme Court, and an American Pope. And a larger Catholic demographic than evangelical demographic in the United States. So all 5 of those are going to be, the stars will be aligned like never in history. Everything that is of value in determining policy and culture and law and what we want is going to be Catholic in the next 5 years. That's my take, okay? What are the odds that Sunday will be legislated or start to be legislated by then? Very high. Very, very high. And increasingly higher odds for more and more of that after 2030, 2031. Increasingly higher odds. So the coming years will be very intense, and they will require discernment and they will require endurance. If you're feeling a little overwhelmed, make sure that you focus on the right things. Check out the devotional. You can listen to the recordings for free. You can go to the encouragement page for free. There's a lot of stuff on there that I've made to help you just kind of have some Christian meditations, have some relaxing time, and kind of check out from the news because it can be very stressful. Now, with that, that completes the articles that I wanted to look at and the stories. And of course, as usual, if there's a giant psyop, we have to talk about it. So the next section is the Iran war. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right. Well, welcome back to the adventure. So now we're going to talk about the whole Iran situation. Obviously, this has been a very major psyop. I wish they would just take a break for a couple of weeks, man. The Epstein thing, then the Iran war. I mean, it's just crazy. But anyway, this has obviously been a major thing. However, it's also caused a lot of confusion, a lot of fake news, AI stuff, and the usual shenanigans. So we have to use a lot of discernment. Like I said, I think that they're going to do more of these types of situations to really discredit the citizen journalist. And so that'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But the Iran war has many purposes for the New World Order scheme. We'll talk about them today. Again, I like to watch and see how things go. So I wanted to let this carry on for a few weeks and see, what's happening with it. Is it, because again, with Trump, you just don't know. Everything is just so black, one day it's black, one day it's white. He's very duplicitous. So I think the more I've watched it, that this is going to definitely have a very powerful impact on everything. It's not just like Venezuela was. It's going to be, leading to probably some very serious changes in the world. So we don't know how Trump may act in the short term because he's very two-faced and duplicitous. But we don't need to worry about the short term, and that's the beauty. That's the beauty of having Scripture and history as our guide, because we can discern the end of these things, and that end is not Zionist or Muslim or communist or technocrat. It is Catholic social teaching. And of course, this conflict is currently playing out at the time of this recording. It's still playing out, so that could change by the time you see it, or it could get much worse. So we'll see how that goes. It's one of those things where it could last much longer, or it could be over in another week or two. I really can't tell you. However, we know where history is headed, folks. We know where history is headed, and hopefully from the previous section, you understand where that destination is. It is Catholic social teaching. Now, I've broken up this situation into several key groupings, so we can look at them individually. The first one is on the deception and fakery that's going on with this war. So I want to just kind of briefly look over things that are happening and things that people are saying, just to give you an idea that how much shenanigans and fakery is going on with this situation. Now, I'm not saying it's completely fake. There's definitely bombs going off. There's definitely destruction happening. But as usual, there is misinformation, and being aware of that, I think, is very important.
Twitter, and this video may make me look stupid in a week from now. In a week from now, we could see a full-blown Middle Eastern war, and everybody can retweet this and mock me. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think this is all theatrics. I think this is bullshit. I don't think this is a real war. I think that we have some shrapnel from interceptors which has fallen inside of Dubai and caused fires, yes. But Dubai is not being bombed. Tel Aviv is not being bombed. Tehran is not being bombed. This is all global repositioning for a new future in the Middle East. Everyone who has decided not to move to Dubai is now laughing at the people who decided to move to Dubai for stability and safety. They're saying, ha, look, Dubai's getting bombed. Look, you should have stayed here, where you have to face the constant and persistent threat of crime, and that you might get robbed for your watch or stabbed to death, and you have to give half your money to a hostile government. Ha, 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 you moved to Dubai and you're getting blown up. Nobody's getting blown up. Interceptors from the UAE are taking down Iranian drones and missiles, and yes, there has been some shrapnel which has fallen and caused some fires, but this is not a bombing. Anybody who remembers the Iraq war remembers the videos of Baghdad when a real war begins. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened in Dubai, hasn't happened in Tehran, and it certainly hasn't happened in Tel Aviv. A real war would see Tehran currently in an entire ball of fire. What do you see coming out of Tehran? A plume of smoke on the outskirts and a bunch of people pointing at it. You call that a fucking war? That's not a war. What this is theatrical. This is the reorganization of internal Iranian divisions. There's a huge divide inside of Iran. A lot of people want the leadership to fall. A lot of people are actually pro-America, pro-West. And this is just a simple global repositioning, because the people in charge have to save face, and the people who are not in charge are trying to gain power. And this is a repositioning on the global stage for Iran to become a country which is no longer a threat to the West, so the West can focus on China. This is a play. This is an act. Why is Tel Aviv not on fire? Why is there the odd plume of smoke here, the odd little drop of fire over there? Same thing with Tehran. Why? Yeah, Dubai shot down interceptors. Yes, some of them have fallen. Yes, there's a few fires here and there. I'm not saying nobody has died. Of course, less people have died than have died from drug overdoses or crime in the West, so it's still a safer place to be. But if you think this is a real war, and you don't understand that this is bullshit, that is going to be over in 48 hours, so that everyone can stand around and talk about the war that happened, talk about the bombings that happened, decide that we need new policies regarding oil, that we need new policies regarding the Red Sea and the Houthis, and we need to change the shipping lanes, and we need to make sure that the regime falls in this place, and that Benjamin Netanyahu can say how important it is for him to get billions of more dollars from America. If you think this is a real war like what happened in Iraq, you're a dummy. Study the videos of the beginning of the Iraq war in 2003, and look at the videos that are coming out of these countries now. I thought Iran and Israel are at war. I see fucking campfires and the odd plume of smoke. This is bullshit. This is a play. None of this is real. Dubai is still safe. Tel Aviv is still safe. Tehran is still safe. Inside of Tehran, they are reorganizing politically. America is doing its very best to put on a play to the outside world. A deal has been done. Everyone has agreed to do certain things so that everybody can save face and everybody is happy with the end result, just like last time. So Iran is striking a whole bunch of empty American military bases with no one on them. A couple of missiles get shot down and those interceptors cause fires inside of Dubai. Yes, it's true, that is happening. A couple of stupid buildings on the outskirts of Tehran and the outskirts of Tel Aviv are going to get set on fire. And in 2 days from now, Emirates Airlines is going to be flying people first class to Phi Palm to party next to a pool just like before. And if you think this is a real war, you don't understand how the world works. People have sat around a table and said, okay, Now everyone's expecting this big war. We want this, you want that. How do we reposition things so America can focus on China? You've just dealt with Venezuela. We're your next big problem. How do we reposition everything so that America, Trump looks like a badass, so that the leader of Iran doesn't look too stupid, so that the people who want the leader of Iran to fall inside of Iran stop protesting? How do we organize all of this so that Israel can get its money and it can continue to have its hegemony over the Middle East? How do we get this done? Well, you're going to send some missiles to this empty building. I'm going to send some missiles to that empty building. Here's our scripts we're going to run out, and it's all bullshit. If you're watching this on Twitter like, oh my God, Dubai's not safe anymore. It's getting bombed. Oh my God, this is a war. Then you're a fucking retard. This is not a war. This is an act. 2 days. This is my prediction. Retweet me in 2 days if a real war started and make fun of me. But in 2 days, when everything is fucking normal, remember that you are living inside of the Matrix, that nothing you see is real, and that it is an empire of lies.
Now, this was very early on in the conflict, probably, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So feel free to retweet him and call him a false prophet for saying that was a prediction, because his prediction failed. Tel Aviv has been bombed like crazy. They're still going at it. Now, do I think that he makes some good points? Yeah, he does make some good points, that this is all just Jesuit theater. It is all orchestrated. That doesn't mean people aren't dying and things aren't being blown up, but it is all being orchestrated. And the problem is, though, you notice that the angle is, oh, so Trump can look good and Bibi Netanyahu is this. So really, like, that's just low-level analysis. Trump is not looking good. That's the whole point. Trump's design, or I should say his purpose in the grand scheme of things, is to destroy Protestantism, is to destroy the American political, framework, so that Catholicism can come in and reinvent that framework. So the whole point is for Trump not to look good. It's for America to be humiliated, for things to be repositioned. I agree that there is some element that the Middle East needs to be repositioned, absolutely. But Bibi Netanyahu's probably dead. I don't know. I mean, it's just really weird with all those AI videos. And he was missing, and then his son was, I think I have a few things on this, but his son was mourning or whatever for 7 days. He didn't go on social media, which is like the 7-day period of mourning. So I think Bibi Netanyahu's dead. I think Zionism needs to collapse. So this is not about Greater Israel. This is not about, Israel's hegemony. This is about restructuring things and bringing ultimately everybody back to the beast. So take everything with a grain of salt, but nevertheless, he does make some good points.
Iran is a backward Muslim country. You probably heard this a million times about Iran, mainly because of its Islamic laws that require women to wear hijab in public and dress modestly. But the truth is, men must also dress conservatively. No shorts or revealing clothes. And these rules aim to promote decency for everyone, not just oppressed women. Western media often paints Iranian women as trapped and voiceless. Yet, they can drive, go out alone, work, vote, and access education, just like in many Western countries. Sure, alcohol, drugs, gambling, prostitution, and porn are illegal for all genders. But if that's your measure of progress, maybe rethink your priorities. Basing a whole society's worth on whether women can dress provocatively is hypocritical and objectifies them. Let's look at real progress. Before the 1979 Islamic Revolution, overall literacy was just 36%, with only 25% for women, and university enrollment hovered at 3%. Today, literacy is at 89% overall, with youth rates at 98% and near perfect gender parity. University enrollment has soared to over 60%, and women make up 60% of students, even dominating fields like STEM at 70%. And about 40% of women aged 25 plus hold bachelor's degrees or higher, and 75% of recent female grads find jobs soon after. Iran follows religious rules, and like any other government, including the US, it has flaws and corrupt actors. Don't buy the propaganda. Iran advanced in education and rights while staying true to its values.
Now, I don't support, obviously, Islam, but, it's important to understand nuance with all these things, because it's never one way. Owen Schroyer says there's just no way. His name was being searched for at Fort Huachuca, Washington, D.C., and Israel and other locations where military intelligence operates for playing. So the black man from Senegal, Africa, who shot up the bars in Austin was searched for on Google the past 4 weeks. No, get out of here. And weeks in Washington, Arizona, Fort Huachuca, and Israel before the shooting yesterday. Of course, this is that whole Muslim terrorist thing. Nindiaga Diagne or whatever. And do I have a picture of him with the?
So wait, you guys also?
Yeah, this guy that is. I mean, I hope if you learn one thing from this channel, from all my videos, is whenever you have an obvious situation, just realize don't eat the low-hanging fruit. Be like that little shirt that I made with the fennec fox. Like, don't eat the low-hanging fruit, okay? This is like guy from Africa who's wearing property of Allah. Property of Allah. That's the shirt that he's wearing. And he's the Muslim terrorist. Like, come on. Come on now.
Saw this news, right? A 53-year-old man from Senegal who became a naturalized U.S. citizen, meaning he was an immigrant, coincidentally, shot and killed 2 people in a bar in Austin, Texas. Yes, the same Texas where anti-Muslim and anti-Arab rhetoric and violence are at an all-time high, with candidates openly spewing this hateful anti-Muslim, anti-Arab violence inciting rhetoric as their main platform for election. But get this, the shooter happened to be wearing a hoodie that said property of Allah and had a shirt underneath the hoodie that the authorities described as pro-Iran, all while wearing camo pants similar to what U.S. military would wear and carrying an assault rifle. But wait, there's more. They happened to find a Quran in his car. Yes, you heard that right. Not the U.S. trying to kill all birds with one stone to justify their stance on immigrants and naturalized citizen deportation and their illegal and unjustifiable war with Iran. No, that's definitely not it. And boy, is the Western news media eating this shit up. But get this, I just got more intel on this guy. Apparently, they had him strip down some more and found more shirts that he was wearing under those 2 shirts they initially saw that seemed to make it clear who he is and what his motives were. Under his pro-Iran shirt, he was wearing a black sweater that said, "Oh God, I'm not Mossad." And under that sweater, he had a long sleeve shirt that said, "It wasn't me." And under that one was a navy blue t-shirt that says, "Who, me? FBI? That's an FB lie." And then under that one was a white undershirt that said, "It's always CYA when you're the CIA." And under all of them was a white tank top that simply said, "This is not a false flag." So there you have it. This is definitely a Muslim terrorist.
Oh, goodness. Iraqi Christian Foundation says U.S. evangelicals are intentionally spreading false information online about Iranian Christians in order to promote more war and bloodshed. There are over 1 million native apostolic Christians in Iran, Armenians, Assyrians, Chaldeans, not evangelicals. U.S. evangelicals are falsely claiming these native apostolic Christians who did not want war are converts begging for war. U.S. evangelicals pushed for the Iraq war that destroyed 1.5 million native Chaldean and Assyrian Christians in Iraq. U.S. evangelicals pushed for the Syria war that destroyed 2.5 million native ancient Syrian Christian communities, even siding with and advocating for more funding for the Al-Qaeda ISIS terrorists that were literally crucifying Syrian Christians. So sad. U.S. evangelicals do not speak for Middle East Christians. Middle East Christians do not want more war in the region. And the Middle East has just been soaked with blood, because the Crusades have never ended. This is from Habibi something. A new metro station called Maryam Mogaddas, Holy Mary, has opened in Tehran, the capital of Iran, near the Armenian Christian district. So where do you think this is going, folks? Where do you think this is going? Where they honor Mary as holy and everything? That's going to be an excellent ecumenical point. POV, you step into an Armenian church in Iran. Churches in Iran, iglesias in Iran. So there's a lot of churches in Iran. Yeah, I mean, the Middle East is an incredibly complicated area. Sneeko reacts to viral Iranian women celebrating U.S. attacks on Khamenei's death. Let's see.
Everything about this just is so Israeli. The way that they're dressing, the horrible dancing, the bad drip. Smells like Tel Aviv. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
A few moments later.
Neons are losing it. They are losing it. Oh, she's a Jew? That dancing video? Did I call it? Wow. Every single time. It really is every time. I'm not to be a chud, but it really is every single time, huh?
Yeah, and people are eating it up because they have their Jew blinders on, and that's all they see. Literally, no Muslim in the world is shocked. LOL, this is not news. Al-Qaeda shocks the world, urges Muslims to back Israel against Iran. Of course, these people are just propped up. Edward Snowden leaked 10 years ago that MI6, CIA, and Mossad worked together to create and train ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and every local offshoot terrorist group. And just last year, U.S. Congressman Scott Perry whistleblew that the U.S. has been funding all these groups through USA Aid. But guess what the biggest tell has always been? Well, before we look at that, you have to understand the CIA, Catholics in Action, was founded by Knights of Malta, Bill Donovan, the OSS, and that was the precursor to the CIA. And there's a lot of Catholic people, Knights of Columbus, Knights, knight type of people in there. Mossad was trained by also a Knights of Malta member. So these are just two arms of the beast. In the MI6, same thing. All these people are in different orders. This is a shadow network, a shadow system. And it's all doing the bidding of these higher ups. But let's see, the people these Muslim terror groups love to kill the most are Muslims, and only carry out their first controlled attack on Israel in 2017 when rumor mills started to reveal the Mossad connection. Spoiler alert, it was a false flag. So despite years of you telling us that Muslim radical Islamist terrorists are the greatest threat to Western civilization, and they especially quote-unquote hate Jews, they mainly target their own people and not their greatest enemy. LOL. Yep, this is because they're arms of the beast, and this is a papal crusade. Here's something else you might not know, and it'll explain how Iran has been fighting to try and eliminate these groups for decades. Al-Qaeda urges Muslims to back Israel over Iran. Yeah. No, something, Sherlock, because they are Israel and Israel is them. Following September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, Iran, despite longstanding tensions with the United States, provided significant assistance in the U.S.-led effort to dismantle al-Qaeda and overthrow the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, including sharing intelligence, allowing overflights, and cooperating with the State Department to help install Hamid Karzai's interim government. However, just months later, in his January 2002 State of the Union address, President George Bush labeled Iran, along with Iraq and North Korea, as part of an axis of evil, accusing these states of sponsoring terrorism, pursuing weapons of mass destruction, including Iran's suspected nuclear program, and posing a grave threat to global peace, a move that abruptly halted the budding cooperation and reflected the Bush administration's broader distrust of Iran's regional ambitions and support for groups like Hezbollah. It's all one big show, folks. It's all one big show. And remember, even from the last time that originally they attacked Iran, a couple months ago or something, whatever that was, how both, Tel Aviv and the Iranian parliament, they all have Freemasonic pyramids and buildings there. So these things are definitely put on by the powers that be. Of course, real people are getting hurt, but nevertheless, don't forget that it's a charade ultimately. $10 influencers accused of paying actors to pose as Iranian women in viral claims. Online influencers are falsely claiming they called Iranian women who said they were happy with Ali Khamenei. Yada yada. Comments viral. According to the Bricks News, one added line, "The cheap propaganda stunt exposed this desperate attempt to smear Iran. Is this a sign of progress or a potential flashpoint? Share your view." Yeah, you can't trust anything anymore, and this is all part of the discrediting of the online journalist.
I've really been debating about sharing this information because it is very dangerous for me to know this. But the Iron Dome is not real, okay? And I'm going to explain it to you very simply. I know there's a lot of Israeli people or people that visit Israel and was like, no, I've seen it. I've seen the rockets explode above you. It is a fireworks show. You're watching a fireworks show. Oh, but my friend got hit by shrapnel. The shrapnel is literally from the Iron Dome rocket. I get it. It is a fake firework show. They are doing psychological warfare on the Israeli people. This is why Israeli soldiers and all the people in Israel are so convinced that everyone wants to kill them. This is why all the Iranian missiles are passing through the Iron Dome and it's not stopping them. It's because the Iron Dome is not real. Okay? The Iron Dome, I'm going to give you a little history about it, is completely a fabrication. When the Iron Dome was first set up, guys, there was more rockets launched at Israel, supposedly, within the first month than all of history of Israel. more rockets in its entire history were launched within 1 month of the setup of the Iron Dome.
It's like he told us more fire was directed at southern Israel during the 8-day battle in November than during all of Israel's previous wars.
Do you honestly believe that? Or do you think maybe the Iron Dome is fabricating the idea that you are being launched rockets at you? Or do you actually think there's a bunch of starving children in Gaza that are Hamas angry soldiers that can't get food, but they've got rockets and they're just launching rockets randomly at the Israeli citizens? Bro, Israel has been launching rockets at themselves. They shoot themselves in the foot.
Do you know who I am? I speak on behalf of the Jewish people. My name is Anat Morad and I'm from Israel. Have you heard of Israel? You have? Well, I hope you heard only good things. We in Israel believe in shooting ourselves in the foot. We don't waste any time. We do exactly everything upside down, because that way we can be special, God's chosen people. After we shoot ourselves in the foot, we blame the Palestinians, because to blame the Palestinians is a very special honor that only we get to do.
This is what they're doing. They have been doing this the whole time. The Iron Dome is a game changer because it is a lie. It is a psychological operation to convince the Israeli people that everyone wants to kill you and everyone's out to get you. Bro, that's not true. It has convinced you and brainwashed the Israeli people, and I hope this message goes out to a lot of Israeli people to realize the Hamas rockets are invisible. You can't even see the fire trail behind them, guys.
You're looking at an Iron Dome missile on its way. You can't see the Hamas rocket it's going after, but watch how the missile will adjust its course to get close to the Hamas rocket and blow it up. You can't see the Hamas rocket it's going after. You can't see the Hamas rocket it's going after.
Cannot see the Hamas rockets. That's what he said. The ones from Iran that you can see, those ones seem to be making it through the Iron Dome.
Oh my God! Holy! Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Israeli citizens, you are not protected by an Iron Dome. It's not real. And you should be very mad at your government for allowing you to be a human sacrifice ritual. That is what's happening to you.
Yeah, and so, I mean, there's still a little more, but I think you get the point. But the point is that Zionism, is not, what's the direction this is going to go? Okay, people are going to find out about this. People already know that people are already unhappy with Zionist policies. Not all of the Jews who live in Israel are Zionists. Not all the Jews who are around the world are Zionists, because Zionism is a self-destructive ideology. It's an extreme ideology. And so its only possible outcome is self-destruction, because it's not going to be part of this New World Order scheme. So the point is there's a lot of deception in
Many
the
people
air.
saw the images this past weekend of mass crowds mourning Iran's supreme leader and asked the same question. Wait, I thought most Iranians opposed the regime, so I wanted to provide some context. Are there millions of Islamic Republic supporters in Iran? Yes. Are they the majority? No. And the numbers prove it. According to the latest research from Gaman, the group for analyzing and measuring attitudes in Iran, only about 20% of the population actually supports the Islamic Republic remaining in power, and found that support for the ideological principles of the 1979 revolution and the supreme leader had actually fallen to 11%. Now, nearly 20% might not sound like a lot, but Iran's population is over 93 million people. That's 18 million people who can freely come to the streets to show their support without getting killed, raped, tortured, detained, or executed. They are the vocal minority with all the power. Now imagine if the other 75 million people who don't support the regime had that same freedom. We got a glimpse of it. On January 8th and 9th, hundreds of thousands, some reports say millions, across the country risked their lives to protest. They were met with bullets. For every person you saw in the street, there were millions more who stayed home, terrified of being the next one killed, detained, or executed for protesting for basic human rights. And look, those 75 million people don't all have the same beliefs. Iran is incredibly diverse. It's made up of different ethnic groups, different religious beliefs, different languages, and different political viewpoints. But across those differences, one demand echoes again and again: azadi, freedom, the right to determine their own future. So before you see a headline or a picture of a massive state-organized funeral and form an opinion, remember the numbers. Context matters, critical thinking matters, and amplifying the voices of Iranians who cannot speak freely matters now more than ever. Payende Iran, long live Iran.
And a lot of those protests also were, they caught Mossad and the CIA as usual with their hands in the cookie jar. So this is the Dubai Airport, March 2nd. This is from March 2nd.
Airport Terminal 3. Apparently, according to some news, this is the exact airport which was hit by a drone yesterday, which was a completely fake news. You can see it yourself. Today is 2nd of March. It's about 3:44 p.m. and I'm passing by this airport. This does not look like an airport which was hit by a drone or a missile less than 24 hours ago, because all this news circulating online is absolutely fake, rubbish news. Whatever that was, it was intercepted by the government of UAE, by the UAE officials, and it was the debris which fell on the airport. Alhamdulillah, nobody was injured. There were no casualties. But I'd like to give a message out here to all these seasonal influencers, news reporters, /journalists, people running to just get their videos going viral just because you'll share something, share some horrible video about Dubai, something hitting Dubai, which didn't even really happen, without even putting down the source or the official news. Do not do that, brother. That's not your job. Your job is to be a responsible citizen, responsible human being. Dubai is a city where most of the people have come from different parts of the world. We have families back home, friends, family, people living here whose families are from India, from Pakistan, from all around the world. And they get really worried when they see these kind of videos online. I got so many messages from people asking me how we are. Of course, last few days were tense, I agree. But everything was taken care of by UAE officials. We felt safe. I'd rather be here than be anywhere else where I'm not feeling safe every day of the year. So please stop spreading any rumors, any fake news, and let the government officials do their job. And your job is to be a responsible person, responsible citizen, and a responsible human being. Let's try to do that first.
Do you feel, because these people aren't Christians, they're at their own religion or their own secular way of being, but do you see, just tying it back into everything we've been looking at this entire episode, which is social issues, common good mentality, everybody gets along, ecumenism, do you see the threads, how these things are bringing to the surface to be a responsible citizen, to care for the common good? We need to regulate social media. We need to regulate all this AI. We need to regulate how we even speak about things, because, it could be irresponsible to spread fake news. All of this is by design. The AI and the stuff that's pushing out into the marketplace to confuse the marketplace is going to make a powerful precedent to regulate free speech on the internet for the common good. And you can see the threads of it coming through with conflicts like this that are obviously very serious. Nevertheless, they also have their fair share of misinformation. And I believe that's by design, because eventually there will be a precedent to use that for the New World Order scheme. Israel's taking a bloody good hiding. Let's see.
Is taking a bloody good hiding. But you don't know it. You don't know it for two reasons. First of all, anybody releasing a picture or video of the damage in Tel Aviv is immediately sentenced to 5 years in prison. And secondly, because the mass media, CNN, BBC, Sky News, have accepted Israeli censorship and are therefore not broadcasting the footage that they have taken over a Tel Aviv that now looks like Gaza. How do I know that? Because I've got friends in Tel Aviv. Sheinkin Street, Tel Aviv. Near Dizengoff Square, Tel Aviv. And they've been walking around, and it's they who tell me from their own mouth that Tel Aviv now looks like Gaza. How could it not? because the air defenses over Tel Aviv are no longer operational. The Iranians are hitting at will with the most powerful ballistic missiles. 50 ballistic missiles hit Tel Aviv last evening alone. They're also lying to you about the number of American casualties. How can all these CIA bases, all these American embassies, all these foreign bases of the United States, how can they all have been hit and destroyed with only 4 dead Americans? I'm going to take a flyer, and it's this. There are approaching 1,000 dead Americans, and they can't be hidden forever.
Yep. Again, this is all just by design. America has to get humiliated in this conflict. There's no victory for America in this war. Absolutely none. It's going to get humiliated. Trump is going to be humiliated. The American two-party system is going to be totally discredited. It's the problem to which the reaction and solution are the New World Order, which is all coming to a head. But again, as usual, misinformation. Trump says Iran death toll over 30,000 while considering military strikes.
The Iranian regime has killed 30,000 protesters as the new Hamas has beheaded 40 babies. Let's examine where this ever-shifting number, 30,000 one moment, 50,000 the next, actually comes from. One of the main sources is the Center for Human Rights in Iran, notorious for its uncited anti-Muslim propaganda, and its anonymous reporters making unverified claims from unnamed sources. It operates without any accountability out of an unmarked office upstairs in this New York building with zero presence in Iran. It's funded by the CIA-linked National Endowment for Democracy, the NED, an outfit dedicated to toppling governments and installing empire-owned puppets under the guise of democracy. Not long ago, the NED's chair, Minky Warden, also ran anti-China campaigns, bankrolling the NED's Hong Kong fake pro-democracy fronts. Her husband, Al Gordon Krovitz, ex-Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones, Apple Daily Board and a close Peter Thiel ally, now runs NewsGuard, a censorship juggernaut, a Pentagon and DoD contracted client that brands inconvenient truth as misinformation. Another source is Iran International, all over Facebook and X. London-based, zero presence in Iran, owned by Saudi billionaires via Valent Media. Staffed by pro-Pahlavi monarchists seeking to bring Iran under US-Israeli control, it championed the 40,000 deaths figure, yet only ever showed photos of perhaps 100 body bags, providing no verifiable evidence, and which Iran says were victims of Mossad and CIA-backed rioters. Iran International is bankrolled by none other than Mohammed bin Salman, Trump and Epstein's friend and Musk's business partner, the Crown Prince infamous for dismembering honest journalists. Now,
who also, by the way, has, I think they're Sephardic Jews in their bloodline. So there's that.
Funding a network that poses as one. Another major source is the HRANA, or Human Rights Activists News Agency. Another NED-funded phantom, no office, anonymous operators based outside Iran, recycling the same NED-approved lines. Even Al Jazeera has flagged its credibility problems. Another source, the Journal of Democracy, the NED's own magazine, consistently, academically, finding that Iranians want exactly what the NED wants for them. Funny that. Another is the Foundation for Democracy in Iran, again, an American agency. It's Maryland-based, staffed by dual US-Israeli nationals. Once again, it was founded and funded by the NED, explicitly set up to promote regime change in Iran. Its leadership? Former CIA directors and defense officials, not a single Iranian in sight, just American government operatives deciding what democracy looks like for Iran. I could name at least 6 more agencies, but you get the picture, all funded by the same interests driving the regime change agenda. Iranians aren't fooled. They mockingly call the NED the national enemy of democracy, and the new CIA, they know it's funded almost entirely by the US Congress. They also call it the White Gloves because its role is to carry out covert, deniable subversion on the American government's behalf. Beyond the NED, private assets heavily fund this agenda, notably the booming Persian-language satellite TV industry. Many operate out of Los Angeles, in a sector now known as Tehrangeles. But here's how truly Iranian they really are.
Wood Boulevard, the heart of Tehrangeles. Among them, thousands of Persian Jews. The owner of this store here said 90% of his clients are Persian Jews. Many also have family in Israel.
Alongside London-based outlets like Monoto, broadcasting soft news along with rose-tinted, distorted nostalgia content targeting audiences unfamiliar with pre-1979 Iran. Pro-Trump and pro-Netanyahu, and noted for unusually opaque funding, with analysts pointing to political backing. Outlets like anti-Iranian government Radio Gilan add to this deceitful ecosystem, spreading lies, including originating the false claim that Iran bombed the school in Minab. In this instance, platformed on the pro-Pahlavi Iran Spectator, a channel that provides no information as to its owners. In October 2025, Citizen Lab published revelations from the Israeli press exposing the use of fake avatars to bolster the image of Reza Pahlavi, the leveraging of AI deepfake videos, fabricated content, fake news reports to destabilize the Iranian regime, Israeli-funded online campaigns in the Persian language using fake personas in AI. Personas that posed as Iranian citizens, calling for a return of the monarchy. Often these fake personas are pretty ladies or handsome men recounting IRGC horror stories, but always void of any proof. Tusi TV fits the same mold. Its owner, Mehad Tusi, a vocal genocide denier who holds Netanyahu up as the voice of moral authority. Your feed is curated. They're not informing you. They're programming you. Before you share, ask yourself, who's behind the lens? Want the real picture? Tune into people like Professor Marandi on the ground in Tehran, who brings regular updates of the majority masses standing in strong defiance of American-Israeli actions. And see how Yemen and other nations stand in solidarity with Iran, this image from 2 days ago in Sana'a. Then watch how Iranians actually react when shown diaspora footage celebrating Trump and Netanyahu's attacks. The contrast says everything.
این خوشحالی حمله به ایرانه؟
نمیخوایم وحشی‌ها رو ببینم. اینجا تهران روز ششم جنگه.
بعید میدونم ایرانی باشن.
مادر و پدر و فامیل خودت دارن تو این کشور زندگی میکنن. ایرانی ها؟ آره.
نمیدونم اینا دلشون به کی خوشه.
اینا یه آدمای بیشور و نفهمی هستن. آدم فروشن، هم وطن فروشن.
آدمای کثیف.
هر فشاری که رومونه از منافقین و مزدورای داخلیه. یکی مثل اینایی که تو کشورهای دیگه نشستن، خوشیاشونو دارن، شعار اینو میدن که ما وطن پرستون کسایی هستن که شبای سرد تو خیابونا میان برای جمهوری اسلامی، برای سوگ پدرشون اینجا به جماعت نشستن. انتظار داری کشوری که برای هیچ کس آبادانی به ارمغان نیاورده برای شما بیاره؟ چرا همچین فکری رو میکنی؟
ما ایرانیم، اینا دارن 170 تا دانش آموز رو میکشن، دارن مردم ایران رو
So sad that these people obviously are. It's always the average person that is getting the short end of the stick. But as you can see, there is great manipulation.
Hi everyone, I'm here live from the streets of Tehran. It's 3 a.m. right now and people have just heard of the news of the new Supreme Leader being elected. And I'm just going to show you the views from the streets of Tehran. Make sure to send this to Trump and his dirty, filthy media. So this is just a normal random street from Tehran. I'm not making this up. It's 8th March, 3 a.m. in the morning. People are out here and you can look at the crowd here, absolute massive crowd. Trump said that Iranians want to come out against the regime and you see the protesters of the regime and all of these regime propagandists who have come out at 3 a.m. in the morning celebrating the election of Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei as their supreme leader. We see it's not like all of these are religious people. Western media would tell you these are religious people. Just look at these modern women who are standing here. They're not religious people. They're just random normal people. And make sure to send this to all of this dirty Western media that is showing you absolute bullshit day and night. And people like us get labeled as regime propagandists. And I don't know what to say. I haven't forced these people to come out. They've just come out and so Trump, he wanted Mustafa Khamenei not to be elected, but Iranians have responded and instead they've elected him.
These people are super nationalistic, man. You know, it's just this is going to be a total disaster. But it's all by design. Now let's see if Bibi is still alive.
So, since when does Benjamin Netanyahu have 6 fingers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, are we sure that this interview that's just been on the world stage, everyone's talking about it, are we sure that this is real? I mean, we have literally got hundreds of reports coming in saying that Benjamin Netanyahu isn't with us anymore. Which would make a lot of sense to this video being AI, so that they can tell the world that he's still with us. And of course we have put it through the AI detector, and it is saying that it's only 15% real and 85% digitally edited. Like, you know, for the sensory reasons, we are not making any claims here. We are just counting fingers on a video that has been posted worldwide. Once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Humans only have 5 fingers on one hand. So what are we saying in the comments, beautiful people? Is this a real footage of Benjamin Netanyahu, or are we being shown AI images because of a certain reason that they do not want us to know about? I mean, honestly, if you just type in on any search engine right now, is Benjamin Netanyahu brown bread, then it does come up with many articles saying that he is. And this is apparently Benjamin Netanyahu's daughter crying hysterically on the world stage. Very strange. What's she upset about? Of course, you know, this is for entertainment purposes only, beautiful people.
I think he's dead. Here's another one. Just in, Sataf is only one coffee shop in Jerusalem which is currently closed due to the Iranian strikes. So where Netanyahu drank this coffee in Tel Aviv? So where, yeah, because remember that video that came out? It's it had the glass or the cup that said Sataf on it, but that place was closed because of the bomb threats. The video circulating is fake. There are 2 different people. Even after drinking the coffee, it remained on the same level. Yeah, so many shenanigans with the coffee cup. Netanyahu new video is 78.9% likely to be AI generated. Where is Bibi? Well, Bibi is there. He is again drinking his fake coffee. Bibi is probably dead, and he'll be resurrected and destroyed extremely painfully for all his wickedness.
Suspect at the Jewish synagogue shooting today in Michigan has been released. Here it is. Allegedly, his family was killed in Lebanon in an airstrike just days ago, but it is now standard procedure for me to look up the name of the suspects in quotations in this particular country for the past week. This incident occurred today, and there were search results around the 9th, a few days ago. I won't draw any conclusions for you because this video would get banned, but this happens quite frequently, and people claim that Google Trends is buggy, but this bug only affects this one country.
Now, again, when they dangle the low-hanging fruit in front of you, don't bite. It is, do you think, like, okay, the Mossad, that is basically one of the arms of the devil, and all of the shenanigans and snakery that they've done over the last 80 years, suddenly now they're doing this thing and leaving little breadcrumbs for you to find. Like, oh, look, they looked up his name, Israel. They're looking up people's names, and you can look it up on Google, and that's how you know who's doing it. Do you really think that that's like they're that stupid? Or is this all by design? Because the world needs to be awakened to something.
There's some disinformation floating around online claiming that most of Tel Aviv has been destroyed by Iranian missiles, and I want to clarify as a journalist who is currently in Tel Aviv that that's all nonsense. Yes, there have been a small number of hits. Yes, the area immediately around those hits have experienced some damage, but that is a very tiny percentage of the city, and the vast majority of Tel Aviv is operating with near perfect normalcy. Of course, the first day of the war was a little bit spicy. Everyone went to the bomb shelters, I think 12, 13, 14 times. We've been getting alarms every single day, but the frequency of these alarms has been diminishing exponentially. to the point where it doesn't really feel like an issue right now. Of course, we lose some sleep, but that's not a significant issue in the grand scheme of things. And the number of impacts that we're seeing is really low. It's actually a bit surprising. Before I came here, my contacts warned me that if there was going to be war with Iran, that it was going to be really brutal. But that hasn't borne out, because it turns out that the Islamic regime is just really incompetent when it comes to war. And the United States and Israel are far more powerful than anyone really realized. So this is Tel Aviv. This is what life is like here right now. If you see people online claiming that it's been destroyed, know that they're lying to you, either through AI or through mislabeling old videos or through focusing in on the small areas of destruction and claiming that represents the city. The footage I'm showing you right now is what Tel Aviv actually looks like. Go Israel! Wish you guys could come. It's a beautiful country.
Yeah, I don't know. This was early on, so I saw some pretty big destruction. And I don't know. It's hard to tell with these things. Pete Hegseth, did they mean to air this? Let's see. What do they air?
Okay, hold on a second. Pete Hegseth. I bet you they wish they aired this from that guy's angle and not this angle, because you just missed something that could be nothing, but also looks like something. Watch this. They shake hands. Oh, wait a minute. Where do they do funny secret handshakes again? Watch it again. Is it a big club that we're all not in? Quickly, you would have never seen this if you were watching TV. You would have never noticed that in time. You slow it down, and you see a handshake I've never done. If I shake hands, it's a firm grip. I don't put my finger on that part of their wrist. Like, what's going on? And in totally unrelated news, here's a handshake if you're in a secret club that you literally have to vow secrecy if you want to join. But I'm sure it's nothing.
Yep, Pete Hegseth with a nice Crusader cross on his pectoral and all that jazz. So, well, what can you make of that? I believe the war is real. I think that Satan is in control of the institutions. These things are also choreographed, so this is a nuanced situation. On one side, you're going to have the people that say, no, this is all fake, just like with the whole Charlie Kirk thing. It's all fake, it's all holograms. Then on the other side, you have the other opposite of that, where the truth is somewhere in the middle. That this is a very nuanced situation. Iran is a very multicultural situation. There's a lot of complexity involved. It's not a one-sided issue. However, it is all being orchestrated to fulfill God's word, because God decreed these things would happen, and ultimately they will fulfill God's word, and the world will end up marveling after the beast because of it. Because this is a papal crusade. It is the final crusade. It's the final crusade to destroy the Muslims and the Jews and the Protestants, and it will be successful. It has to appear real for sure and chaotic as much as possible and cause damage and cause economic damage. But, at the end of the day, who knows? Like I said, in the, I think it was Venerable Day of the Sun 18, where we looked at kind of the initial tit for tat that they were doing. The missiles that they were being shot at that time, at least, from both Iran and Israel, were being towards targets that have nothing to do with anything. And a lot of those targets were slotted for destruction anyway, because I think they were doing some smart city stuff. Who really knows? This stuff is just all smoke and mirrors. They both have Freemasonic symbolism in their parliament buildings, both Iran and Israel. So it's all very strange. This time, I think there's definitely way more destruction and chaos, because there has to be. I think there has to happen this stuff to set the precedence for all of the things that will unfold. And we'll discuss those outcomes today. But nevertheless, they are choreographed. That's why we need to use discernment. That's why we need to wait and watch and not get swept up in emotions or take sides very quickly. And you shouldn't take a side at all. You should take God's side. That's about it. But you shouldn't take any sides and take everything with a grain of salt. Watch. Look, as time moves on with all of these things, if things are so confusing now, imagine in like a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, how it's going to be. Again, eventually at some point, the dialectics will have to come to an end. But nevertheless, until that point in time, AI is going to, and just fake news and all the shenanigans you saw, all of these little leapfrog organizations shaping culture and shaping public opinion, it's very, very deceptive. However, I'm going to say this: Satan banks on putting you in an emotional position so that you can make a decision very quickly and very rashly, so that you can be manipulated. Okay? So the purpose of the deception, no matter what it is, whether it's a false sign or wonder or technology or whatever else, the purpose of deception is to get you to act immediately. Very important point. The purpose of deception is to get you to act immediately. Because when you do that, and you do that without thinking, without taking into consideration context, just like when you read the Bible, 100% of all error is because people aren't reading in context. What do you need to read in context? Well, you need patience. You need to build a case. You need to cross-reference. You need to do things that require critical thinking. And critical thinking is the enemy of the enemy, because the enemy doesn't want you to think critically. So he puts you in situations that tempt you into reacting emotionally, like a conflict, like dialectics, like, the Satanists coming out on the Washington, D.C. lawn and having a black mass. Like, this kind of snakery is just designed to put people in an emotional state so they can be manipulated. So my point with all this is, no matter how deceptive it gets, okay, this is a very important point. No matter how deceptive it gets, if you are willing to simply be an observer and watch, and have history in one hand and the Bible in another, and just watch, the fruits will always tell you where the roots are. I don't need to know where the roots are. I just need to see what kind of fruit is there. Is it a banana tree? Well, I know it's a tree that's a banana root. Is it an apple tree? Is it an orange tree? What kind of tree is it? The fruits tell you what the roots are. So the roots are invisible. They're underground, right? But if you see the fruit, then you understand what kind of plant you're dealing with. And that's a very interesting way that God created that physical reality so that you understand spiritual things. Because you can't tell what's going on in the heat of the moment. And Satan certainly is very clever, and he's got control over the institutions, and there's a lot of technology. There's a lot going on. But if you watch and you see which direction they're going, you can understand what's actually happening. Because they have to tell on themselves eventually. And especially if you have the Bible in one hand and history in another, they will tell on themselves. They will reveal themselves. This is a papal crusade, because the papacy is where Satan gave his throne and power and great authority to. That means everything is being coalesced around that singular point, and reality will come to worship the beast. So we may not understand every stupid thing that happens in the heat of the moment, but nevertheless, we can watch the fruits to know the roots. They may use deception, but they have to reveal their intentions eventually, because their intentions are very obvious. They want to take control of the world, and they want to force a spiritual system onto everybody else. So that has to be revealed, and it will be revealed. And as long as you pay attention, then you'll see it. Now, I want to move to the next section, which is dialectics. And as usual, they have lots of problem, reaction, solution formulas being deployed. And this suggests, again, that this is a choreographed situation. Again, I believe there's real damage. I believe that the Iran war is real. However, that can also be a choreographed situation. So we need to look at some of these typical signatures of Satan's schemes that are happening.
Bazaarists and ordinary citizens gathered to peacefully protest. Rising costs, economic hardship, the direct result of America's economic terrorism, unlawful sanctions designed to suffocate Iran. The demonstrations were legitimate, constitutional, recognized by Iran's leadership, the leader, the president, all authorities pledged to listen.
بله این اجتماعات عمدتاً از طرف بازاری‌ها بود، اما حرفشون حرف درستی بود. من هم تو تلویزیون شنیدم، هم تو محاسبات و تو کارها این رو دیدم. اعتراض بکنه.
So this is, I mean, you can hardly see the text, but the leaders here, the supreme leader and the president are saying, listen, this was a thing that was a concern raised primarily by the merchants, and we're open to listening and whatever else. So they're, at least on the surface, they're being very diplomatic about it.
Cities quiet, police unarmed, protesters marching peacefully. And then the operation was triggered. The 12 Days War begins anew. American and Israeli officials admitted Mossad's heavy involvement. Thousands of Starlink terminals smuggled in, handed to terrorist cells inside Iran. Terrorist cells moved fast. They infiltrated crowds. They turned protest squares into killing fields. Civilians and law enforcement slaughtered in gruesome, ISIS-like fashion. Eyewitnesses saw armed operatives issuing commands, moving with discipline, some disguised as police. Fake checkpoints appeared. Civilians stopped, executed at close range. Violence escalated. Officers ambushed, lynched, mutilated, burned alive. Severed heads mounted on car roofs. Bodies dragged through streets. Grotesque spectacles designed to terrify. The terror spread. Capital and many cities. Drive-by shootings sprayed bullets into crowds. Protesters and bystanders struck down without distinction. Each killing calculated to fracture society. Precious lives lost by foreign bullets, not Iran's law enforcement.
These people are totally unknown people. People are totally unknown people.
Public institutions attacked. Hospitals, banks, mosques, fire trucks, ambulances, buses full of passengers set ablaze. Essential services crippled.
همین حوادث 54 نفر از همکاران ما دچار آسیب شدند و 84 دستگاه آمبولانس ما مورد آسیب قرار گرفت. زدن محکم داخل شیشه آمبولانس.
The extreme brutality confirmed these were trained operatives. Beheadings, mutilations, coordinated arson, synchronized executions. This was not spontaneous protest. This was organized terror.
و می‌بینید از چشم، از بینی، از صورت، از گونه هیچی باقی نموند.
The tactics mirrored ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Public
Who started ISIS and Al-Qaeda? Who started Mossad? Who started CIA?
executions, impersonation of authorities, symbolic destruction, indiscriminate killing, the same doctrine, the same playbook. And it was not unprecedented. Syria, Libya, terrorist cells infiltrated protests, escalated violence, fractured societies. Alongside the violence, a media war was launched. Western mainstream media outlets were so biased as to blame the killings on the government. Executions by terrorists were blamed on security forces, and the victims of terror recast as casualties of state repression. Social media influencers paid generously to amplify the distortion, demonizing Iran, paving the way for foreign intervention. At the same time, cyber attacks, unprecedented, infrastructure targeted, networks crippled, the government forced to shut down the internet to protect citizens and disrupt terrorist communications.
چقدر ما مظلوم، شهیدان نیرو انتظامی مظلوم، چقدر فریادی بچه ها نیرو انتظامی، کسی نمیرسه. با تیز جنگی اون جای بچه هر کی داره حیوان بوده. سر تمرین میومد.
من شاگرد من بود، بازیکن باشگاه سایپای تهران.
بخواد.
خانه یه دفعه دیدم من پشت به بشه بچه‌م افتاد. خونش رو دستام ریخت دخترم.
شما ویلناس که بهش تیر خورده. اینم کلاهشه که به تیر خورده به سرش.
به چه مسی فرشته خوابیده بود افتی که جلسه خودش دلم باز بیشتی به تنگ شدن
مردم نیستن.
هدفشون واقعا به هم ریختن مملکتمونه.
مردم ناراحتن به خاطر این گرونی. ولی مردم کارا رو نمیخونن.
خیلی ناراحتم. تو دلم اصلا میلرزه وقتی صحنه رو من قبلا میدم چیزی بخریدم.
Yet the operation failed miserably. Calm was restored. Millions marched in support of the state. Now, the United States and the Israeli regime stand poised to launch a new war, to engineer regional collapse. But Iran has survived millennia, the oldest continuous civilization on Earth, and it will stand tall again, stronger, more prosperous, determined to decide its own destiny. And in the end, the biggest foreign intelligence and terror operation in Iran failed.
And of course, they've been at those situations for a very long time, the last 80 years at
For all
least.
of the low IQ people that keep dropping comments talking about, why don't you ask the Iranians how they feel about Khomeini's death? They are dancing in the streets and they love this. They love Donald Trump. Here's something to think about. The Iraqis, they danced in the streets too when Saddam went down. The Afghans, they danced in the streets too when the Taliban went down. The Libyans, they danced in the streets too when Gaddafi went down. But then, how did all three of those countries turn out? And how do you think Iran's going to turn out? Because do you think that the United States and Israel will ever allow Iran to become a power again? No, they won't. And if China were to attack the United States right now because we're slipping into a full-on dictatorship, you'd probably see a bunch of Americans dancing in the streets that Donald Trump was taken out by China. But then, ask the Americans in a month or two after that, as they're all being forced to learn Mandarin and they're not allowed to eat cheeseburgers anymore because that doesn't go along with the dictates of the foreign occupier, how they would feel about China. Just saying.
Yep. You never want to get involved in other countries' business. Martyr Maid on Twitter says, all right, now attack Iran during Purim, the Jewish holiday celebrating the massacre of 75,000 Persians. Start the attack on the 11th day of the 9th month on the Muslim calendar. But sir, this is mocking, but it's trying to tell a point. But sir, won't that cause people to reconsider who is responsible for 9/11? Do it. Make sure Purim coincides with the blood moon that peaks at 3:33 a.m. on March 3rd. But sir, I know 3 is a highly significant number in Jewish Kabbalah, symbolizing a third party ending and an unresolvable conflict between 1 and 2. Now do it. But have a Jewish journalist publish an article admitting how significant the symbolism is and comparing Iran to Amalek. Yeah, these are all just, done at the appointed time because all these people are secret society
Hi,
members.
everyone. So yes, I promise I'm going to get some sleep, but I just wanted to get something off my chest real quick. So all of you may be asking, why is Iran targeting the UAE, where much of the targets don't seem to be actual military targets? Before I get into this, I want to update you on an absolutely abhorrent thing that the UAE has done that seems to have flown under the radar in our news cycle. And that's the fact that the UAE has removed the United Kingdom, the UK, universities from the list of institutions approved for state scholarships, but continues to include universities in Israel. In fact, they are actually pushing and encouraging their students to study in Israel through scholarship funding. This policy change, which took effect for the 2026 academic year, means that UAE students will not receive government funding and their degrees may not be formally recognized by the UAE if they attend UK institutions. And why is this, you might ask? Because of fear of radicalization. UAE authorities expressed concern that British university campuses are vulnerable to Islamist radicalization because of the overwhelming open support for the Palestinian people. Let me paraphrase. A country built off of blood money, corruption, greed, capitalism, traitory, and gluttony that claims to be a Muslim nation or an Arab nation is barring their students from getting an education in the UK for fear of Islamic radicalization as a result of the mass-scale protests against Israel and those that support Israel that are taking place there. And considering the UAE is an arm of Israel, I think that's all you really need to know. So now that you know this, and the fact that the UAE government is just as evil as Israel through their assisting of the RSF in their genocide of Sudan and their exploitation of other countries' resources, thus exponentially destabilizing them, while being a home base for attacks on Palestine in partnership with Israel, making the UAE government just as Zionist as Israel, I'll now explain the genius that is Iran's attacks on the UAE. So aside from the UAE hosting several Western military bases, including a United States air base called Ad-Dhafra, the United States that bombed Iran, and the fact that they are, like I said, an arm of Israel, which is basically all the reason you need to attack them, Iran's attack on the UAE was strategic as hell, like chess level shit. First of all, when you hear that their attacks in Dubai were on hotels and financial institutions and their famous buildings of glitz and glamour, and not your typical military targets, this was all purposeful. First off, many of these targets were actually security facilities that are known to be Mossad hotspots, so there's that. But did you know that Donald Trump maintains significant long-standing real estate and business interests in Dubai, primarily through licensing deals with Damic properties, including the Trump International Golf Club and luxury villas? And recently his family's business interests have expanded to include cryptocurrency ventures with UAE partners. All of these investments are heavily driven by Dubai's tourism industry and the fact that Dubai touts itself as the safe haven of the Middle East. But all of that just came crashing down because Iran just exposed how weak the UAE is. Iran just showed that all the money, power, influence, and Dubai chocolate they have means nothing when it comes to strength. And when it comes to strength, the UAE has none. In fact, if Dubai was a person, it would be that bougie bitch that fights like this. So let's call a spade here. Israel doesn't give a shit when missiles get fired at them because of their beloved Iron Dome and all the US military bases set up to protect their leaching parasitic asses. But Dubai is not prepared whatsoever for all this smoke coming from Iran, and its population has no stomach for a prolonged military campaign. In just 2 to 3 days of this, there will be widespread panic all over Dubai. Meanwhile, the UAE, specifically Dubai, has great leverage over Trump. Remember all those Trump coins, personal investments, and donations to the Board of Peace? Iran striking Dubai makes it very costly for Trump to keep the war going, because when tourism goes down and when no one wants to live in Dubai anymore and the boycotts keep growing stronger, there go all of Trump's investments. So in a way, Iran is cornering the United States by forcing UAE's hand to say mercy. Iran doesn't give a single shit about future relations with the UAE. In fact, because of the several reasons I mentioned earlier, they detest the UAE and see them in the same light as the Zionist entity. So for the UAE, this now becomes damage control because they need the attacks to stop ASAP. They have no leg to stand on, and they don't have the strength or energy to prioritize revenge or political motives because they only thrive off of their blood money, corruption, greed, capitalism, traitory, and gluttony. And Dubai wants nothing more than to continue living this way, which directly helps secure Donald Trump's investments. So in reality, the UAE may be one of the main reasons why the US will de-escalate. Because we all know it's not going to be the American troops losing their lives for a terrorist entity's provocations on other nations that'll stop Donald Trump. It's his investments that'll stop him. And therein lies the genius of Iran. Good night.
Well, it looks like Trump's really trying to set a record. Looks like we might be bringing thousands of our sons and daughters home in body bags. An Iranian missile just struck another U.S. base overseas. 560 are assumed dead and critically wounded right now. That was the headlines from RT. That's the video you're watching here right now. Trump fucked around and found out. You arrogant motherfucker. Oh man. You want to see anti-Semitism at an all-time high? Just wait. Every single relative that brings home a loved one in a body bag, that doesn't wear a little tiny hat, they're going to become the anti-Semites of the year. The outrage that's going to come from these parents and the things that you're going to hear, bringing these men and women and their fathers, now that we know what we know about these people, up on the stage. Let's bring them to the State of the Union. I fucking dare you. Because I guarantee you, they're going to be singing a lot different tune. You think what they said about the Biden administration was bad? Just wait till the fucking people wake up. The Goyim, us, the cannon fodder. Or the white Christians that you just seem that you feel like the need to just send off to the front lines. Same with black Americans too. Fucking throw them in the meat grinder. They're replaceable. Meanwhile, the billionaires, Trump's son ain't going. You think Barron Trump's going to the fucking front lines? You think Melania's sending her boy? You think Netanyahu's son's leaving his Miami penthouse? Fuck no, they're not. They're drinking margaritas on a beach watching you send your sons and daughters off to war, just like all the fucking billionaires do. No billionaires are sending their kids to die in this fucking war. It's just us peasants, just us tax slaves. Same government takes 50 to 70% of every penny we fucking make, and then comes around and fucking tries to tell us that, hey, by the way, the president of peace, the president of no new wars, the guy that got your children to fucking enlist in the military in the first place, came back into office about a year ago. How many parents signed their children up to fucking go serve their country, restore justice, join the National Guard, become part of an important American great comeback, the great American comeback, Trump told us. Accountability, they fucking told us. 560, either dead or fucking wounded. And this is just getting started. It's not even nighttime over there. Wait till what Iran brings tonight. And Trump's over there blowing up fucking apartment buildings and fucking schools. Not taking out military fucking installations. What a absolute piece of shit of a human this man is. Every one of these bodies is on Trump's hands. We fucking got sold a bill of goods, guys. I was out campaigning for Trump, I'm sorry. I was door knocking. I was out fucking at every fucking rally, every indictment, all the court hearings, all of it. Covered every fucking one of those stories. And this is how he fucking repays us. What a gosh damn shame.
Do you see the Papal Crusade? Do you see the victory that is coming for the beast, where the Protestants are going to become the anti-Semites of the year? Of course, they have to make it real. People have to die, folks. People have to die to make it real so that, these Christian Protestants start hating the Jews and they flip. Carlson, Fuentes, and Owens must be jailed inside a World War II-style internment camp, says J. Feed. The First Amendment isn't a suicide pact, just as the Greatest Generation neutralized threats in 1942. We must stop the influencers turning our soldiers against the commander-in-chief before the front lines collapse. And of course, the author is Yair Kleinbaum. So there you go. Of course, these things are very obvious now, and everybody's noticing, but you have to notice the right things. You have to notice both sides of the story. Follow the money, a hypothesis on why we are invading Iran. This is interesting.
Unfortunately, I am spiraling, and I have put on my tinfoil hat, and I am going to present a hypothesis. I do not think that this is about the Epstein files. Hear me out before you get angry. On January 3rd, 2026, when we invaded Venezuela and captured Maduro, we took temporary control of Venezuela's oil exports and commerce. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world. At first, this did not make complete sense because we cannot necessarily use Venezuela's oils because of the crudeness of it. But technically, we do control their oil sales right now. The largest beneficiaries of Venezuelan oil is China, Russia, and Cuba. The other country that China currently gets a majority of their oil reserves from is Iran. Besides Iranian leadership under this current regime, we are currently targeting Iranian naval bases. Why? Because Iranian naval bases are currently attempting to defend the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a key shipping lane to be able to get oil to China. China knew that this was going to happen because they have been stockpiling oil reserves since January when the U.S. invaded Venezuela. They currently have enough oil to last them for approximately 100 days. But what happens when that 100 days winds down? Their manufacturing completely stalls. But that's not where this stops. Look at the Q3, Q4 GDP report from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is released by this administration. On page 2 of both reports, you will see that the Q3, Q4 GDP is currently being propped up by increased defense spending. Now, who is currently the biggest beneficiary of U.S. production of defense systems? It is not Israel. It is Saudi Arabia. Which country is currently trying to backfill China's oil reserve depletion? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is currently the biggest beneficiary of us invading Venezuela and capturing Maduro, and also us invading Iran. Our biggest customer of the export that is currently propping up our economy is simultaneously the only country that is currently supplying China with oil. Now, why is the U.S. currently engaging in hypocrisy by propping up Saudi Arabia? $1 billion in 2 Trump towers in Jeddah and Riyadh. $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund into Jared Kushner's private equity fund. $2 billion into Trump's stablecoin, a $5.5 billion Trump golf course developed by a Saudi Arabia developer. Follow the fucking money.
All peas in a pod, folks. But remember, Trump is just a puppet. U.S. troops were told Iran war is for Armageddon / the return of Jesus. This is from Jonathan Larson's Substack. What did I highlight here? I highlighted something somewhere. I feel like I highlighted something, but maybe not. Yeah, I think this was just going around and, you know, like Pete Hegseth using his Crusader lingo as usual. But again, do you see the Papal Crusade? Do you see the Crusade and how the Crusade has evolved? If you understand that Rome is the power of this world, and you understand what Rome's ambitions are, and you understand history, then all that's really changed is the packaging, folks. When the CIA and Mossad are in these countries starting revolutions and killing innocent bystanders and creating terror, that's a crusade. It looks different because there's different technology now. There's cell phones and radios, ham radios and guns and explosives. That's all that's changed. It's still a crusade. Do you get it? If the Crusaders, 1,000 years ago had ham radios and assault rifles and airplanes and helicopters, it would look like what it looks like today, which is the CIA and Mossad and all these little shadow interests going in different countries, starting revolutions, destabilizing them so that they can ultimately be manipulated and brought into the world system in the way that the beast wants them to. So this is all just a crusade. And, the Pete Hegseth thing, it's part of this is, the crusade stuff, but the other part is also exposing Protestantism, which is, again, Pete Hegseth, I believe I don't know what he is. He's not a Catholic, but he, obviously he plays ball for the Catholics, but this is more of this kind of extremist talk because, again, the current Pope is against this administration. In fact, I think I have something on here with the final section here when we talk about in just a second with synthesis, where the Pope is like literally rebuking the administration, saying their prayers won't be answered because they're such warmongers, which again tells you like, okay, the Pope is drawing a line. That means these people aren't included. This kind of way of being that Pete Hegseth and the warmongering Republican Protestant, like this kind of stuff, it's just so brilliant. You have to acknowledge that this is by the power of the devil, man. You really do. The power of the devil to deceive is like nothing else. He's the most subtle creature that God has ever made. In just a short time, Catholicism, the harlot that's wiping her mouth with blood because she's drunk on the blood of the saints, that harlot has convinced the world and is rapidly convincing America and the American population that Protestants are the bloodthirsty ones. Do you get it? With people like Pete Hegseth and the Forefront, and with these like Doug Wilson and all these militant people, people are going to be convinced that Protestants are the problem. With Trump, who's a non-denominational Christian, quote unquote, now, they're going to be convinced that Protestants are the bloodthirsty ones and the Catholics are the ones that want peace. That's phenomenal deception. Let's see. This is from Mia S. on Instagram or whatever, Twitter or something. This administration thinks we all have room temperature IQs. The same day the FBI issues a warning about a drone attack by Iran on American soil, American drones go missing from a U.S. base. Nothing to see here, friends. Yeah, but this is obvious. They want you to dig for clues and to sniff around. FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war. Alert. So the surface narrative is that there's a cover-up and Iran is, or I should say the surface level is that Iran is coming to get you and the Muslims are the problem. The second level of it is that, hey, these things are being faked because it's actually Mossad that's going to do this and blame it on Iran. That's level 2. Level 3 is to realize that all of that is just theater because these are all ultimately agencies of the beast serving the beast's agenda, designed to accomplish what they need to accomplish. Collapsing of Protestantism, collapsing of Zionism, integration of both political sides, etc., 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 which we'll talk about quite a bit today in the next section on synthesis. This might trigger you, but USA, Israel, and Iran are working together, and here's why. Let's see. I don't think this has sound.
They have already controlled Iran. They're not doing a regime change. They're doing changes, mass changes to the public infrastructure that could only be done through a prefabricated, pre-planned war on a country they already control. And that's where the average person doesn't understand. So why would they do that? So if they already control Iran, why would they want to attack Iran? Why can't they just do these changes without bombing the shit out of them? Well, think about the changes that they want. Think about the electric cars. You think they've given up on the electric cars? You think they actually started to give up on the electric cars just because the electric car sales are slow, or there's no more subsidies, or some of the leaders are being forced to say X, Y, and Z about electric cars? Do you really think they've given up on the electric cars? No, they haven't. They haven't given up on the electric cars whatsoever. What would you need if they haven't given up on the electric cars? You have to destroy all the oil reserves. So you have Iran, which they control, throwing missiles over into the United Arab Emirates. And what factories are they hitting? They're hitting the oil factories. Of course, it's all about destroying oil infrastructure. You know, like Biden and the Keystone Pipeline, they shut that down. Canada won't build a pipeline, an oil pipeline from Alberta to the BC coast. They're blocking that, and they're using the Aboriginal title as the reasoning why they're blocking it. They are destroying oil infrastructure so that oil disappears. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They own all the countries involved. They talking to Iran and said, you fire your missiles over there, you hit those oil reserves. And someone might say, but they're killing people in Israel with the missiles fired over. They're killing people in Iran. Yeah, wake up. They know that when they kill people, that's when you believe the story the most. That's when you believe it the most. And this group, have you noticed, they don't give a shit about who they kill and how many they kill.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle, the whole oil, because now they have oil lockdowns, which I think we'll look at in the next section. But this is the last one on here. It's breaking. Israel closes the tomb of Christ indefinitely for the first time in history of Christianity. Holy Week and Easter services will be prohibited. Sunday services canceled. Church leaders call emergency meeting. Those dirty Zionist Jews, they did it again. They closed the Holy Sepulchre tomb, and nobody can have Easter now. And of course, what is this going to do? This is going to be an amazing ecumenical situation between Catholicism, Orthodoxy. It's going to be a wake-up call for the Protestants, and everyone is going to rally around. In the process, Zionist Israel is going to collapse. Who knows when it will happen? I don't see it lasting for years and years and years, but I think this is going to happen very soon. So this is all just shenanigans, folks. As usual, there are many hallmarks of an operation. And of course, if you've studied your history, you realize that everything is choreographed. Everything comes about because it's serving the agenda, the beast agenda, the New World Order agenda. Despite the seemingly chaotic situation and the out of control situation, it is very much a choreographed thing. Again, I don't think it's fake. People are actually dying. There's damage being done, but it is very calculated. As we will see in this final section, there are many goals that are accomplished by this conflict. So it had to happen, as it is very prophetically significant. Again, not prophetically significant in the way most people think, most Christians think, because most Christians are dispensational, unfortunately. but it is very significant. So with that, let's look at the final section here, which is the synthesis of all these things, because all dialectics and schemes have to resolve in a synthesis. So let's take a look at some of that resolution.
Iranian missiles fired into Israel reportedly had "This one's for Charlie Kirk" and "Carry the Flame" written on the side of them. This comes after he'd begun to question his support for the country and their narratives in the months before his death. Speaking to Iranian state media, the Ayatollah seemed to confirm this is what had been on the side of several of their missiles, saying, "Although Charlie Kirk and the people of Iran did not see eye to eye on everything, his unexpected but completely orchestrated demise by Netanyahu was a great shock and a heartbreaking moment for our nation. We launched these retaliatory strikes in his honor. We will no longer bow down to the USA, Israel, and the Epstein pedophile class." Charlie Kirk's ex-wife Erica Kirk has come out to deny the Iranian slander, as she calls it, saying, "There is nothing that Charlie loved more than coming home on an evening and reading bedtime stories to me and the kids, telling us how great Israel is and how, in fact, it should be able to expand all across the Middle East." And specifically, he would always say, "Babe, never let them release the Epstein files all in full. We should all just move on." Unfortunately for Mrs. Kirk, she appeared to leave her microphone on after the interview was over, so the press caught the last few seconds of her audio, which said, "There, I think we've got it. They should believe that. American sheep will believe anything. Oh, fuck, am I hot mic'd?"
Yeah, isn't that funny how Iran is now like the good guys? Like they're the underdogs, and everybody's uniting around Israel. You gotta wonder. Here's some more shenanigans from Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. The caption says, "Trump is an errand boy for Israel. Nick Fuentes, vote Democrats to shut down his government in the midterms." This is okay. Before we watch this, it hurts my brain when, okay, if you're Nick Fuentes and you admit that, like, okay, this Zionist occupied government is completely corrupt, okay, there are billionaires behind this, there's institutions, everybody's bought, everybody's sold, you are dealing with Satan, okay? How on earth can you think that, well, let's just vote the opposite party, that'll solve the problem? How can you be so stupid? Of course, Nick Fuentes is not stupid. He's very intelligent because he's a puppet. But the people who follow Nick Fuentes, like, if this doesn't wake you up to the clown show that you're part of, I don't know what will. I really don't. I thought that him being avoidant to blame Israel when Charlie got killed, and again, that's my position for now. You may disagree. I'm willing and open to entertain the fact that he may have faked his death. So far, I have not seen any convincing evidence. I think that probably the pager he was wearing killed him. Who knows? Ultimately, the evidence I have seen strongly suggests that he was actually killed. Regardless, doesn't matter. The historical narrative is that he was killed. Whether he faked it or not, the death was necessary in order to move the plan along. But nevertheless, Nick Fuentes, who is one of the most Jew-baiting people out there right now, was one of the first to say, "Hey guys, let's calm down. Israel didn't do it." Like, if that didn't wake you up to the clown show that all of this is, I don't know what will. Now he's telling you to vote Democrat to get back at Trump. Please, when will people wake up from this? It is such madness. It really is.
The bottom line is that I've confirmed that Israel is basically in control of our foreign policy by our own posture to be allied with them, and that is uncontrovertible. Because now they're trying to do damage control. Oh no, Trump gave the order. No, our very doctrine is if Israel's attacked, we attack. And so thank God Russia's not following its agreement with Iran or China, or we'd be in war with them right now. So it is a fact. And then the neocons, the Israel lobbies all over the internet attacking anybody that points this out and tries to say it's not the case. Well, Netanyahu brags about it. So, I mean, that's the big news. I'm not even defending Trump. It actually makes him worse. That it is now literally true. What I claimed, well, I wanted to claim wasn't true because I don't want to believe it. That Trump is an errand boy of Israel. And how do we deal with that, Nick Fuentes?
Well, if Trump is an errand boy for Israel, then you got to shut down his government. And that means you got to go into the midterms and you got to get the Democrats in. And the Democrats hopefully will impede the administration. That's what they're going to do. They're going to launch investigations, subpoenas, select committee, all that kind of stuff. And they're going to grind it to a halt. And, you know, if Trump is an operative of a foreign government, consider that he's forfeited his entire mandate. because his whole basis of support is that he's America first, MAGA. He's not like the other politicians. Okay, well, if you're an errand boy for Israel, if you're a puppet of the Jewish state and you're bringing us to war for them, that's not like a small thing. That's not like a little bit of foreign aid. We're going to war on their behalf. He has to be opposed. And a lot of people don't want to take it there for one reason or another. But, I don't know what the option is. I don't know how you work with that. If you're America first and Trump is Israel first, well, that's not exactly a divide that can be bridged.
How you work with that is you surrender to Christ as sovereign and you divorce yourself from the world and these worldly pursuits like voting, because it's meaningless. Voting is utterly meaningless. If you know anybody who's just caught up in this vote paradigm because of the free will delusion, you need to help them get out of it. Because again, this is all based on the same thing. Based on the oldest lie there is, folks, which is that man is the self-determining being. Man is self-sovereign. He can determine his future. Just roll up those sleeves, buddy, and we just got to vote differently this time, which is such a stupid idea when you realize that the devil is in control of all these institutions. It is so stupid. But here's what's going to happen. Probably what's going to happen with these midterms is that it will flip now. So the right has given it just like the left was dominant and they caused nothing but chaos, which justified everybody going to the right. Now the right is causing chaos, and now what's going to happen is you're going to have a transition, likely, I'm guessing, the most likely outcome, is that there will be a transition phase between 26 and 28 of the Democrats winning either the House or the Senate, or maybe both, or who knows what's going to happen. But there'll be some kind of opposition again after the right has had its heyday to basically wreak as much havoc as possible, wake as many people up as possible. Now we're going to ease our way out of it, and there's going to be resistance again. There'll probably be impeachment. Who knows what kind of shenanigans are going to happen? Because then by 2028, you're going to have a Catholic social teaching situation.
We have to put all the differences aside. We really do.
Here it comes.
We have to put the differences aside, left and right, Republican, Democrat, Christian, Muslim, white, black, men, women. We have to put all that aside.
Coming from the guy who hates women, who hates blacks, who hates minorities, now he's speaking to you like a little angel.
And stand against the occupation. Let me put it very simply, in terms everybody can understand. Our country is under a hostile occupation. That's what it is. Our government is occupied. Our government, our elites, all the institutions that control the country. The United States of America is an occupied nation. We are occupied by a hostile alien force, and they have so much control that they are able to send our sons and daughters, the bravest and best among us, to kill and die for their agenda. It has nothing to do with protecting America. It has nothing to do with defending the homeland, our interests, anything like that. Our sons and daughters, the bravest and best among them that volunteer and take up arms, are being sent to kill and die, to take life and give up their own lives for the agenda of this hostile occupying force. Call it what you want. Israel, world Jewry, organized Jewry, a Jewish fifth column. That is what is happening. And I don't care what color you are. I don't care what party you vote for. I don't care if you hate every other one of my views. I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe we are all created by God. And I believe that the ethos of our civilization is selfless love. I think it's time for all of us to unite. Every one of us to unite against this hostile force. If you are with me, against this unnecessary bloodshed, against this expansionist, wicked, ethnocentric agenda in Israel, murdering and killing and looting and hijacking and parasiting. If you're an American citizen, if you long to be free, independent, and sovereign as an American, then I am with you. And we all have to stand together, and I mean it. I mean it. Not a rhetorical trick. It's not a bit. I'm not rage baiting or anything like that. We all have to unite now as Goyim, as Gentiles, as Americans, as Christians.
You know, selfless love is perfectly shown on the cross when Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. Selfless love is shown by Jesus that he died for us while we were yet still sinners. Because maybe for a good man, maybe somebody might die, but God shows us his love in that he died for us while we were sinners. So Jesus surrendered to the evil in his life because he knew that it was appointed by God. Now, he also ran away sometimes, like when they tried to push him off a cliff, because it wasn't his time yet. So the biblical response to evil, especially in the New Testament, because all power has been given to Christ, the biblical response to evil is to either run away and avoid it. There's no shame in doing that. There's no harm in preserving your life. Or you surrender to it and you trust God. You trust God until the very end because God will avenge. And if God has appointed that evil, then he's going to allow it to do what it needs to do, and he will get vengeance on it. He will get vengeance. You can trust in that. The Bible, especially again, the New Testament, does not prescribe you to take over government, to take up the sword, to rebel. In fact, rebellion, this is how you know this is satanic. Rebellion is never framed as a virtue in the Bible. There is such examples where rebelling to pagans, forcing you, trying to disobey God, that's good in the sense that, for example, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, in the book of Acts, where they're basically trying to get them to disobey God and said, no, our prerogative is to obey God, that sort of thing. But in general, like, rebellion is not like the thing that the Bible motivates you to do. Because rebellion is a thing of the devil. Surrender, submission, obedience, patience, faith, these are all virtues that are encouraged and nurtured by the Bible. So when you talk about the ethos of this nation is selfless love, and then out of one side of the mouth, and on the other side of the mouth, you say we need to unite and basically rebel against these evil people, and therefore, do all of these things and take over government and whatever. Those are two contradicting messages. And that's what you get when you're dealing with somebody who's duplicitous. So this is now the narrative that is going to be pushed more and more, that is arriving at this synthesis. And again, that synthesis is Catholic social teaching. It's not extreme. It's something that everybody can agree on, which is the family, welfare of the middle class, welfare of the poor, a balanced economy, getting rid of corporate greed, social issues, religion, nationalism. These things are going to be all part of the mix because everybody can get along on that. Now, speaking of the Jewish unrest and the civil war within Israel, take a look. This is Orthodox Jews in South Williamsburg burning an Israeli flag. What does this tell you, folks? You know, the Zionist thing was forced on these people. And again, I'm not defending Judaism, but you have to understand the shenanigans here. And what is the end of these things with the Jewish identity collapsing and there being a space then to reinvent it. These are, I forget where this is, but this is basically the Orthodox Jews getting attacked by the Zionists. I think it's within Israel, maybe.
Yo.
Yeah, there's a very tense situation between these two groups. While Donald Trump urges Iranians to overthrow their government, Israelis have taken to the streets attempting to topple Benjamin Netanyahu's government. See, a lot of these people believe that these Zionists are bringing God's judgment upon their nation, you know, upon the people themselves. So it's a very interesting situation, which again, this is typical of the devil, to create these dialectics so that there is destruction, chaos, and then ultimately a recreation in the desired direction.
This video is hilarious. You might be wondering, why are Bahraini citizens cheering the Iranian drone? For the sake of time, I'm going to heavily generalize going forward. The Gulf monarchies are a group of unelected, undemocratic leaders who get their legitimacy from suckling the teat of U.S. empire. They have a social contract with their citizens that we're going to join the Western financial system, and in exchange you get low taxes and ownership of any businesses that come into this country. Back when it was the British Empire calling the shots in the world's oceans, they chose a select few families, helped them come to power, and said, you let us steal the resources that are on your land, and we let you sit pretty. And they make their cities conduits of transnational capital. So when you see these glittering skyscrapers in Dubai, it's because these are nodes in the system of global transnational borderless capital. And when the British Empire fell, its successor, the American Empire, took over this position. But then after World War II, you had a democratically elected Iranian Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, who tried to nationalize Iranian oil. And fundamentally, the war that the US is waging against Iran right now is them taking revenge for what Iran tried to do in 1953. There were ups and downs. The British and the Americans overthrew Mossadegh's government. They put in place a puppet Shah, which was one of the reasons for the Islamic Revolution in 1979, and that UNO reversed oil ownership again. Now, all of these countries, their only real resource is oil, right? They don't have much water, they don't have much food, though Iran is kind of an exception. They do a little bit better in both of those things, but not much better. Which means if the West turns off the tap, these countries go into economic collapse, which makes their populations rise up and try to overthrow the government. And that is why the extreme unhappiness we see against the Iranian government right now is at least in part caused by Western sanctions. The only thing keeping those other unelected Gulf monarchies from needing to gas their citizens in order to maintain law and order is that they trade in petrodollars, they invest those in the United States. Essentially, they suckle from the teat of U.S. empire, and in exchange, the U.S. lets them live. The U.S. bases in the Gulf are in part there to protect their financial assets because these countries are financial conduits, but they're also in part holding these countries hostage. Because if they ever rebel, like Gaddafi did by wanting to get off the dollar system, then the U.S. has an extremely strong military position and they can just destroy you and your entire country as a result. So that's what the U.S. is trying to do to Iran now. But remember, of all these countries in the Gulf, Iran is geographically the strongest. It's mountainous, it grows a decent amount of its food, it has an okay amount of water, it can last, it can take pain, which is not the case for many of these other Gulf monarchies. So Iran attacking the Gulf monarchies is them sending a message to those monarchies that you guys have made a bad bet. When the interceptor ammo runs out and you have humanitarian crises, which is also going to affect India because a lot of Indians live in that region, by the way, these monarchies are going to have to start asking themselves some very tough questions. The fate of the world we live in is at stake in what is happening now in Iran. Let's see what happens next.
It's amazing how, one situation like this can really wrap the entire world in a psyop. This is an interesting thing about this Crown Prince Reza guy. Exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi accepts role as Iran's transitional leader. Yada, yada, yada. But then if you read about him, it says the Pahlavinchis are a Roman princely bloodline that originated in the Republic of Genoa as bankers. They migrated to Rome and married with the Rospigliosi family, who are a papal dynasty and inherited sovereign princely titles through them. The Pahlavinchis also established aristocratic branches in Milan, as well as Vienna, Austria, and Hungary. In Milan, the Pahlavinchis have an Islamic branch with Prince Yahya Sergio Pahlavinci, who oversees Shia Islam in Italy as the Imam of the Al-Wahid Mosque in Milan, as his father also was. Prince Yahya also has worked with the WEF and other similar organizations. Princess Lucia Pahlavinci of Rome also married with the Afghani royal family. The reason for these Islamic connections is because the Pahlavichinis are related to ancient Persian royals as well as the modern Pahlavi dynasty, including Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was knighted by the Vatican's Order of the Golden Spur. They love their orders, man. They love their little knights and their orders. The Shah's son, Prince Reza, today literally works with the CIA and has a residence in Virginia. Prince Reza Pahlavi also has been knighted by Sweden, Austria, Italy, France, Spain, and by the House of Savoy, who also had Mussolini grant the Diaz Pallavicini family the titles of Princes of Victory or the Principes della Vittoria due to their military service for fascist Italy. And the name Pahlavi means Parthian, and a variant spelling of Pallavicini is Paravicini, with the British members using that variant. Nasser Khalili is an Iranian-born Jewish-British art dealer and billionaire who was knighted by the Vatican's Order of St. Sylvester, as well as being a British Crown Knight and 2 Sicilian Crown Knight, along with being a trustee to the city of Jerusalem. Khalili is also involved in UNESCO, as is Prince Yahya Pallavicini. The Aga Khan family are also leaders of Shia Islam and descended from Iranian Shah royalty. They have had their residences in Italy, and also members have been knighted by Italy and the Vatican, including Ali Khan, who was born in Italy. The Roman branch of this family is headed up by the bankers Prince Moroello Diaz della Vittoria Pallavicini and his brother Prince Sighieri Diaz della Vittoria Pallavicini, and these two work in Italian banking, real estate, and own global wealth management and a European investment bank. Their mother's lineage is Medici, so they are all also part of the House of Medici, which really has Iraqi Chaldean royal ancestry. Right before the Iraq War, with the Georgetown Jesuit-educated Secretary of Department of Defense Donald Rumsfeld went to Rome and to the Pallavicini Palace to receive orders for invading Iraq. Rumsfeld's trip to Rome and to the Pallavicini Palace is documented and dated right before the war. Pallavicini's produced a vice commander and interim head of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, which is the oldest continual knighthood in the world, that also led the Crusades and today is recognized as a sovereign entity by the UN and operates in Rome with extraterritorial status. Prince Giancarlo Pallavicini of Milan has worked as a Soviet economist and has taught economics in Russia, just as Russia and Iran have a close relationship. Margrave Alphonse Pallavicini of Austria, whose wife is the sister of the Queen of Belgium, was a top executive at Paribas in Russia. The Savoys also have a close relationship with Russia, with Prince Aimon of Savoy-Aosta, who is a top executive for Pirelli in Russia and is the Sovereign Military Order of Malta's ambassador to Moscow, and he has documented meetings with Putin. Trump was Jesuit-educated at Fordham, and he is friends with the Gaetanis, who are married with the Pallavicinis. Trump has declared war on Iran. Israel's attacks on Iran in 2025 were called Operation Rising Lion in June, a month after the new pope took the name Pope Leo XIV. It's all one big papal crusade, friends, and unfortunately most people don't see it. That's the sad part with all of this. Now, if you type in Mohammad Reza Pahlavi knighted in Google, what do you get? Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, was appointed a Knight of the Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath, just like remember the guy, the Allenby or whatever his name was, the general, the British general, who was a quote-unquote Protestant, and yet both of these, supposedly one is a Muslim, one is a Protestant, they're both in the same order, the same Catholic order. And the guy who said that the Crusades has now been completed when he walked into Jerusalem through the Jaffa Gate. He was knighted Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath by the United Kingdom in 1942. As a foreign monarch, this was an honorary knighthood. Sure it was. He held numerous other prestigious international knighthood level honors and decorations, including in the United Kingdom, Royal Victorian Chain; in Italy, Grand Cross, Knight of the Grand Cross with Collar of the Order of the Merit of the Italian Republic; in Denmark, Knight of the Order of the Elephant; Vatican City, Knight of the Order of the Golden Spur; France, Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor and the Croix de Guerre with Palm, whatever, 1945; Spain, Grand Collar of the Order of the Yoke and Arrows and Collar of the Order of Isabella and the Catholic. In addition to these foreign honors, the Shah served as the sovereign of the Iran's own highest orders, such as the Order of Pahlavi and the Order of Zulfiqar. So, is he part of the club? And is this one giant Roman circus? You tell me. The end of globalization, the Middle East upheaval, and a new geopolitical economy. This is a very interesting article. This is an article by a man named Tim Schwarzenberger. And let's read. The United States and Israel have launched coordinated military operations against Iran, targeting key elements of the regime's military and strategic infrastructure and triggering a wider regional response across the Gulf. Putting aside questions about the legitimacy of the U.S. action, how should investors, particularly Christian investors, think about what is unfolding in the Middle East? This moment should not be viewed simply as another regional conflict or a limited confrontation with Iran. What is taking shape reflects something much broader. The escalation in the Middle East is occurring at a time when the economic and geopolitical framework that shaped much of the modern global economy is beginning to shift. For many years, global markets operated under the assumption that economic interdependence... Pay attention to this because this is very, very important. For many years, global markets operated under the assumption that economic interdependence would reduce conflict and stabilize international relations. That's the post-World War II economy. Supply chains stretched across continents, energy flowed across oceans, and capital moved freely across borders in pursuit of higher returns. Efficiency became the defining principle of globalization, reinforcing the belief that deeper economic integration would gradually align the interests of nations. That assumption is now under strain. The central question, therefore, is not whether one agrees with the tactics being used in the current conflict. Rather, the question investors must consider is what these developments signal about the direction of the global economic system and how capital should be stewarded in a world where geopolitical alignment increasingly matters alongside economic efficiency. A structural shift beyond Iran. The current escalation in the Middle East intersects with a broader geopolitical pattern unfolding across the multiple regions of the world. What is happening in the Gulf connects to strategic pressure points stretching from Latin America to the North Atlantic and the Arctic. These developments should not be viewed as isolated crises, but rather as interconnected pieces of a larger strategic puzzle. Iran sits at the center of one axis of this competition, particularly through its energy relationship with China. In recent years, China has been by far the largest buyer of Iranian crude, absorbing more than 80% of Iran's exported oil in certain periods. At the same time, developments in Venezuela illustrate how Latin America has again become an area of great power competition. Venezuela's oil exports have become heavily dependent on China, with well over half of Venezuelan crude shipments flowing to Chinese buyers. Russia has backed Maduro's Venezuela diplomatically and economically while simultaneously deepening cooperation with Iran. Here's some charts for you. There's Iran and Venezuela export most of their crude oil to China. And you can see the exports. That's quite a lot. I mean, that's 80 to 90% sometimes. That's very high. Pressure on Venezuela has already reshaped the political energy landscape across the Caribbean basin, where countries such as Cuba depend heavily on Venezuelan support. If current trends continue, the strategic focus of competition may increasingly shift toward the Caribbean as well, where the legacy alliances of the Cold War intersect with great power competition of the 21st century. Strategic geography is also returning to the center of global politics. Control of trade corridors such as the Panama Canal has again become a geopolitical priority, with locations that seemed peripheral to markets such as Iceland and the North Atlantic are gaining renewed importance because of their role in Arctic shipping routes and strategic corridor linking North America and Europe. Across Europe, policymakers increasingly speak about sovereignty, defense capacity, and energy independence. The belief that trade alone guarantees stability has weakened. There you go. That's a very important point for today. The belief that trade alone guarantees stability has weakened, replaced by a growing recognition that security alignment now matters as much as economic integration. Globalization as the organizing principle of the world economy is fading. It is. While geopolitical alliances are becoming more central to how nations structure trade, energy flows, and capital movement. In other words, the globalist boogeyman is coming to an end, folks, because the globalism narrative was never the final boss, okay? Remember, like the whole stuff with 2030 and the WEF and the United Nations and Klaus Schwab, that was the dummy New World Order. They're still going to coalesce the New World Order by 2030, 2031, 2032. That's coming, okay? But globalism was a boogeyman because that was the necessary push, right, to destroy the world's identity economically so that then a new identity can be brought up, which is a federation of sorts of nation states, a more equal power balance, multiple reserve currencies, different trade agreements, more nationalism. This is what's needed because that in that kind of a situation, you don't have as much conflict. Things are much more balanced, and then everybody can surrender their power to the beast, and the beast can be the moral authority. So that is coming to an end. How Iran fits into the plan. This is probably Alexandra, and I think I highlighted something here. Maybe this was just the entire article that she had. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Dear readers, what's going on with Iran? This is March 5th. I'm glad you asked. As usual, what we hear in the mainstream media is carefully crafted propaganda. It appears the bigger narrative ties together many decades of Middle East unrest, regime changes, and profits for the elite. It seems that Iran was a big part of the quote-unquote deep state and was used for over a century by the City of London to control money, oil, wars, etc. There is one group, the Promethean Action, that has apparently been following geopolitical movements and tracking their financial ties since the early 70s. I've included clips and links to the original videos from them, yada yada. The first video is by Barbara Boyd, who says Trump didn't attack Iran because weapons of mass destruction like the media is promoting. She says that Iran had to be neutralized because it's the keystone of a British-run financial system controlled through the City of London for more than a century. The City of London launders trillions from drug cartels, arms deals, and offshore accounts. Boyd says the system started with a rigged oil deal in the early 1900s, when British investor William Knox d'Arcy gained the rights over Iran's oil and helped create what became British Petroleum, or BP. From there, Iran's resources were treated like an ATM for the British Empire. The real constant, she says, has been a financial machine centered in the City of London, with oil, banks, insurance, and dirty money that depend on Iran staying in its assigned role. The war in Iran is an attempt to remove the last major pillar of the 118-year system. It may look like just another Middle Eastern war, but it's bigger than that. If she's right, this isn't about starting a new empire so much as ending an old one. Boyd also says Iran is the last chess piece on the board. I personally think it's the last chess piece on one of the boards. Israel is the final chess piece. Epstein's many roles. A day after Barbara Boyd's video, Susan Kokinda described how Prince Andrew and Lord Peter Mandelson were passing information to Epstein operatives. This information included regime change instructions in certain countries, as well as the finances to accomplish their goal of controlling those countries. Epstein was much more than a trafficking ring. He used compromised politicians, bankers, CEOs, and others to orchestrate geopolitical changes to ensure they, the dark side, always stayed in control. Kokinda explains Europe and England's movements, and that's the video. The Iran Prosperity Project. In recent days, a significant development has unfolded in Iran that may signal the accelerating momentum of the Great Inversion, the profound reordering of the global power structures from the dark side old world order of centralized debt-based economies toward a new era of sovereignty, abundance, and collective prosperity based on the light side ideals. Hundreds of Iranian university professors and technology experts have signed an open statement declaring the Constitution of Islamic Republic illegitimate, calling for the immediate transfer of power to the people, endorsing Prince Reza Pahlavi's vision for a democratic transition. Signatures continue to grow, showing how popular the idea of sovereignty is for Iranians. Yeah, no matter whether you're Muslim, Jew, Christian, whatever, the devil's going to get you with free will, that's for sure. This movement aligns with the Iran Prosperity Project, a meticulously developed national political economic blueprint advanced by the National Union for Democracy in Iran, NUFTI, and headed by Prince Reza Pahlavi. The IPP shows the goals for a post-transition Iran. The goals include emergency stabilization of the country, economic recovery, governance reform, and sustainable growth. It also outlines 10 principles for a prosperous Iranian economy. All 10 points are about giving citizens freedoms that they haven't had in over a century. Point number 7 is interesting. Quote, control inflation with independent central bank. Inflation control requires fiscal discipline and establishment of an independent central bank. Here they are with the points. Anyway, that means they will no longer be subject to the whims of the City of London's banking elite. Yeah, they'll just be subject to somebody else's whims. These developments are more than isolated national reforms. They could be a major step towards a global financial reset. The old world order, which is fiat currency systems, sanctions-driven isolation, and concentrated financial influence, is giving way to asset-backed monetary structures, debt forgiveness mechanisms, and prosperity distributions. It appears that we're working on the Jassara or worldwide portion of the New Agers term for the currency reset now. They claim that Jassara is for all countries and Nasara is for the United States. Jassara gives countries that have been under the control of the old order, the dark side, the opportunity to participate in the new world order, or the light side. The IPP's focus on financial market transparency, investment attraction, and citizen-centered wealth building sounds like the core tenets of Jassara. The redirection of resources and toward humanitarian aid, national rebuilding efforts, the dismantling of financial controls, and the establishment of sovereign, abundance-oriented economies. A true Saturn's golden age. Shipping wars. One more thing happened in Iran that some may not have heard about. If you listen to the news, they said Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz to all shipping. That's not entirely accurate. Yada yada. The U.S. merchant marine ship captain explains in an X post why Iran didn't close the strait, but London did. He says this is potentially the biggest Iran story nobody is talking about. The global insurance market may be heading toward a systemic crisis. Here's why. Most people don't realize London is just a financial center. It's not just a financial center, it's the center of global insurance. Lloyd's underwrites 40% of the world's marine cargo. Ship sinks, port gets bombed, canal gets blocked, the bill lands in London. That explains why President Trump posted this on his Truth Social account. Yeah, about escorting the ships or whatever he was supposedly insuring. The ex-user comments on Trump's post saying, Trump doing this means the DFC has the chance to displace Lloyd's as the big dog in the game when they have been the lock-in player for many years. It also frees up all the oil that was getting trapped there, heading off shortages and keeping the energy market alive. And why not? It's the American Navy that sunk the Iranian ships that were harassing tankers. And the American Navy, at least for now, will keep those tankers safe. It's a huge reassurance to allies, both oil producers and consumers, that our campaign in Iran isn't going to sink their economies. And it allows America to be choosy about traffic in the strait. It also potentially means billions of dollars in the insurance premiums at wartime rates going to America instead of the UK. And those rates are still going to be cheaper than what shippers were getting. This is a war with the City of London, the banking capital of the world. That's what supposedly she says. This supposedly impervious financial node of the cabal, dark side, is being destroyed in order for something new to be built. Order out of chaos, the motto they operate under. DFC confirms it will ensure the ships and stabilize international commerce. The plan, quote-unquote, continues. Right on schedule, the Q drops consistently direct attention to Iran as a critical piece of the larger puzzle, emphasizing that the Iranian people hold real power, that an installed regime could one day be challenged from within, and that military and institutions might ultimately align with the will of the people rather than the status quo. This is the same propaganda Q fed to the Americans. The drops were clear. Watch Iran, something incredible is about to happen. Q spoke of standing with the good people of Iran as they push for freedom, and they framed the regime as a constructed proxy one that had been propped up and later isolated through sanctions and financial controls. Remember how Q responded when someone asked them how they, quote, know the future, and they responded with control. For those in our community who already understand Q as a deliberate psychological operation, a carefully orchestrated effort to awaken the awareness and prepare the public for a shift to a newer world order, none of this feels random. Yeah, I agree with that. It was never meant to be a fleeting internet phenomenon that simply ended. Q was the controlled rollout of information designed to help millions recognize the script as it unfolded in real time. It's part of disclosure or even revelation of the method. The plan never stopped. It simply moved into a quieter, more operational phase as it predicted. Now we are seeing that phase become visible. We've seen it in real time. How Q riled up millions and disclosed information that the public wasn't aware of. For the most part, some of us from before with WikiLeaks were already aware of the information. But the difference was that the whole Q operation offered a plan, a military-style takedown of the, quote, dark side. Many of you understood how Q was simply the opposite side of the same coin and why it's not a solution or savior, since it's still on the axis of evil. From dark to light, as the Masons say. This is the great inversion playing out in real time. One nation stepping away from the world order of centralized control and scarcity and into the new era of shared prosperity promised in time. Iran is not an isolated event. It is the visible confirmation that the reset is progressing exactly as anticipated. The events we're seeing aren't random. The plan, quote unquote, remains very much on track. So this is true for the most part. I think probably Alexandra would very much benefit from having a little bit better idea or clearer picture on eschatology, because she's definitely awake to the dialectical nature of it. She's awake to the dualistic schemes, but I'm not sure that she is completely aware of what the Bible says about the destination of history. History is not going towards an occult utopia where everybody's going to worship the devil out in the front and they're just going to be doing that. History is going towards a utopia. He's going towards a golden age, going towards peace and safety. But that frame of view is going to be Catholic social teaching. Yes, the people at the top are occultists. Yes, they worship the devil. Yes, they believe that maybe if they can get you to worship along with them, even though you're not aware that you're worshiping the devil, that conscious energy somehow will make them win. I don't know. They're all deceived. But nevertheless, the packaging is going to be through Catholic social teaching. That is the formula of the New World Order. This is from Catholic Arena on X. Iran. An Ayatollah has penned an open letter to Pope Leo XIV calling for the Pope to advise U.S. leaders to end the war underway in the Middle East. On March 5th, Ayatollah Sayyid Mustafa, I can't even pronounce all those names, as the first Pope from the United States, Your Holiness possesses a unique and historic opportunity to speak to the conscience of Western leadership. Given the deep Christian faith often professed by these leaders, your voice carries a weight that transcends traditional diplomacy. Come on, Pope, come and rescue us. Come and rescue us. Be the moral voice for this situation. Therefore, we respectfully request that Your Holiness, by reminding the American leadership of the teachings of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. Of course, they have to blaspheme Jesus. The Prince of Peace, guide them so that they refrain from committing such acts and that no more human blood be shed upon the earth. Religion must never be a tool for war, but a balm for the wounds of the world. I pray that through your intervention, the law of force may be replaced by the force of law, and that the spirit of reconciliation. So the Ayatollah, at least one of them, wrote a letter, an open letter to Pope Leo XIV. Now, if you understand that all these people at the end of the day play in the same sandbox, then there's nothing new under the sun. But this is synthesis. We're approaching the synthesis, folks. This is another video of these Jews. And of course, let's just turn the sound off here. It says, we have to understand by ourselves and we have to know it. We have no part in Zionism. We have no part in their wars. Now, this is just for context if you're listening to this. This is a huge stadium filled with a bunch of rabbis. We have no part with the state of Israel. The state of Israel is the head of impurity. We don't take part in the elections to the impure government. We do not recognize their laws. we declare to all God-fearing Jews to fully separate from them, to fulfill the verse, the enemies of God I will hate. It's funny because the Christian nationalists use that verse too. To feel in the heart a hatred towards Zionism and all that branched into it. And God forbid to speak of their praise of their success. And it is forbidden to speak in praise of idolatry. In the name of the holy crowd gathered here today, we will continue to fight the battle of God against Zionism in all its forms. We will continue to fight against all their decrees that they decree against our brothers living in the Holy Land. Should it be the drafting of religious girls or the draft of yeshiva students' autopsies, desecration of grave sites, desecration of the Sabbath, forced secular studies, or anything else. This is a really big deal, folks. This is now a conflict within the Jewish identity. And that's all by design, because that's going to lead to synthesis. Here's another one. Conflict between the Torah, the good Jews, and the Talmudic satanic Jews has begun in Israel. Could Israel be headed towards a civil war? So these are very much in line with all the other ones you saw. And where can this go? Where can this go? Where can this go? What's going to happen is the extremists are going to be eliminated. And the people who want peace are going to remain. And those people are easy to manipulate with social issues into, a false system. This is this Joe Kent guy. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. It has been an honor serving under the POTUS and DNI Gabbard and leading the professionals at NCTC. May God bless America. And of course, this guy, he is the typical white, got a nice jaw, super conservative, just poster child for an American patriot. And this has caused a ruckus because people are demonizing him. All the conservatards, the neoliberal, the neocons are demonizing this guy, and he's becoming a pariah. Just like Carrie Pre-Jean Bowler, how she was fired from the Religious Liberty Commission. They're propping up these Catholic heroes that are true patriots, that are really speaking the truth. And of course, in the process, they are redefining what it means to be a patriot.
So this is a really big deal and you need to pay attention to it. Tulsi Gabbard, who is the Director of National Intelligence, had a deputy, the Director of National Counterterrorism, and his name is Joe Kent. Joe Kent is a retired Green Beret combat veteran, former Republican congressional candidate, and a Gold Star husband whose wife was killed fighting ISIS. He is also a full-on MAGA Trumper, red hat wearing, white nationalist Republican superboy. And he has just resigned from his job in protest of the Iran war. He writes in his resignation letter to the president, "After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." This is a man that Donald Trump endorsed, embraced, hired for national intelligence senior position, who has insider knowledge of this conflict, and until today, blind loyalty to the administration coming out and saying, "This is wrong, and I cannot participate." The White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt responded by saying Joe Kent was lying, that this idea that Iran posed no imminent threat was a lie, that the president has explicitly stated he had strong and compelling evidence that Iran was going to attack the United States. It's just that no one has seen it. And here is Joe Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism Center and right-wing zealot, saying, no, they didn't. This isn't the Democrats or the left-wing media. This isn't a pro-Iran mouthpiece. This is an absolute MAGA insider. And the fact that he is turning on his own people is so telling. And the more they go after him, the more I hope he will reveal. Now, I'm not here to support Joe Kent. I actively worked against him when he ran for office because he is a white nationalist, far-right, anti-Semitic MAGA creep. But what he has done here is brave. This is a man who knows where the bodies are buried, and he is coming out against his own party on behalf of our country. And I can only hope that more people will follow his lead.
Do you see the synthesis? Do you see it all shaping up towards the direction that we've been pointing this entire time? Now, if you read about this guy, there was something, yeah, here we go. Early life and education. Joseph Kent was born 11 April 1980 in Cabot, Sweet Home, Oregon. Kent was the first child of the Roman Catholic parents who later graduated law school. He was raised in Portland, Oregon. Kent expressed an early interest in the military, making weapons out of Lego bricks. He was inspired by the United States Army and watching television of Battle of Mogadishu. Kent graduated from Norwich University with a degree in strategic studies and defense analyses. So Joe Kent, of course, is Catholic, and very interestingly enough, this is from Carrie Preaching Bowler. She says, you know, MAGA is dead when the president calls Joe Kent weak. A U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret with 11 combat deployments, including Iraq, and a Gold Star husband whose wife died in Syria serving our country, while he calls Mark Levin a great American patriot. An unhinged lunatic genocide denier who calls Catholic women POS. Trump destroyed MAGA. Yes, he did, because MAGA was never about MAGA. MAGA was about collapsing Protestantism. It was about collapsing the two-party system so that then the Catholics could emerge victorious and they could be the ones that really steer America towards true patriotism. America first is going to be Rome first. And America will be a Catholic vassal state soon enough. But all of this is necessary. Oh, snap. Let's see. Why, oh, snap. What's over here? Instagram is so buggy lately, I swear. All right, here we go. Now watch as the most toxic voices in conservative politics viciously attacked a combat veteran and Gold Star husband. And now, because he's coming out, all of everybody's eyes is on him. And of course, this is such a big controversy, and all of these conservative people that are loyal to Israel are being super toxic. And he's like such a poster child of the American patriot. Do you get it? Do you get it? Like, this is a sacrifice, okay? Of course, it's not a real sacrifice, but it's a symbolic sacrifice. They take somebody who's seemingly innocent, clean-cut, good-looking guy, nice and masculine. He's perfect record, super patriot, and he's just being attacked by all of these toxic people, which creates an injustice. And the injustice allows you to wake up. The ultimate injustice is the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, and that wakes you up from Satan's schemes. So the devil uses that same template sometimes for shenanigans. He uses people like this and creates injustices that are very, intrigue-filled, and they make you think and you evaluate what's going on, and people are awakened because of this injustice. What are they awakened to? Well, they're Jew-pilled, for one. They're awakened to the Zionist-occupied government. And this also brings people to Catholicism because it shows you that the Catholics are the reasonable-minded ones. They're the ones that don't want blood to be spilled. They're the ones that care about this country. Not like these Protestants that are just all over the place, that are so compromised by their religious values of Israel. Do you get it? This is an active operation to redefine what it means to be a patriot in 2026 and beyond. Now, speaking of double-mindedness, this is a video of him, Joe Kent, running for Congress, discussing why Iran is an existential threat and why Israel is an ally. This is literally like 2 years ago. 2 years ago. He's saying something completely different. The question is no longer whether this is a psyop. The question is who is funding it. Welcome to the product of the Red-Green Alliance, Chris Lum. I don't know about a Red-Green Alliance, but I do know that all of these people are puppets. And what you see on the world stage is just theater. It's Jesuit theater.
Since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, when radical jihadis essentially took over the government of Iran, and they declared war basically on the West, but they also declared war on the vast majority of the Sunni Gulf states. And so what Kushner and what the Trump administration did was they came in and they said, look, you guys actually have a common enemy. Iran is an existential threat to both Israel. It's an existential threat to the oil-producing Arab Gulf countries. And so that was the genesis of the Abraham Accords. So what they did was they basically said the obvious: no one's going to solve this. At least an outsider, a Westerner, is not going to be able to come in here and say, hey, here's the grandiose solution between the Arabs and between the Palestinians and between the Israelis. Let's isolate that as much as we possibly can, and let's create a pragmatic alliance. And that's what led to a lot of the peace and prosperity that we had in the Middle East. Now, again, here comes Joe Biden. Biden comes into office, and he does, I think, two things. He brings back in a lot of folks from the Obama administration who had bet their careers in foreign policy on reaching out to Iran. That was Obama's famous thing: if you extend your hand, if you unclench your fist, we'll extend our hand. And we did that. We entered the Iran deal. We gave the Iran access to billions and billions of dollars. And what did Iran do? They funded their proxies throughout the entire Middle East. We had already seen this movie before. Biden comes in and does the exact same thing. He brings back Blinken and Sullivan and the rest of the Iran deal guys. He says, we're going to reach back out. Trump got Iran all wrong. Iran had been pretty quiet for quite a while under President Trump. But then Biden comes in, they unfreeze a ton of money, billions of dollars going to Iran immediately. Iran does what Iran does. They immediately start funding all of their proxies throughout the entire Middle East, many of whom that we're paying for as well, through the government of Iraq, through the governments of Qatar, those types of things. But the Iranians are very smart. And they said, hey, how can we upend the Abraham Accords? Because the Abraham Accords was an existential threat to Iran. It was an alliance that was created that really checked Iran. So they knew they needed to light the Israel-Palestine issue back on fire. And so they gave Hamas a bunch of aid, and then they had Hamas conduct a very brutal and very public attack. The way that Hamas immediately put that brutal attack of October 7th all over the internet as brutally as possible, I think they had a lot of professional advice from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, their special operations guys, in order to get a response from Israel. And then Israel did what they had to do. They had to go in and defend themselves. And now they're going scorched earth on Gaza. And quite frankly, a lot of people in America are not comfortable with that. A lot of Democrats aren't comfortable with that. And we can critique them here from America, where for now it's nice and safe. But they're doing what I think any rational actor would do that's faced with a threat like that. But at the same time, they are playing right into Iran's hands by putting this issue back front and center. And so now all the Gulf states, all the former allies of Israel that we had.
So 1 minute he's defending the Jews and he's all against Iran. Another minute he's attacking the Jews and he's for Iran. Just like J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Gabbard and all of these people who, like, literally a year or two before they got appointed, they were talking nothing but toxic insults against Trump and how much of an idiot he is. And then suddenly now they're part of the administration. Every one of these people is duplicitous. And that's why this is the synagogue of Satan. You need to understand that these people are all secret society members. They're all operatives. This is just nonsense. Who started Hamas? Who made Hamas? Israel made Hamas. Who trained the first Mossad agents? They were the Knights of Malta, Reinhard Gehlen, and other Catholic interests. Hitler started the migration of the Jews. He sent tens of thousands of Jews to Israel. The Rothschilds funded it, but the Rothschilds, Red Shield, are the bankers of the Vatican. The CIA and Mossad have infiltrated all these places and caused so many revolutions and, puppet regimes and other situations, little organizations like Al-Qaeda and whatever, all the other ISIS and all of them that they fund. It's all just the same stuff, folks. And it all leads back to who? The Jews? No. It leads back to Rome. And Rome is playing with these pieces on the board to bring itself back into power in the world's mind and to basically solve all the world's problems. So Joe Kent, 2 years ago, literally he flip-flops in 2 years on these things. He ran for office on these things, and now he's flip-flopping 2 years later. I can understand if this was like 10 years ago. Like, that's a pretty reasonable amount of time for you to change your policies, and okay. And especially if there would be a track record, Like, if this video was from 10 years ago, and there's like a track record of him like slowly changing his ideas, like, I understand that. But if you literally ran for office on the opposite position that you hold now, and now suddenly you have a completely different perspective, right on the perfect timing for all the other things we've been talking about today. That is just a little too suspicious for me, on top of the fact that he's Catholic. Nicholas Fuentes says, these people are all CIA. It's crazy. Peter Thiel donates to Kent and Vance in 2022. Tucker promotes them both on his show. Tucker's son works for Vance. Tucker has known Thiel since 1992. Thiel is a CIA contractor. Tucker's dad is the one who ran USIA. Joe Kent became CIA in 2018. Vance was a Marine recruited by Thiel at Yale. After Kent loses, Tucker and Blumenthal retaliate against me with their Gray Zone hit piece calling me a Fed. Months later, Kent's new wife, Heather Kaiser, publishes a piece with Blumenthal in the Gray Zone. Blumenthal's dad, Sidney, was an intelligence mercenary. Blumenthal works with RT and Press TV. David Sachs calls for the war to end. A few days later, Kent resigns to J.D. Vance, then appears on Tucker afterward. Sachs is PayPal Mafia, longtime associate of Thiel and Musk, close confidant of J.D. Vance, donated to Vance in 2022. Sachs has spoken alongside Tucker at Rockbridge Network, which created 1789 Capital, which funded Tucker Carlson Network. It's all one. It's all one. You know, trying to keep track of this stuff is just, after a while, it really makes your head swim. But it's all one big club.
Here it is again. World Health Organization. Prepare for what's coming. Let's check out what is coming. Oh, well, what's this? Energy lockdown has started. Let's look further into it. I see this oil price right here. Let's go further into it. All right, well, check this out. The International Energy Agency published an energy lockdown. Alternating driving days based on license plates, mandatory speed limit. Let's keep looking. 3, avoid air travel where alternatives exist. That's most places. Switch from gas cooking to electric. Work from home. Does this all sound familiar? Does it? It's the exact same playbook, but even harsher the second time around. So we cannot be playing games with this one, and it's coming. There's no stopping this energy crisis that they created. Isn't that fucking funny? They created it, and now we have to deal with it. It's how it always fucking goes. Entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes. Again, at the time of this recording, this is still unfolding. This is, somebody sent me this. I think energy lockdowns have begun. I believe this is accurate. Egypt just declared businesses are to shut down by 9 p.m. The United Kingdom is urging people to drive less. Australia is limiting gas to $20 at a time. And diesel is running out for farmers. Grocery stores are emptying. South Korea has initiated emergency energy rules. Vietnam has asked public workers to work from home and has discouraged foreign travel while asking those in Hanoi to travel via bike over car. Myanmar is banning half of all cars on the road based on license plate rotation. Pakistan is now requiring government workers to work 4-day work weeks. Philippines changed to 4-day work weeks for executive offices and no longer allows air conditioning below 75 in government buildings. Ouch. India initiated their emergency power restrictions for businesses and restaurants. So there's quite a few things happening. Again, we'll see how these things play out. They certainly are very in line with a Laudato Si climate Sabbath situation in the future at some point in time. So we'll see how it goes. Pope Leo says, this is the thing I was telling you about. Pope Leo says, God rejects the prayers of leaders who wage wars. So what is Pope Leo doing by saying that? He's drawing a line and saying this is not going to be part of the New World Order. We don't want this kind of extremism. So you now have a clock on the head of Trump, Hegseth, all of these people. Let's read. Vatican City, March 29th, Pope Leo said on Sunday that God rejects the prayers of leaders who start wars and have their hands full of blood, in unusually forceful remarks as the Iran war entered its second month. Addressing tens of thousands in St. Peter's Square on Palm Sunday, the celebration that opens the Holy Week leading up to Easter, for the world's 1.4 billion Catholics, the pontiff called the conflict atrocious and said Jesus cannot be used to justify any wars. That's so funny coming from the office of the papacy, which justified the Inquisition and the Crusades and so many other things. And it is having a papal crusade right now as we speak. Isn't that funny? This is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war, Leo says, the first U.S. Pope, told crowds in brilliant sunshine. Jesus does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen to you, for your hands are full of blood. He said, citing a biblical passage. I think this is in the Old Testament. It's Jeremiah or Isaiah or something. Leo did not specifically name any world leaders, but he has been ramping up criticism of the Iran war in recent weeks. During an appeal at the end of Sunday's celebration, the Pope lamented that Christians in the Middle East are suffering the consequences of an atrocious conflict and may not be able to celebrate Easter. The Pope, who is known for choosing his words carefully, has repeatedly called for an immediate ceasefire in the conflict and said on Monday that military airstrikes are indiscriminate and should be banned. Some U.S. officials have invoked Christian language to justify the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran on February 28th that initiated the expanding war. Which, by the way, they started on a Sabbath too, so they always have to profane the Sabbath. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who has started leading Christian prayer services at the Pentagon, prayed at a service on Wednesday for overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. In his homily on Sunday, Leo referenced a Bible passage in which Jesus, about to be arrested ahead of his crucifixion, rebuked one of his followers for striking the person arresting him with the sword. Do you think the devil doesn't know Scripture? The devil knows how to weaponize theology. This is exactly what I just told you, where the Protestant militant bloodlust of the Protestants is now coming to the surface. And the man of sin of all people, the papacy, is rebuking the Protestant with Scripture, which is biblical, because the only person that did pick up the sword was Peter, and Peter was rebuked for it. So God does not call you to pick up the sword. This is a biblical fact. And yet, this biblical truth is being used by the devil with such expertise to shape public opinion and to completely discredit Protestantism as bloodthirsty and as warmongers, which is, you have to appreciate the irony here. The irony is quite great. Jesus did not arm himself or defend himself or fight any war, Leo said. He revealed the gentle face of God who always rejects violence. Rather than saving himself, he allowed himself to be nailed to the cross. This is true. This is a true statement, that the biblical response is to either run or surrender to God's will. It doesn't, the aspect of self-defense in the Bible is not addressed. I don't think it's wrong to defend your family if somebody breaks in. The goal of the Christian should always be to preserve life. We should always try to preserve life. Now, obviously, in certain situations, that can get really hairy very quickly. In the worst case scenario, if you do end up having to defend yourself and you have no other way out, and that situation escalates and it gets into a very serious situation where someone's life has been taken, there is still forgiveness for sin. It was still a sin to kill someone. It's a very serious sin, but there's forgiveness. Nevertheless, we should do everything in our power to avoid conflict, to avoid physical altercation, to certainly avoid a situation where someone might get killed. So the biblical response to these things is to surrender to God's sovereignty. Okay. These motorcycles, man, just drive me nuts. Okay. A couple more videos, 2 more, and then we can put all this together. New countdown. Trump is essentially, let's see.
Is paying to provide Iran with the location of where our forces are in the Middle East during a war against Iran. Trump is letting Iran's ally Russia sell more oil to make more money, so Russia can then spend more money to gather more information on where American forces are in the Middle East. The Russians confirm this, so Russia can then give that information to its ally Iran. Iran, where American forces are in the Middle East. Trump is in effect paying Russia to help Iran attack Americans in this war. Russia just said it again. It is on Iran's side in this war. Now, what's that called again when you're fighting a war and people in your own government help a country that's helping another country that you're fighting against in the war? What's that called again? Tree surgery, ting? Never mind that A, we have no business being there, B, we are not winning, C, we are going to be there for years, or D, Trump is going to have to cut and run, or E, Trump is setting us up for an Iranian revenge terror attack. Oh, and a U.S. senator has now joined the Hallelujah chorus, the apocalyptic end times return of the Jesus crap. Senator Kramer of North Dakota says we are there because of a biblical commitment to Israel. Iran, it is far worse than you think. On the new Monday Countdown podcast, wherever you
Do you see how ridiculous the Protestants are being made to look with all of this? It's truly profound. The inversion is really profound. That the mother of harlots, who is drunk with the blood of the saints, is going to convince the world that Protestantism is actually the bloodthirsty one. It's very fascinating.
Supporter of the president.
This is Carrie Preaching Bowler, our other beautiful Catholic patriot.
For almost 20 years. And I've known him, I consider him a dear friend. And I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation. I think that a foreign country has occupied our government. And we are seeing now that this president of the United States of America is being influenced by a foreign government. And MAGA, let me tell you right now, MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead. And Americans are furious. We do not recognize President Donald J. Trump anymore. This is embarrassing. We are the United States of America. Why are we allowing a foreign country to occupy our government? And now we see, I was removed from a Religious Liberty Commission because I dared to speak out against Israel. It's no longer a conspiracy. What Israel wants, Israel gets. And we're witnessing that. And I'm telling you right now, MAGA is dead.
The idea that people like Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, you and others would be so against what Trump, a Republican president, is doing would have been unthinkable. How do you think it's come to this?
The most free people are Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, all fired from either the president or mainstream media. And now we're seeing that they're the most free. They're not owned by big corporations, big politicians, big donors. And so we're free. We're speaking out. And it's important that everybody wakes up and realizes that this country is not a free country any longer. It's very, very sad.
Gosh, these Catholic patriots seem to really be the only ones that have the chutzpah, the courage to speak up against the corruption in the government. They seem to be the only ones that care about this country. They seem to be very reasonable. They're nice and good looking. They're charming. They're, for the people. Not like those Protestants. You see what's going on? Hopefully you do, my friends. So there are many things happening because of this conflict, and many more things are going to happen, I'm sure, to bring about the New World Order agenda. But what can we tell from all of this? Well, you've got energy lockdowns, which justify the switch to electric, digital everything. You've got restructuring of the Middle East by collapse of Zionism, collapse of extremist Islam, and the American presence there is going to collapse because globalist America is going to be redefined, which leads me to the third point, which is humiliation of America as a globalist power. Globalist America was the power that was ruling for the last 80 years after World War II. That system needs to be rebalanced. As a consequence of that, you have to have humiliation and destruction of the American empire in the world to bring all of that focus and energy back into the country itself, to make it more nationalistic, to have a synthesis, et cetera, et cetera. So they're getting rid of these things. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these bases didn't have people in them. They were just going to get rid of them anyway. But either way, the public optic effect needs to be that America suffered a humiliating defeat. And people are tired of these wars. And as a result, nationalism will take over, exposing more dispensationalism, exposing Zionism, the collapse of the two-party system in the sense of trust in politics, setting the stage for a Catholic social teaching synthesis in 2028, economic collapse worldwide, which leads to justification to bring in a new digital system, and of course, reframing Catholicism as the peace bringers, the patriots, and the Protestants as the militant warmongers destroying society. Welcome to the Papal Crusade, my friends. In one event, it's truly brilliant. That's how you know they work by the power of the devil. In one event, you have a final, ultimate crusade to defeat Protestants, Muslims, and Jews all in one swoop. That's why this is prophetically significant, because this is right in line with the New World Order, and because these events are resolved. Once or I should say, because once these events are resolved, you will see what? You will see a worldwide digital economy and a digital system, a different Middle East, which is more ecumenical and ready for peace and prosperity, maybe some false signs and wonders, some appearances of Mary, who knows, a balanced world situation where you have nation states, multiple reserve currencies, no more America being globalist, but rather, everybody's playing along. You're going to see a reinvention of the Jewish identity. You're going to see a synthesis politically in the United States and a return to Catholicism both in the United States and worldwide, because once the U.S. experiences that synthesis in 2028, it's going to bring the light of social teaching to the world. It's going to lead the world. This was a dry run. What happened with Trump was a dry run. The Trump mania is dead. But it was a dry run to get the world enamored around one man. And I knew when I saw it, I'm like, this can't be the final boss, because Trump and the Pope can't exist on the same, platform. So this is a dry run. It was a dry run to get people to idolize one person, and a dry run to see how the world would respond to a worldwide movement. Because Trump was worldwide. Everybody was frothing at the mouth for MAGA and making their countries great again and nationalism and everything else. And of course, now it's just one big charade. So that was a dry run. And that shows to you that once this Catholic social teaching synthesis happens in the United States will still play its part as the false prophet to bring that to the world. The point is that the United States as a globalist empire needs to end. And that's a very important transition prophetically. How long it will take to accomplish all of these things is anyone's guess, but these are the pieces that are at play, and why I have said that Zionist Israel as a state, as a project in the Middle East, is a papal crusade. And now that crusade is finally bearing some fruit, and the kind of fruit that they want. Now, my personal take is, given the information I've seen so far, I do not think this war is going to last 20 years like Afghanistan. I just don't. I don't think they have time for that, nor do they have need for doing that. Why? Because geopolitics has changed drastically since then, and it's time for a major world transition. American globalism is over. Israel is collapsing. Also, Iran is different than Afghanistan. Iran can shut the Strait of Hormuz, which is very sudden and very bad for the world economy, right? So they can mess things up very quickly without having to drag this on for like years and years and years. So I don't see that lasting that long. It could last through the midterms, and they could run another psyop with Trump trying to take over to basically get himself continued and totally discredit himself, and people will realize that maybe this whole voting. So in other words, one scenario could be, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but it could be that this runs through the midterms and there's an excuse to declare martial law or some kind of shenanigan to take over the midterms and keep himself in power with the House and the Senate. That's going to wake up people to the fact that Trump is actually the one who's stealing the elections, and this whole thing has been a giant joke. So they may run that play. Just saying it could happen. I don't know how likely it is to happen. That could be one way it could go. Just like they did with the left taking over to discredit the left. In other words, how they stole the elections in quotation marks with Biden in 2020 so that people could spend all of that time like questioning the left, and the left totally like destroying itself. In the same way, I could see this happening with the midterms and Trump. That's one possibility. But another one is that it could end in a few weeks. Things could get really bad economically with all this oil prices going up. Who knows? I really can't tell you, and nor am I going to tell you. But what is true is that this war, this event, is a perfect storm to accomplish all of these major New World Order agenda items. So I think the most probable situation is that it's going to lead to economic collapse worldwide and justification for some kind of social salvation, for a moral authority like the Pope to come in and broker peace, to basically fix everything. They have to rearrange the global order and also reset the financial system. They have to, because the current system is coming to an end. I mean, U.S. national debt is such that it's crossed the point where no amount of growth can ever make up for the interest on the borrowing from all of these wars and shenanigans and all the crap that's going on. quite frankly, crap, right? I mean, the middle class has been gutted, man. The last 50 years, the middle class has been gutted. We are now at a point where it's a very K-shaped economy, right? So there's very poor people, very rich people, and there's nobody in the middle anymore. There's nobody in the middle. And so the borrowing has gotten absolutely ridiculous. Fiat is absolutely worth nothing. We're going into a situation where you're going to have low employment because of the AI situation. At the same time, you're going to have high inflation. So the Federal Reserve is screwed, quite frankly. This is untenable. So this is not just going to keep going for another like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 10 years. Something has to crack in the next year or two or whatever, probably before 2028, or maybe 2028 will be the year that all of that flips. I don't really know. I don't have a crystal ball. But the point is, this is coming up on the end. And we're reaching at a maximum. There's so many economic indicators that show that there has to be some kind of crash, because that's the perfect excuse to usher in a new system. Whether they're going to peg it to gold, I don't know. That's very plausible that they would do something where there's a hard asset behind it. They could fudge the numbers and revalue gold. I mean, I don't really know, to be honest with you, but certainly there is going to be a financial change. And you see a lot of restructuring happening. I don't think the dollar is going to be the world reserve currency anymore. It would probably be one of them. I don't think it's going anywhere in that sense, but it won't be just the dollar. It's going to be a multi-reserve currency situation. Either way, the American petrodollar globalist scheme has reached its end. It's reached its end. The cost of maintaining this globalist empire is now at its maximum. We have crossed the threshold where the debt, the national debt, and the interest on that debt compared to national GDP and growth, it's not feasible. You can't pay the debt down. The U.S. is going to be insolvent. And so that requires a conflict. That requires a conflict that will create an economic collapse and then, introduce a new solution. So do with that whatever you want. We'll see how all of this plays out. Again, it doesn't matter in the short term because we know where all of this is headed. It's not a bad idea to have some dry food, some supplies. If you have loads of cash, maybe put that in some precious metals or assets that hold their value. You have to be wise in that sense, because certainly we're living in some very unpredictable times. There's also something to be said about having some emergency cash around. So they'll definitely crash the market. I think that's something to be aware of. Real estate, at least in the US, is going to crash hard again because the economy is going to the toilet bowl, and there are more sellers than buyers by a long shot. House prices are overly inflated. The interest rates are going crazy. So it's a crazy time to be alive, and we'll see what happens. Now, I want to talk as a final note for all of this about the transition into the New World Order. With all of the geopolitical things going on with this situation, as well as in the United States, I want to address their prophetic significance as a whole. Revelation uses recapitulation as a technique, as does a lot of the Bible, but it's important to understand recapitulation, and it uses this technique to describe the same thing over and over again from different angles so that a different detail or details can be inserted. We see this, for example, in Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 9, and Daniel 11. There's lots of different views for essentially the same thing, which is the timeline from Daniel until the second coming. There's lots of things happening, and it recapitulates and it gives you a different camera angle of what's going on. It's the same for the book of Revelation. Revelation 13 tells you about the beast, which rules for 1260 years. It suffers a wound that's a fake mortal wound. It doesn't actually die. Then it resurrects, and people marvel after this beast. Then you see later in that chapter kind of another detail, which is the false prophet coming to power, which of course is the United States. And during its rule, it convinces the world to build the image of the beast. The image of the beast, then, is what people worship. And it, the image of the beast, is what enforces obedience and worship. It's not the false prophet. It's the image of the beast that people build that enforces worship. This means that the false prophet steps out of the way, quote unquote, for the image of the beast once it's constructed. And once the image of the beast is given life, the false prophet's role is done. Do you get it? The false prophet steps out of the way, and the image of the beast is the one doing the dirty work. This means that once the image is completed, that equates to the previous vision of the beast resurrecting. In other words, the resurrection of the beast is the completion of the image of the beast. These are two synonymous situations. You're being given different pictures to get an idea of the reality that's going on. In the first picture, you see this power, it dies, and then it comes back. And people marvel after this power. Okay, that's one layer. Then you see another layer of a second power that's very lamb-like but speaks like a dragon. And then it has all the power of the first beast, meaning it's a superpower. And then it convinces the world through false signs and wonders to build this final system. And then that final system enforces obedience and worship. So the obedience and worship is also the marveling of the people. Do you get it? Those two realities are coming together. In other words, people are not going to be in a situation where they are aware that they are oppressed. Okay? If you're aware that you're being oppressed, you're going to be oppressed. You're not part of that system. Most people are not going to be aware. That's the point, because they're marveling. Nevertheless, the image of the beast is going to enforce obedience. And the people who are marveling are gladly going to accept that obedience. Do you get it? It's the people who aren't marveling who are going to be persecuted. That's the point. Now, in Revelation 17, you see the woman riding the beast. And the heads represent various empires through time. I talk about all of this in my various end times series, but the point is that Satan's power continues through time, from Babylon all the way to the end. But the fifth empire of Daniel, in Daniel 2, is the one that has the longest ruling period, and it has the most amount of nuance because it rules during the church age. So the Bible gives you lots of chapters to deal with it, especially in the book of Revelation, because the book of Revelation is about the church age, which is that fifth and final empire. So the woman riding the beast has 7 heads and 5 are fallen. Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and papal Rome all have fallen. The 6th head, which is the now, which is what is now for John when he was in that vision, was the wounded phase, which was secularism, Jesuitism, secret societies, shadow governments, all the things that happened after the mortal wound as the secular system of the world arose. The 7th comes and rules for a little while. Now, a little while has to be a little while, and that 7th correlates to America, the United States, which is the continuation of Satan's power through time. And that continuation is the United States. Because it's a superpower, it has all the power of the first beast. That means it's a satanic power in time, and it's the continuation of empire. And certainly that's the case if we look at history. So the United States comes and rules for a little while, but then the 8th head, there's not an 8th head, but the beast itself is like the 8th head that comes and rules at the end, right before the return of Jesus. So you're shown a sequence of 5 fallen powers, a 6th kind of shadowy phase, a power that comes in for a little while, and then finally this New World Order system that comes and rules at the end, which is the beast itself. Then you're shown the 10 kings that receive power with the beast, with the 8th, right? Once the 8th comes and displaces the United States and rules and resurrects, basically, the 10 kings are given power with that 8th, and they give their power to it. They only rule for a little while. It says an hour, which could be a literal situation, like 2 weeks, because it's using the day-to-year principle, or it could be just idiomatic for a short time. I don't know which one it is. I mean, I think both could be fine. It doesn't really matter, but they're not going to rule for a very long time. They're going to rule for a little while. We know that once they begin enforcing morality, it won't be long because some have to be left alive. That's what Jesus says in Matthew 24, I believe. So all of this paints now a very similar picture. Papal Rome rules for a very long time. It suffers a fake defeat. The world empire arises, a world empire arises, which is America, to come help it resurrect. And then the beast comes back into power just like it was before, but this time it's worldwide. There are nation states, monarchies, whatever you want to call them. They are basically giving their power to this beast at the end, the resurrected papacy, with its hand over all of the world's kingdoms. How this relates to current events. How this relates is that America must experience a transition, because America's role in prophecy is very important. Globalism was the world order after World War II, because they needed to use America as the sword to subjugate countries, to create revolutions, to bring in central banking, to do all these various operations and infiltrate governments. They were doing that for the last 80 years after World War II. But globalism and the dark globalist world order, quote unquote, was just a boogeyman, my friends. It was a boogeyman for the true New World Order, which is nationalist and based on Catholic social teaching. Globalism was the New World Order. Let me put it this way. Globalism was what globalism was to the New World Order as what atheism was to the New World Order. In other words, atheism justified the bounce back to religion. You can clearly see that. In the same way, globalism as a system, as an economic way of doing things, justified a return to nationalism and monarchies and Catholic social teaching and theocracies. Globalism was the dark, nationalistic federation is the light. It's still tyranny. It's just in a different package. This transition requires many things, and they're very important that you understand to watch them as these things unfold. America will change from being the police of the world to being more nationalistic, maybe even a North American kingdom, who knows, but definitely not the globalist empire that it used to be. That has to change. This requires destruction of American bases and conflicts to humiliate the United States so that nationalism can be justified. It also requires a debasement of the U.S. currency so that the other countries can have different situations and so on, different reserve currencies and monetary systems. Economic collapse is also required to usher in a one world system of digital finance. And that system will leverage nationalism. Petrodollar was the reserve currency for the last 80 years, but this is ending. Geopolitical instability from all of these wars, which were, again, choreographed, is undoing the globalist trading scheme. People are realizing, like, listen, this over-leveraged situation where we are leveraged across everywhere just to be making as much profit as we can, this doesn't work because there's too much political instability. And when a war happens, everything's screwed. All that profit goes, into the toilet. Many countries like Russia, India, China, Brazil, etc., are separating from the dollar, creating their own gold reserves, their own alliances. They seized Russia's, like 300 billion of Russia's assets or something. And so they realized, like, hey, we're not going to play along with you anymore and be in your banking system. So this is creating the necessary fracture in the world economy that is needed to have a plurality of power, because the beast is the one that will control it all. You can't have an American globalist empire because it can't function anymore. You need to return all of that energy back to the nation and allow a more balanced power structure so that everybody can have peace and get along. So America's role as the singular superpower and globalist empire is coming to an end. It has to. It will still be a leader in the world, obviously. It has a role to fulfill to bring the light of Catholic social teaching to the world. But it has to be integrated into the image of the beast in a more balanced power structure. It has to. This also makes other countries susceptible to delusion and have their guard down and be more amicable for world peace, for prosperity, etc. American globalism being removed will make everyone else feel less threatened and world peace more justifiable. Do you get it? America was out in the world doing all these shenanigans so that eventually world peace can come around by collapsing that system. Having multiple reserve currencies will also promote nationalism and the image of the beast agenda, where everybody gets along as long as you're in the papal sandbox. As a result of these injustices and economic collapse around the world, you are going to see America achieve a synthesis of right and left. People are already uniting and will continue to unite against Zionism. The left is going to become more religious and moral, moving to the center from its extremes of anti-religion and anti-morality. The right is going to become more socially conscious, moving to the center on social issues. You're already seeing the Catholic patriots, quote unquote, leading the way, like Carrie Prejean Bollard, Joe Kent. You'll see more of them, I'm sure, as we go along. And what they are doing now through all of these disappointments is carefully but very systematically changing what it means to be American and what it means to be a patriot. Things are changing rapidly, my friends. The collapse of the two-party system, globalist America, Zionist-occupied government, etc., is going to make room for lots of Catholic patriots, in quotation marks, that will subvert the government and culture through culture shaping. Combined with the mostly Catholic echo chamber, which I have highlighted in a previous video, the 2028 election will be a cakewalk for the beast. It will be an absolute cakewalk. And after 2028, America will rise as a Catholic social teaching vassal state and fulfill its role as the false prophet to export that to the rest of the world. You will see what you saw with Trump, with the whole MAGA phenomenon, except this time it's actually going to catch root because it's not going to be based in, they're going to make it work. Do you get it? Trump was not designed to work. It was designed to puff people up and get them fluffed up. And then it was designed to disappoint them so that they could want someone to actually give them true nationalism and true patriotism and solve their social issues, to make America great again, to make Germany great again. So Trump was designed to get the people puffed up and disappoint them. The coming 2028 plus agenda, you will see Pope Leo bring the solutions and make Germany, America, Japan, whatever, great again in the Catholic image. You're going to see it. And America will play a very important role with that, especially with the Olympics in 2020. Are you kidding me? That'll be a crazy year. America will definitely lead with light and deception, but it's not going to lead anymore through globalism and wars and false flags. That stuff needs to stop because everybody needs to have prosperity and unity, and we need to all worship the beast. So that stuff needs to come to an end. The reason they had wars in the very beginning was so that they could destabilize countries and place central banks and puppets in them. That goal has been accomplished now. Okay, they're at the end of that timeline, so there's no more need for that anymore. Therefore, the globalist thing needs to be exposed, needs to be collapsed. People need to think differently, etc., etc. So we're ready for false peace and false prosperity. America will still have a great role when the time comes to deceive the nations into that morality. And it will do so because it will have a Catholic president, a Catholic cabinet, a Catholic Supreme Court, a Catholic majority, and an American Pope for the first time in history. All of those 5 planets will align. And when all of those are aligned, you can bet your behind that America will fulfill its role as the false prophet to bring the world to build this system so that they can worship the beast. The Trump phenomenon was just a wrecking ball designed to destroy several key things. To destroy the old liberal world order in the United States and around the world, and create a desire for nationalism. To expose Zionism in the United States and around the world. To discredit Protestantism by exposing Judaizing eschatology. And to discredit the two-party system with hypocrisy and corruption, like the Epstein files. So all of this was accomplished by Trump. He was a destroyer, even though, interestingly enough, at first, Trump was the light side and, basically fighting the dark of the left. And now Trump has flipped and become the dark, and the Pope is the light. Do you see how these things are so duplicitous? It's really funny. But Trump was never meant to be the final boss, folks. He's just a stooge. He's a puppet. He did his part to be a wrecking ball. The reality has been changed now. The left has been totally discredited, so there's no more extreme leftism. There is now justification to move the left back to center, to redeem American Democrat politics. The right has totally been discredited, so there is now justification to move the right back to center. Zionism has been exposed as an influence everywhere, and people hate the Jews. They want something different. They're coming back to Catholicism. Protestantism has been discredited in major ways to destroy it. With the wokeism and progressive Christianity, with MAGA, with the dispensationalism, with the Christian nationalism, all of these things are going to be exposed and continue to be exposed, and Protestantism is only going to move people more and more towards Catholicism. as all of this plays itself out. So either way, the two-party system looks like a total joke right now, and people want theocracy and they want something new. They want something that appeases both sides. We want religion and we want social issues. We want both of these because we need morality, but we also need social justice. And these two things are only together in Catholic social teaching. That's why this is going to be the solution that bridges the gap for everyone. This means, now, pay attention to this part. All of this means that the next president must be someone that is not a radical, but rather that maintains the status quo. Trump was needed to shift the perception of the status quo. Now, the next one is going to be very mild-mannered, very middle of the road, very on par with Pope Leo XIV. He's going to go along with the agenda. He's not going to have the same radical conflict that you're already seeing between the Pope and Trump. You're not going to see that. You're going to see somebody who bows down to the papacy. 2028 is going to have only middle-of-the-road Catholic social teaching options. Whether it's left or right, they're both going to be in the middle. They're both going to be talking about social issues, and they're both going to be talking about God. Religion and social issues. Those two are going to be for both parties. So it doesn't matter who wins because they're going to be Catholic and they're going to be loyal to the Catholic agenda regardless. After 10 years of Trump mania, people are ready for stability. And that was the point. Put somebody as ridiculous as Trump in office and totally gaslight the Americans into nationalism, and then pull the rug out from them and show them how ridiculous their Protestant nationalism is, so that then the American identity could be reimagined and reinvented as a Catholic identity. And that's exactly what they're doing. Methodically, like I said, with everything, whether it's feminism or the Jews or America, they do the same thing, folks. It's trauma-based mind control. You totally destroy someone, and then when they are vulnerable, you reinvent their identity. Whether it's an individual or a nation or a movement, it's always the same formula. It's trauma-based mind control. So Trump's role was to bring absolute chaos into politics and world affairs and discredit all of these things. And they were successful, very successful. Now it's time to bring order out of that chaos, and that order is going to be for the common good. It's also true because the transition of the United States to be part of the image requires a shift in the presidency. Okay? If the seventh head rules for a little while and then the eighth comes and displaces the seventh, if the false prophet helps the world build the image of the beast and then steps out of the way so the image of the beast can enforce obedience. Do you get it? There's a transition that needs to happen in the United States. Think about this very carefully. The United States president was the leader of the free world, quote unquote, at least for the last 80 years. And with Trump, he was in the spotlight more than probably any other president in history. But Trump isn't the Pope, so I always said that this was just a honeymoon situation. It wasn't what it seemed to be. And now it's coming to an end because Trump's job is done. He's going to either get impeached or he's going to die or he's going to be totally discredited. It doesn't matter what happens. Trump's job is done. The next president is not going to be like Trump, folks. He's not. Because by then America is going to be restructured and the new president will have to submit to the Pope. He's going to play ball. He's going to be right on par with the common good. He's going to be right on the middle of the road. So the image of the beast requires a submissive president to the Catholic authority. They always submit anyway. Otherwise they get killed like JFK or Abraham Lincoln or all the other ones that were assassinated before the Civil War. But the point is that there will be a visible submission. Right now, there's not a visible submission of Trump to the papacy, but there will be a visible submission. And that president has to be aligned with Rerum Novarum and Catholic social teaching and the common good. He has to be. So Trump and MAGA right now are in conflict with that agenda, and they're in conflict with the Pope, which tells you that that's not the final thing. There's still dialectics that need to be run, and these people have a clock on their heads, and they're going to be exposed. The coming transition to the New World Order image of the beast will have unique situations never present in history. Culture shaping across the world in tandem, coming back to religious nationalism, thanks to the war, immigration, wokeism, Zionism, all the isms. All of this has culture-shaped people to go back to religion and nationalism. Number 2, total collapse of Protestantism because of the various narratives, the deep church narrative, the corruptions, the Zionism, the dispensationalism, Christian nationalism, progressive Christianity, you name it. All of those things are coming to a head. Number 3, central banks owning every country. All of the ones that were on that list 20 years ago, now they're done. With Iran, they're done. Cuba's going to be taken pretty care of pretty soon. And North Korea is just a CIA stage anyway, so it doesn't matter. The point is that all of those countries are now taken care of. Point number 4, absolutely, completely infiltrated governments across the world with people that are ready to do the bidding of the beast. That wasn't the case 200 years ago. It wasn't the case 100 years ago. Now it is the case. So all of these stars have aligned, my friends, not to mention all of the stars that I said will align in the United States 5 years from now. Maybe it could be less than that, to be quite honest with you. With a Catholic president, an American pope, a Catholic Supreme Court, a Catholic cabinet, and a mostly Catholic demographic to outnumber the evangelicals. All of this is going to happen, my friends, because America's destiny is to be the one that brings the false light of the papacy to the world. So that means there needs to be a shift that happens both in the American presidency, American politics, American political presence in the world. This is why I believe we don't have a lot of time left. And I don't see the world going into the 2040s, 2050s. I just don't see it. I could be wrong. I've always said that I could be wrong. I just don't see it. I really don't. Maybe that will change as time moves on, but I just don't see it. In either case, these are the things to watch for as time proceeds because the time is near. If you need a refresher on all these things, please watch my various series. You can watch these Venerable Day of the Sun episodes from the beginning to now. I think there's 20 something. I think this is number 25. Yeah, to number 25. Or no, to number 24. There's a fifth, there's an extra one in the Synagogue of Satan series. That's why I always get my numbers wrong. But anyway, that's only been 2 years or something that we've covered 2 every month practically, which is insane to me. But anyway, you can watch that. You can watch the End Time series, get edified. You can talk to Fennec. Fennec is always there as a great resource for you because he's trained on all of this content. He can help edify you. These are some momentous times. There's some momentous things happening in the world for sure. And it's a great thing to see them unfold, to see God's word coming to pass, to see the false prophet convincing people to build the image of the beast, to see the beast coming back and resurrecting, to see the 8th coming and displacing the 7th, and the kings of the earth giving their power to the beast. To see all these things coming to pass is quite something. It really is. It tells you that God is sovereign. It tells you that God is sovereign, my friends. At the end of the day, all of this evil, if it doesn't lead you back to God's sovereignty, then you're not thinking enough. Okay, you're not pursuing critical thinking enough. So don't get too exhausted with all of this news, with all these stories, with all these dialectics, with all these secret societies and order of the Knights of the Grand Cross of the Bath or whatever the hell these people are part of. Don't get caught up in that. Ultimately, what this should all do, and what I really hope that my Venerable Day of the Sun episodes do, is to bring you to marvel at God. That really is what it's about. At the end of the day, this is not about covering the news. It's important to understand and to be watchful. But the ultimate aim, my friends, with all of these episodes is that you see that God's word is being fulfilled. And you see that the Bible is true and you go, wow, God is sovereign. There is a sovereign being that exists, that is self-existent, that controls everything, that sits above the circle of the earth. And he's ruling, and he'll be back, and he'll destroy this system, and you'll live forever in his presence. That's what it's about. So I hope that this helps you to stay encouraged, to stay strong, and you are always reminded to bring it back to God's sovereignty, because that's what it's about. Stay healthy also. Please take care of your body. Please be as healthy as you can. Keep your brain healthy. If you need help on how to be healthy, go to my health page on my website. There's lots of free resources there. Of course, the health store, the health section of the store has many great things to help you fight inflammation and have better health and detox and things like that. So being healthy is very important, especially in a day and age where things are collapsing and you can't trust any of these doctors. You can't trust any of these systems. Trying to be as healthy as possible, to take as few medications as possible. Eating healthy is very important. It's a very toxic world out there, unfortunately. But hopefully you're staying healthy. If you need help with that, make sure you check out the health page. And remember that one day all of this is going to be over. Remember that one day all this is going to be over, my friends. It's going to be over, and all of this should point you in that direction. If you are feeling exhausted, if you're feeling that you're doom scrolling too much, then realize that all of this points you in a very, very optimistic and joyful conclusion, which is that one day all of this is going to be completely meaningless. It really is. So you have to keep your eyes on the prize, so to speak, the proverbial prize, which is Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ is coming to the earth. And you will see Jesus Christ in his glorified form, and you will marvel forever. And none of this stuff, Iran, Trump, the Pope, the secret societies, the Knights Templar, the Jews, the Jesuits, none of this is even going to be on your mind ever, ever again for millions of years. What a profound thought. With that, take care. We'll see you next time. God bless.